If you're listening, you're a member of the Road Gang because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up. We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life. It's the biggest...
Is that a fat joke?
...and the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
I think that's your cue, Phone Master Dre.
Oh, it is my cue, and we are broadcasting from Fastport Studios, and this studio is full of a bunch of hard-working people, but it's full of just one very hard worker. Happy birthday, Jimmy Darn Tootin' Mac. How are you doing this morning, brother?
Thank you so much for that
You're
lovely
welcome.
birthday wish, man. I feel pretty good, by the way, for 66.
66,
I look
damn,
great.
dude. Give me the lotion.
I just keep on telling people that I'm a lot older than I actually am, and they say, man, you look terrific. By the way, this entire show was brought to you by live human beings and has nothing to do with AI or any sort of artificial insemination. Hey, guys, welcome to Road Gang Radio. Police, by the way, were called to a cafe in the South Korean capital to wrangle a colorful coffee connoisseur, a loose parrot. The Korean Animal Rescue and Management Association police, those guys, those are the only guys, by the way, that can take on the friends of Hugo Chavez. Those guys were called to the coffee shop in Seoul on a report of a loose parrot dropping in and stealing coffee from customers. The parrot, reported to be friendly, was fed snacks by the cafe's owner and allowed customers to pet it while waiting for the police to arrive. Yeah, I know I'm busted. I just want to get a little Java going on here. The bird, by the way, is believed to be a yellow-crowned Amazon parrot, native to Central America. The species is endangered and not legal to be kept as a pet in South Korea without special permits. That will come in important later on in the story. The Han River Basin Environmental Office, those guys, are working to confirm the identification. The Korean Animal Rescue and Management Association said the parrot appears to be in good health and was likely well cared for before its escape. Authorities are now trying to identify the bird's owner to determine whether it can be returned home, because if it ain't here legally, you don't get to keep it a parrot.
Polly just wanted a coffee, man.
Oh, come on, dude.
Come
if
on,
the parrot cannot be returned to its owner, it will be cared for by the CITES Animal Care Facility, CITES facility at the Ministry of Environment's National Institute of Ecology. Those guys. By the way, someone broke into my house and stole my coffee, my lamp, and my parrot. I don't know how they can sleep at night. And speaking of breaking in, a little bit later on, if we have time today, law enforcement agencies from Louisiana and Texas partnered to arrest a suspect who is believed to have broken into Park semi-trucks in Tucson, Louisiana. Wait till you hear why he broke in. It's a 3.5 kind of story, but it's got a really twist. He knew exactly what he was looking for. We'll have that story sometime after the break, but in the meantime, get ready to squawk it up. Get ready to lose your heart to iHeart or have the audacity to listen on Odyssey. There are folks yakking it up on YouTube right now. Thank you, Scott Cooper, for the birthday wishes. Thank you, Trucker Bosun. Thank you, Joe J. I'll get to all those birthday wishes in just a second. Make some time on the Book of Face. Live your best life.
Live your best life.
On Live 365. Be a free floating radical at RadioNemo.com or possibly ponder the possibilities of all of it afterwards on your favorite podcast platforms, because this, my friends, is Road Gang Radio. Forget the satellite lies and AI of Zebulon 5 with its bumbling bloviator ruler, Dr. Philostratus, and his inept banana costume-wearing minion. By the way, they should just call Mr. Paul, HR calling Paul, HR calling Paul. This Not That, These Not Those is the greatest live transpo show in the known universe. How could it not be, by the way, Dre? With contributors like Jamie Jones, Crackerjack reporter, and the head honcho over at Landline with stories like this. Raids conducted by ICE, along with state and local partners around the country, continue to target undocumented immigrant drivers, drivers with non-domiciled CDLs, and drivers failing to comply with the English proficiency standard. Since compliance with and enforcement of the ELP proficiency standard and pressure on the non-domiciled CDLs hit a boiling point this year, more states are amping up enforcement. A handful of states have partnered with immigration and customs enforcement during these multi-day enforcement blitzes. Oklahoma's been hot to trot with 3 raids in recent months. More on the 3rd raid, and the rest of the story we'll get to in a second. Indiana and New York have also gotten in on the action as of late. Texas and Wyoming are the latest to conduct these safety blitzes. You can read the details of all of those states over at landline.media. That, my friends, is what you can expect from Road Gang Radio. And you, too, can be part of the action. You can mix it up in the thick and join the gang at 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO. Jimmy, we already have a couple callers.
Well, why don't you bring him on in here, man? Number one in our hearts, number one in our imaginations. It's Mr. Chowder, I believe, correct?
Chowder, let's get to it before we get to Gorgeous George. Hello, sir.
Good morning, V-Field, Geburtstag. Hey, Jimmy Mack. Good morning from foggy, rainy, dreary, 45-degree Minnesota.
Ooh.
Outstanding, by the way. A little nip in the air, a little bit of feel of the winter without it being so brutal that you can't navigate it. What is going on, man?
Outstanding in the cold.
Well, I'm driving down here with my Jamaican Me Crazy coffee and calling in to inform the Road Gang Radio fans that Chowder's still alive. Love y'all. Hope you all have a good Thanksgiving. Give you a little update on me feeling a little not so sore today after my 7-mile hike around Mount Rushmore and Horse Thief Lake on Friday. And I got that nice 4x4 175.2 buck all dressed out hanging. My brother-in-law's working on a nice European mount for me because my wife told me no dead animals in the house, but I'm allowed to put antlers up because that's not technically a dead animal. It's a product from a dead animal.
I like it. I like the loophole. I like the loophole, my friend. Outstanding. Go on.
Yeah. I had a nice time going to get my American pride and patriotism back. I went up and Friday had to go do some Christmas shopping in the hills because I like to shop local, and decided I'd take a stop at Mount Rushmore. It's a nice 53-degree day. Took the President's Trail, sent some nice video and photos to people, and it's nice if anybody gets a chance to go do that hike. It's only 6/10 the President Trail from the amphitheater around, but you literally get within, if there wasn't a big camera there, you could actually touch some of the rock, probably swipe it, that came off the mountain with the drill holes and chisel marks on it from down off the mountain, and you're literally looking up that close. It's probably the closest you can legally get to Mount Rushmore without getting arrested. It's a nice trail. It's got 65 different steps, about 500-foot elevation change. But if you start from the amphitheater and go clockwise, that would be the 7, 8, 9 way around. You go down most of the steps until you get to the art studio where you go up about 20 steps. Whereas if you go the other way, you're pretty much doing all the steps going up and then the flat. Very nice, easy trip for elderly, handicapped, or children. People should take time to go check out some of our national monuments that we still can enjoy. So it was a nice trip for that.
I was prepping the show this morning, and actually it's great that you called because I actually have something for you here. I got to let you go because I got 3 other calls, but I want you to hang on just for a second while I tell you this. If a person simply took every clip of you calling this show over the past year and wondered and did not see you for 2 years and was wondering why you were looking so good these days and feeling so good, your phone calls would actually tip us off. They really would, dude, because, I mean, we have talked over the last year in particular about the hikes you've taken, the routes you've walked, the world you've existed in. Man, it is a clinic in, like, how to actually maintain maintenance of the self without making it like a boring drudge, dude. It is awesome.
Well,
best of days,
that's
man.
because I have great influencers like Dre for Health and You for Health and Peter Stark and his journeys that I wish I could only go on, that I try to follow that. Now I sent you a picture of those 2 books, and don't ask me to pronounce the guy's name because I can't. It's too long. A.C. Blanca something. It's a guy from India, and I'm trying to read this book on self-realization thoughts and processes and chanting and meditation to try to somehow make myself a better person if I can. So the reading is definitely due to you getting me onto that reading library thing that day you called me out about reading books, and now I've done it, and I kind of enjoy it a little bit more.
I'm glad to hear that, man. I'm glad we could actually make a difference in your life because you're making a difference in ours. I can't tell you what it's meant to have you come over to the platform with us and figure out a way to make it work for yourself. Happy day to you, brother, and thank you, by the way, for calling.
Thanks.
And getting
Happy
us on.
Thanksgiving.
Thank you, sir. Dre, let's go back to the phones. Who do we got?
All right, let's see who this is. And, hey, if we can't get all of the calls here now, you can give us a call back with Kevin Lindsay.
We're giving them all, man. Who
who
we got going on here?
Who we got?
Showtime.
Showtime.
Hello.
Good morning, my friend.
Happy birthday, Jimmy.
Thank you, sir. How you doing?
I'm good. Hey, I'll make this quick so other people can get in.
Nice.
Hey, a tech tip for everyone. Since the temperatures are cooling down this time of year, some morning or afternoon, whenever, when your engine's cold, go around and slightly touch all your hose clamps and make sure they're tight. Even the spring-loaded ones during the summer will get sticky and will not stay tight. And when it cools down, if you walk out in the morning and you have antifreeze leaking, it's leaking through those connections. So just go around and snug up all your hose clamps and you'll be good to go.
I let that land so we can pull that clip, man, because this opening, Dre, is going exactly the way a birthday opening should go. Really quickly, by the way, what do you got planned for Thanksgiving? We'll talk probably tomorrow, but let's give it a crack. What you got going on?
Well, I don't know about tomorrow, but I will be on the road. We just had a big shipment come in, so we're running heavy, trying to get cars delivered out. So I will be on the road. I'm just hoping I can get somewhere to get Thanksgiving dinner. I don't know what's going to happen.
Keep me in the loop on that. By the way, we have actually genuinely curated content for you guys coming on Thursday. But I'm also going to be in the chat throughout the morning. If anybody wants to stop in and say Happy Thanksgiving, my friend, go be safe, be well. It's great to hear from you. Thank you, Showtime.
All right, everybody have a great day. Be careful out there.
All righty, man. Andre, who we got next?
Well, I don't know. I know the one after this one, but let's see who this is. Hello. Welcome to Road Gang Radio.
Good morning, y'all. Happy birthday, Jimmy.
Oh, there he is. There's the Auto 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I also want to change your name from 4-Art to 4-Art and make you the Art of 4 because I got to tell you, you got 4 fingers on Thumb Street, going to teach everybody a lesson. What is going on, man?
Ja.
Well, currently I'm sitting at the house, just got done eating breakfast. And then I got to go out and tear apart a barbed wire fence and then go get loaded to go to Gilderland, New York.
By the way, I'm going to let that one land too, Dre, because that is like perfect quote. Got a little breakfast, tear up a barbed wire fence, and get loaded up to go to New York. That might actually be that. By the way, if you had Road Gang Radio in the dictionary, that would it would say have a little breakfast, take apart a barbed wire fence, get loaded up for New York. Perfect Road Gang Radio.
Yeah, get by with a little help with your friends.
with a little help from your 4-Aught.
Yeah.
Help from your 4-Aught. I was trying to think about this, but if you haven't got a chance to see it, it was one of Megan, Kate, and I's first Westerns we talked about. If you haven't seen it yet, do me a favor. I'd love you to watch Ride the High Country again so we can chat about it, dude. Mm-hmm. Just to give it another look. Ride the High Country, man, with Randolph Scott. Good stuff, by the way. 4-Aught, I got to get out of here. But what you got?
I picked up something yesterday. I got a 4-point vintage Hudson Bay blanket from like 1950, according to the label, for $150, man.
Oh, nice.
Deal of a lifetime. It's worth like three or 400 up to 600, depending on the.
Yeah, I mean, you might actually, and depending upon somebody's somebody's want, you can probably go to $1,000 on that if you get the right wanter.
Probably.
That's a good deal, dude.
Yep.
Hey, man.
Y'all have a good day.
Happy
birthday, man.
Oh, thank you, brother. Such a nice call. It's always good when nice things happen to nice people. A lot of nice people, nice things are happening these days. I got any more phone calls? Or?
You sure do. Jody, what do you say?
Jody, what do you say? What do you know? What do you think?
What's going on? Well, first of all, happy birthday.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate
it's his birthday?
It's my birthday.
You don't look any older than you did yesterday, so you're doing good.
I'm doing
Damn
good.
right.
It happens. People do change overnight, man. I've seen it happen.
Yeah, stress
I've
helps.
seen it happen. What's going on, Jody? What's on your mind?
You know, there's only a couple of things I have to say here, and I don't know who it is, but the TSA agent out in the airport in Moline, Illinois, what had happened is a family, my older brother Navy veteran, Vietnam veteran, got stranded out at the airport. Now, just to make a long story short, he's blind in one eye. He's got been diagnosed with a slight case of dementia, and he's deaf. And him and his wife got into a fight, and she abandoned him there. This lady took time out of her day to get a hold of my niece because he had her phone number in his wallet. And she sat with him until she got him a hotel room, and then she sat with him until he could get on the plane the next day. And she made all the arrangements because he had a stopover in Chicago. Now, you know how Chicago airports are. They're very, very busy and confusing. And she had somebody waiting at the gate for him with a wheelchair and a banner so he could get to his next plane and get to Detroit. Now, I'm looking for a load going up to Detroit because I was spending Thanksgiving down here in Florida. But I got to get up to Detroit to pick him up to take him to my sister in North Carolina because her husband's a Vietnam veteran, a Marine, and she's done everything for him as far as getting his vet benefits going, and my brother has basically nothing. This is Social Security. And we've been trying to get him home, but his soon-to-be ex-wife, she had this dream that she wanted to drive basically the van life. Just go state to state, like what we're doing, but with no income and living on a minimum income. And how they were doing it, I don't know, because his income isn't that much, and she hasn't worked in 20 years. But the TSA, and then after he landed, the TSA agent ended up calling my niece to make sure that he made it and that she had him picked up and that he was safe. So no matter what anybody has to say about a TSA agent, that one there is top-notch. I wish I knew her name. My niece knows it and has her ID number, you know, and I didn't get into that too much with it because my short-fused Spanish temper went off the wall when I found out what his soon-to-be ex-wife did to him.
Good God Almighty. Good God Almighty. Listen, dude, the TSA situation I can kind of sum up like this. You can always tell with TSA who is in charge of a particular airport because you get the right person in charge like they have over at Burbank. There's a few other airports, or you get the right angel. Things can work out fine. Jody, I got to get to this break. I got to bring in Gorgeous George, but I love you, man. And do me a favor on an email. You know, you can go to roadgang at RadioNemo.com. Send me an email over there and get me some information on your brother as well. Okay, I want the details.
Okay, roadgang at RadioNemo.com. Gotcha.
Thank you, Jody. Good talking to you, brother. We're going to get Gorgeous George in here just for a second before we hit the break so I can tell her good morning, and then we can come back and people know what's happening here. Hey, Courtney, what's happening? Courtney George, Gorgeous George, the transportation czar over at Reeves Across America. What's happening?
Lovely lady.
Good morning. We having fun yet?
Well, we're trying to on this birthday bash. Dre decided to turn this day into a birthday bash for me. I'm not bashful about my birthday.
I love that.
You know, so we're going to do that. Courtney, we got to take this break really quickly. We're going to come back and talk to you. Would you do me a favor and just say, remember, honor, teach, and when you do, we'll take care of all the wonderfulness that is our country with a little bit of pledge, national anthem, and a bracing cup of Java. Can you do that for me?
Absolutely. Remember, honor, and teach.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rattling, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Tuesday. Well, good morning. Ah, the beauty of the fall, the beauty of these beautiful leaves changing. Hey, want to share something with you found in Psalm 145, verse 15 to 16. It says, the eyes of all look to you, and you give them their food in due season. You open your hand. You satisfy the desires of every living thing. I want to tell you something about what the songwriter is saying. Songwriter is saying that God is taking care of us. We may not like some of the things that he allows to happen in our lives. We may not like some of the people he has put in our lives. But at the end of the day, people of God, hear me, at the end of the day, God has opened his hand to show us love, and God expects for us to open our hands to show love to people as well. So let's show some love this week, because remember, this is a day that the Lord has made, and we shall rejoice and be glad in it. God bless you, brothers and sisters.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
Oh, he hit the nail on the head on this week of Thanks and Giving. Open your hands and show love, Jimmy.
By the way, love is in all directions here, because one of our favorite people, who for some strange reason has been somehow possessed by the spirit of Beulah from Bunkie, who used to smoke Pall Malls all her life before she passed away. She's now inhabited Courtney's voice. Courtney was able to fight off the rest of the invasion, but just in Courtney's voice today, the ghostly spirit of a chain-smoking tough broad has inhabited you. Good morning to you, Courtney.
You are a tough broad, though.
Good morning. You can tell I've been talking too much. That's for sure.
Well, you see, I don't know what it is. It's like my mom always said. She said she wished my vocal cords had been a bit weaker, because it might have put an end to what my life has kind of turned into here, and maybe set up a better life. So I totally get about talking too much. Who you been talking to? What's been going on?
Anyone and everyone who wants to talk about trucking and wreaths across America.
Good God Almighty.
Just everyone that I can think of. We've had a couple loads left. But, today's a big day, Jim. It's your birthday. And the challenge you put out last week for everyone is to go out there and purchase 2 wreaths.
Yeah.
That's how you wanted everyone to celebrate your birthday.
I know, and it's going to get posted during the show, as a matter of fact, and I'm hoping people, like I said, guys, you don't got to send me any money, you don't got to send me any well wishes, although I love the well wishes. All you got to do is go purchase 2 wreaths, and if you actually have been dying to do the ride to any National Cemetery or any other cemetery that is going to be remembering, honoring, and teaching, this is it. The train is going to leave the station very, very shortly, and Courtney George, gorgeous George herself, needs you to step into the breach and do that. You guys can go to reachacrossamerica.org and just reach out to the transportation lady, and she's going to onboard you. We've talked about this, Courtney. This is not a complicated thing anymore. They can just call you and talk to you. The best part about calling Courtney, guys, is just like Don Queenie before her, she speaks the lingo. This is not like a matter of, you drive a truck, well, let me see if we can figure it out together. You will actually help them figure it out, right?
Yeah, absolutely. That's my commitment to anyone and everyone who wants to participate, is how to make it work for them.
Let me ask you, I didn't get a chance to really kind of dig into this last time we talked. And by the way, you can change your mind 5 minutes from now, just call back and be like, I changed my mind. On the convoy, the one to Arlington, is there a particular place that you really look forward to stopping at? Because some places are new, but there's a lot of old familiars that you will often stop at. Or when you were over in New York doing the National Cemetery there, was there any particular thing about the day or the days leading up to it that you always look forward to?
You know what I look forward to is watching the day of. You're standing there, and to watch, a year's worth of planning and, 6 weeks of really hard, really tough dig deep work, and you see it pay off. You see these families, youth groups, other groups, anything like that, that everyone coming together and working. That's what I love, and I wait for every year. It is, watching it happen is the best satisfaction and payoff.
By the way, Courtney, who's doing her best impersonation of Willis Reed in the Game 7 for the New York Knicks. Courtney, who is doing her best impersonation of Curt Schilling on the mound for the Boston Red Sox with the bloody sock, is literally going to be there until the last dog dies. Remember, honor, teach. Go to readsacrossamerica.org. And guys, just get in the game. Just reach out. What's your email, Courtney, that they can reach at?
I'm so easy to get in touch with. All you have to do is email trucking@readsacrossamerica.org.
Trucking@readsacrossamerica.org, guys. Come on. Courtney can't give any more. She's given everything. She has given the last vocal cord available. She's got to get to Thanksgiving and be able to enjoy that food and not swallow through pain. You guys have got to do this. You have got to honor the commitment she has made to her voice. She has given her voice for this cause, guys. You got to do it. You got to do it. Courtney, I'm not going to keep you on much longer. What's the rest of the day look like for you? You're going to be on the phone, aren't you?
I'm going to be on the phone the rest of the day, that's for sure.
Outstanding. Amen.
And it'll be worth it.
Amen. Amen. Hallelujah. Courtney George, Transportation Director at Reads Across America. It's good to have you. Get out of here, my sister. It's good talking to you.
Talk to you soon.
All right, boo. We're going to take a quick break here. You know what's coming up, by the way, a little bit of news, a little bit of information, but also immediately after that, Maintenance Matters with Kevin Lindsay. We gotta make a little slide here as the plump boy with the tuba begins to play. We'll be back on the other side. It's Maintenance Matters. T.A. Petro's Kevin Lindsay is coming your way. Guy finally friended me on Facebook. I was stunned.
Wow.
Stunned.
Took you long enough, Kevin.
Here come the horns.
Are you ready for a hearty Thanksgiving meal without the hassle of cooking? Step inside Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers, where we're serving up your holiday favorites. For just $16.99, you can choose an entree from smothered turkey, chicken parmesan, and country fried steak. Each entree includes your choice of beverage and dessert. So come in on Thanksgiving Day for a festive celebration that'll leave you stuffed and satisfied. Here's to a happy holiday season.
It's Tuesday.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath.
Means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to Radio Nemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
Hit those likes on all those social networks. Spread the love on all the platforms. Thank you very much, and have a good day.
By the way, the best birthday present you guys can give to me today, I'm going to be posting in just in about a half an hour or so. My request for anybody who really wants to kind of hook a brother up is to buy just 2 wreaths from Wreaths Across America. I will consider that the best birthday present you can send my way. Second best, hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button, by the way. All of this is broadcast and recorded, as the phone mastering maestro of motoring mayhem said, at the Fastport Studios at the historic Edgar Degas House, only moments away from the birthplace of trucking radio. Fastport, by the way, is solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges through research, technology, and people. Go to fastport.com and nationalapprenticeship.org. And by the way, we always want to celebrate national days of. So how about this one? Really looking forward to this one, Dre. National Play with Dad Day falls on November 25th. It's a day dedicated to encouraging fathers to take a more active role in their children's lives and spend the day engaging with their children in various activities. All parents are guilty of spending more time tending to their children than having fun with them. It comes with the territory. Parenting isn't always fun. This is the day for you to put aside your duties and plan some, great times with your daughters and your sons. My father, by the way, this morning, my mom and dad actually had a little bit of a stand set up for me with happy birthday wishes. He had a gift certificate to Barnes & Nobles and another one for coffee with the note under it saying, just make sure when you go to do those things, you do them with me. Couldn't think of a better way to kind of do that. Can't think of a better person to spend my birthday with than Phone Master Dre and the guy who's coming up next.
Kevin, he's got his Castrol hat on.
I got my Castrol hat on. I do, my friend. And Kevin Lindsay, of course, who is the head honcho of maintenance over at TA Petro, joins us this morning for another edition of Maintenance Matters. Before we get to any of that, Thanksgiving is almost upon us. I know today is your Friday. What do you got planned for the next couple of days?
I'm not sure. I have to check with the boss lady to find out for sure. But I do know I am smoking a turkey. So I'll be smoking a turkey, and then on Friday I'm actually taking my grandson to the Egg Bowl. So.
Oh, crazy, man! That is actually has there been an Egg Bowl with more steaks than the one that's coming up right now? I mean, it may be the most important football Egg Bowl played in Mississippi in forever and a day. I think it's the most important game for Ole Miss since the LSU Billy Cannon punt return.
Oh, don't start that. Oh, don't start that.
I'm not an LSU fan, by the way. I'm not an LSU fan, so I'm just... oh, Lord, don't start that. That's everybody, that's the thing, as an Ole Miss fan, I've heard that my entire life. Believe me, as somebody who lives in Louisiana, Kevin.
Yeah, you've heard it too.
I have to hear about Halloween night. As a matter of fact, the greatest thing about Nick Saban winning a national championship at LSU in 2003 was to never have to over and over again hear about the
about that one.
Yeah, hear about the Chinese bandits or any of that nonsense.
Everybody talks about that, but they never talk about, a few weeks later in the bowl game when Ole Miss beat them 21-7, so or 21-0. So
yeah, but it just shows you how much things have changed, because bowl games at the time were just considered exhibitions.
That's it.
I mean, the real turning point for bowl games actually happens in New Orleans when the Alabama Crimson Tide takes on the Fighting Irish. That is one of the great flip points of all time, because that game is the first time the UPI says we never vote on the champion until the bowl games are played, because the Irish actually make a decision not to go to the Orange Bowl. That Parsegian is like, I'm undefeated in number 3. I'm going right at Alabama. And Bear Bryant said, bring it on. And that game to this day is considered maybe one of the greatest college football games ever played. But you're right. Ole Miss comes in and just whoops LSU, puts them in a hurt locker, but nobody cares. All anybody cares about is Billy Cannon.
Billy Cannon and the punt return.
That's all anybody cares about, by the way. People do care about maintenance. I think, by the way, today is actually a really well-timed show. It's a chance for a lot of people, many of whom won't be driving the next couple of days, to take a deep breath and consider some of the stuff that they can, in fact, do to kind of improve their situation before something goes catastrophic or goes really, really wrong. There's so much one of the great jokes Kevin makes when he sends me the notes, guys, is he says, there's no way we're getting to all of this stuff. And we're already way behind on schedule because we actually dwelled on Billy Cannon. Can you kind of introduce what you'd like to talk about today in regards to the next step of maintenance, the next step of kind of getting through the next couple of months intact and in one piece?
Well, honestly, air brakes. All of our Class 8 trucks with air brakes out there. Everything with air brakes. People always think about this and say, well, that starts with the air compressor. Well, actually it doesn't. And I know people get tired of hearing me harp on this, but it starts with the air filter.
Oh my God.
The engine.
I'm not frustrated with you. It's like, no, it's like, I've said this before. As a guy who's worked in HVAC for a long time, I'm going to say this from the bottom of my heart. The best way to avoid HVAC maintenance, guys, is to simply change your damn air filters. Anything involving air starts with filters. I'm sorry, Kevin. Continue.
It does. Please. No, it does. You're absolutely right, Jimmy. It starts with the filter. You got to have a good clean air coming into that compressor. And quite honestly, all air compressors on diesel engines actually pull through the air filter. Some pull before the turbocharger, so pull like straight out of the air filter box or whatever. But then there's others that may pull after the turbocharger, meaning it's already compressed air that's going into the intake. So they pull out of the intake basically. So some of it's pressurized coming in, some of it is just atmospheric pressure. So and that makes a difference. The different ways that's set up in the compressor causes for different components. What we call a turbo cutoff valve, typically if it's after the turbo. So because it's actually higher pressure than atmospheric pressure, right? Because it's been pressurized by the turbo and cooled by the CAC usually as well. So so those things kind of make a difference. And but the air filter is still where it all starts, right? Because it's still got to have enough volume making it through that air filter.
Yeah, it's a weird thing and an obvious thing to say, but it's not as complicated as I'm going to make it sound because I just can't help myself. But the idea is that air's got to move through, but the quality of the air that has to move through has to be filtered. So yeah. It's not a matter of stopping air. It's a matter of making sure that the air that moves through is the right kind of air. And so when you don't change your filters, you're guaranteeing two things are happening. One, the flow of the air is slowing down. That's a disaster. And then at some point, the stuff that's supposed to get stopped isn't getting stopped and it's getting in. And that double combination is an absolute disaster for your compressor. I got that right?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Because it's having to work harder. Especially if it's naturally aspirated compressor, meaning it's using that atmospheric pressure. So as it tries to pull that through, if there's not enough getting through that air filter, now that compressor is actually having to work harder, meaning when that piston goes down on that intake stroke, it actually has to pull that air in harder, which, as it does that, it can actually wear and pull things past those piston rings and actually cause oil to bypass those rings and get out into the system. So when it gets pressurized, it actually pushes more oil out when it has to pull harder.
Well, and
it sounds kind of weird, but that's
it doesn't sound weird. It's the same as being congested, guys. If you're congested, the reason people's voices get shot when they get congested is they're having to pull every bit of air through their mouth at that point. The moment your nose gets congested and you can't breathe through your nose, you start breathing through your mouth. When you breathe through your mouth, you're actually drying your mouth off, which of course is frying your vocal cords in the process. It's the same concept that anytime you block the flow of air or introduce particulates into a system that shouldn't have particulates into it, you damage the system. Full stop.
Absolutely right.
I mean, change the filter. See,
change the filter. We're done with that.
I mean, that's the thing, though, Kevin. It's just like, imagine if human beings could just change our filters. Imagine it's like, oh, my nose is all clogged up. Let me just take this mucus out of here and then replace it with a better filter. I mean,
they've got those kits. You could run that. The warm saline mist up through your nose.
Well, exactly.
That's it. I mean,
we're
just clean it out, right?
I mean, we're making a joke about it, but there are people who like going, imagine being sick for like a week and never blowing your nose. And it's like, I don't know why I'm talking like this. And it's like, you're talking like that because you literally haven't changed the filter. All right, there you go. All right. Okay, so let's just say, though, but there are places where this does go someplace else. The filters are fine. You've changed your filters. There are things that you have to do to make sure that the air is moving through towards an actually healthy compressor. Talk about the compressor now. We can kind of move into that and dig into what you have to do to check that as well.
Well, and one good thing, any pre-trips you're doing or anything, always look at your air compressor. Look around it. Make sure you don't see any. Most of them are all gear driven nowadays, which means they're going to be mounted to a gear train on the engine. At some point, which also means there's going to be a possibility of an oil leak point, because anytime it's gear driven, those gears have to be lubricated, typically by the oil in the engine, right? So that's got to be in there. Plus, the air compressor itself has an oil feed from the engine. That it actually uses engine oil. So not only changing your engine oil for your engine itself, but for that air compressor as well. That's another part of that. And that's, these things are designed that when you do drain the oil out of the engine, the oil drains, because when you shut the truck off overnight or something like that, that oil, most compressors are designed that oil drains out of that compressor down into the crankcase, and not all of it. There's always some that's kept in the sump. And that's another reason, I hear people complain about this sometimes after an oil change. So, well, yeah, I only run it a few miles and I go to check my oil and it looks dirty again. Well, you got to remember there's a lot of things in that engine. And I know I kind of got sidetracked here talking about that, but there's going to be some of that old oil that's still resting in that compressor. You've got some old oil still resting in the turbo. Anything that's gear driven like that off of that engine is going to have a little bit of old oil still in it, and that's why you see those things. But that's some of those things to pay attention to. Look for those oil leaks. By that compressor. Put your hands on it every now and then. Make sure bolts get loose. Those things happen. A diesel engine has a normal harmonic vibration. It speeds up and slows down 3 times every time that crankshaft rotates. So that's why with, specific torques and things like that on these mountain bolts and different things are so critical, because, it's all designed to hold it properly like that.
Kevin, it's really funny, by the way. I often, when we do these segments, get this really creepy sense of deja vu that we've done this before. And it's not true, actually. But the number of times, and by the way, I want to let you know, somebody actually wrote neti pot, so gross. That was Joe J. wrote that. I think they're kind of gross, too. But I wanted to tell you, the number of times, it seems like the sequence for almost every part of the engine and every part of the truck is check your filter and put your hands on it occasionally. Because, I mean, it's funny. Like I said, we can talk about the brakes, or we can talk about the compressor. We can talk about the HVAC. We can talk about all of the stuff that's involved in this. But it all begins with making sure, almost with every aspect of the truck, that the flow of air is going through properly, and that once we make sure we're doing that, we then start kind of digging in a little bit deeper and checking things with our hands. Because one of the earlier calls we got this morning to start the show off was Showtime, talking about just occasionally go in there and tighten things. Don't over tighten them, but give it a feel, and just every once in a while make sure that things, because it rumbles, that natural harmonic at the same time still needs to be, every once in a while, things just need to be tweaked. They need to be, make sure that the symphony is sitting where it should be, so the sound is proper. I mean, that's what we're getting at here, right?
Nothing like that good little hum from a finely tuned, good running inline 6-cylinder diesel engine. I don't care what anyone says. It's just a nice vibration, that's there.
I mean, Yeah, I mean, and okay, so with the air compressor, what we're doing, with the air compressor, what we're doing is just making sure it's in the proper place, making sure that we put our hands on it, and then we just kind of move our way down and around from there, kind of keep going.
Yeah, absolutely. And some of these systems, on the air compressor, you've always got unloader valves that are built into that air compressor, which, I think I've talked about on here before, kind of how they work. They basically take air pressure from the system, and it actually puts it on top of this valve, which holds it open on the intake side, so that as that piston in that air compressor moves up and down, when it goes to compress, that unloader actually holds the intake valve open, so it actually just pushes it back out instead of out the exhaust and into the air system. And all that means is the governor actually controls that. Sometimes those governors are mounted to the compressor, sometimes they're mounted to a dryer, sometimes they're just mounted by themselves. It just depends on the configuration, so they can be anywhere, but that governor actually controls that pressure in the reservoirs by controlling that unloader valve on the compressors. So.
Let me just ask you about that, about the governor, to kind of give people, like I said, once again, we play this little game here called, most of the people we're talking to know exactly what you're talking about, and then there are a few people who want to move beyond just being meat in the seat, or the capable operator of a wheel and want to have a better understanding. Explain the governor. There's a reason why it's called that, by the way, and you've just given it away, which is it kind of runs the show. But explain what the governor actually does other than govern.
Well, really, it does nothing other than govern. That's the whole purpose of it, right? But it actually it takes the air pressure that's in the reservoir, through a line back to that governor, and once that pressure reaches the set point of that governor, which if it's got the black cap on it and a little screw in, those are adjustable. And a lot of them nowadays, they're not. They're preset at the factory, got a little blue cap on the end that screws on. And basically, it's like a pinch bolt. They're pinched off at the end. So they're preset, usually between 120, 130 PSI. So when the reservoir pressure reaches above that pressure and that line and that governor hits it, all it does is it basically overcomes spring tension inside that governor. It allows that pressure to go down and hold that unloader valve open with air pressure.
By the way, a governor has veto power, is the way I've always kind of conceived of it. That's why when I heard governor, I always say, well, it's got veto power. It has the ability to say, you can't do that. Nope, you can't do that. Nope, you can't do that. You're allowed to do that. And by the way, in doing so, actually performs more duties than most governors of most states do across the nation. That's my dislike
Lord,
of power.
we're not going to go there.
All right. Now, this is the other thing, too, that sometimes the failed compressor has got nothing to do with the compressor. It uses engine oil. And there's a tip-off there that you might have a bigger problem than simply a failed compressor, right?
Exactly, right? Because one way or the other, you could think about it, if you have like an injector problem, in the engine to where it's been overfueling, you're getting that repaired, I'll always have remind someone that service facility, hey, can you double check that air compressor and make sure, because if you've diluted that oil in the engine, I don't want to get into the Castrol world here. Those guys like talking about this stuff, but when you dilute that oil in the engine, you're also diluting that oil in that compressor, which now means it's thinner, which means you've probably got more bypassing those rings, getting pushed out into the air system itself now, which is going to in turn make that dryer work harder and become contaminated quicker. So, it's a fine balance, in these systems, because, you mess with one part and all of a sudden it can affect the way something else works. And now the entire system is having an issue. And it becomes harder to diagnose those, quite honestly, the longer those conditions occur. So anytime you notice those things, that's when it's time to take action. Let someone know, hey, I'm seeing this. Can you look at this, or do it yourself, whatever, so.
This will be a issue question here, and I want to make sure I get this right because I know what I know and I know what I don't know. So a diluted oil fails the engine, the failed engine fails the compressor. Can it work in the opposite direction as well, too? Can the diluted oil, which is still working for the engine, fail the compressor, which then in turn cascades back to the engine?
Absolutely. That's one of those things. I see these. We've seen some of this crazy flooding in the last few years and everything, and there's always videos of trucks, going through water and everything, and I'm like, that's not a good idea. You might not be getting water directly into that engine, but if it's getting anywhere near that air intake, guess where it's going? Into that compressor. Oh, wait. Water is the smallest molecular thing we deal with. It's going to go past those rings, even though it's being pulled in through the air system, and get down in that oil. And now you're going to have water in your oil in your engine. Oh no! I mean, it can work both ways. And if that compressor itself, for whatever reason, has its own mechanical failure, it being gear driven and using the lube system, basically, it's kind of like. I hate to use this term, but in a sense, it's kind of a parasite in that lube system because it's using some of that same oil. It lives off of it. It relies on it to live itself. But at the same time, if it fails, it can actually contaminate that oil back into the engine, which then can cause problems with the engine itself now. So
it's a big reminder too, by the way, as somebody who lives in the city of New Orleans, we always make the joke that the things that are designed to drive in water make a big point of telling you they're designed to drive in water. If something if something doesn't tell you it's designed to drive in water, it probably isn't designed to drive in water. And look, Kevin and I are not telling you that if you know you can get through a situation and get out to the other side once in a while, that's one thing. But if you're doing that on a regular basis, you're asking for real trouble at some point. Sometimes just call it a day and don't be pushing stuff through large bodies of water, large pockets of water, because it always ends really bad no matter how high you sit up there. And speaking of water, let's dry off. Let's talk about the air dryer here before we run out of time.
Yeah. So once we compress that air and everything, which by the way, when we do compress it, we're because when you take anything, compress it, you're actually instilling heat into it. So we heat that air up. It goes out the discharge line to an air dryer. Air dryers are designed to take excessive moisture and oil out and then dispel them at the same time that air pressure I was talking about with that governor, when that governor sees that air pressure and opens that unloader, there's also a signal line from that governor back to an air dryer to the discharge on that air dryer, the purge valve on that air dryer, to actually cause it to purge. And we all hear that, when that air pressure gets built up to a certain point, you hear that's your purge valve in your air dryer. And it's designed to do that. And when it does that, there's a small sump in there that actually collects any of that oil and moisture that was in that air that made it to the dryer and expels it out the bottom. Now, that don't mean that it's going to remove all of that moisture from that air, because air is one of those funny things. You're pulling it in. Well, and think about this. New Orleans, we know down there, you're pulling lots of moisture in with that air, where in Arizona, probably not, right? It's very dry. So it makes a huge difference where you've been running and how long, you really need to check the air tanks and drain air tanks daily. And I know I kind of skipped through that air dryer, but a lot of people seem to think that because it's got an air dryer, I don't have to drain my air tanks. Not true. Oh, you still drain those air tanks.
By the way, I'm going to do it again. Guess what, guys? And he's already pointed this out, but I want to kind of remind you. Guess what an air dryer has? A filter.
It does. It does. And guess what? It has a regular scheduled maintenance time for those filters. So
yeah, crazy.
The manufacturer says, hey, at X mileage or time, you should do this. And it depends on how you're running, most every OEM out there, engine or chassis, they set maintenance intervals most of the time based on how that truck is running. and most of them define as an over-the-road unit as running 60,000 miles plus a year. So, or at least that's the way it used to be. I hadn't really checked if they've changed those limits, but that still seems to be about the going rate, you know.
One of the things I'd like to know, and maybe you know it and maybe you don't, this isn't like, but it's also with the OEMs. I'm also always curious, what geography, what temperature, and what world do they assume the majority of the truck spends its time in? Because, you may actually want to go earlier on the recommendation, depending upon where you are, or maybe you can be like, I can get away with a little bit more in different sort of climates, because there are places, you think about certain places in the U.S. that are really easy to drive, both from an altitude and a meteorological condition kind of way. And there are other places, you mentioned one of them, where literally every time you suck in the air, you're sucking in a whole bunch of water and nastiness too, water and mosquitoes. There's different places that create different conditions. And so it's kind of up to the person, depending upon where they're driving, to make judgments around those recommendations and not just follow them to the letter of the law, right?
Now, Jimmy, you can't fool me. Those mosquitoes in Louisiana are much bigger than the pores in that air filter.
It's a good point. It's well said. It's well said. It's well said. Well, at first, here's the thing though. At first, the sucking is so distinctive that it actually pulls them through. But after a while, they do stop and just hit there and kind of hang out. Yeah, that's a good point.
Oh yeah,
blood-sucking bastards.
Yeah. Well, hey, now they're stopping up that air filter. We went all the way back to the air filter.
All the way back to the air filter. There we go.
Yeah, it's crazy.
There we go. And
no. In that air dryer, once that filter that's in there, gets so far contaminated, it's filtered so much, it's if you've had problems with oil bypassing through those lines, that's going to shorten the life of those. So those filters in the air dryer, need to be changed on a regular basis for sure.
Kevin, we're out of time. I look up.
What?
Unbelievable.
Wow.
I'm telling you, dude. I'm telling you. We got something good cooking here. By the way, Matt Beach of 10-4 Recruiting was on yesterday. He actually recommended, he's right, by the way, that Popeye's fried chicken, their turkeys for Thanksgiving are like knock your lights out. They're so good that he actually faked his way through an entire Thanksgiving meal by convincing people that he had made it. And only his mom was like, no, I've known you too long. You didn't make anything this good. Is there anything you guys are catering for Thanksgiving? Anything you guys are going to kind of slip over the fence?
Just meals, as far as I know.
I understand. Yeah, we it's really funny because I'm really hoping that my Uncle Ken, who is getting too old for this, actually makes some of his sweet potato souffle. It's my favorite Cajun line of all time. I'll give you the recipe, but there ain't no nutritional value in there other than the possibility of maybe some sweet potatoes. But there ain't much left in there. It's all just, he said that's all just sugar and lots of bits of bad nuts. So, man, speaking of good nuts, Kevin Lindsay, Jimmy Mack, this has been Maintenance Matters, your Thanksgiving edition on Kevin's Friday. It's always good to have the man with the plan from TA Petro here to kind of get us a little further down the road. Let me kind of take care of the bureaucracy, as it were, Kevin, and let people know where to go and what to do. They can go, of course, to tapetro.com, ta-petro.com, and find out what all the great services you guys have. Happy Thanksgiving, brother.
You too.
Kevin Lindsay appears every Tuesday here on Road Gang Radio. Thanks for all the birthday wishes. Reads Across America, the real one, as opposed to Courtney and I, Gorgeous George having some fun, is coming up next. Trucking Tributes. Go to truckdown.com as well, guys.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at Radio Nemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
Castrol keeps the heavy-duty market moving, delivering power, protection, and performance mile after mile. Find Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 now at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. These premium oils are built for endurance and trusted by professionals who depend on their rigs every day. You know Castrol from pioneering excellence in automotive and racing. Now discover the same world-class technology designed for heavy-duty applications. Castrol and TA Truck Service keeps you rolling. Stop by your nearest TA Truck Service Center today.
Just one more hour until reinforcements, aka me, arrive to save the day. But until then, keep your eyes on the highway and keep on trucking with Jimmy Mack on Road Gang Radio, y'all.
Welcome to Trucking Tributes. I'm your host for Trucking Tributes, Susan Patton, and today on Trucking Tributes, I am always excited when we get to feature the women in the industry. This woman in particular is really quite a gal, and I'm excited to bring you Sherry Garner Brumbaugh with Garner Trucking out of Ohio. Sherry, welcome to the show today.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. Happy to be here.
We are absolutely thrilled to have you. Also joining the show today is Don Queenie. Now, many of you on Trucking Tributes know Don Queenie, formerly of Hampton Roads, well, still helping with the business, family business, Hampton Roads and Storage, but also a dear friend of Wreaths Across America, our former director of transportation until he decided to retire. But guess what? He's back, and he's joining me on the show today with Sherry, and we're both going to fire off some questions. So, Sherry, let's first open it up for folks on Trucking Tributes. How is it that you came into the trucking industry to begin with?
Well, I'm a second generation trucker. The business Garner Trucking actually first started with one truck. That American dream was my dad. My dad was the truck driver. We had one truck. My mom was the back office. She was the accountant. She was the dispatcher, safety of the team, and she did it all from her kitchen table. The business phone rang into their home, and she dispatched my dad, and he took care of the customers, and he took care of the truck, and one truck turned into two. And over the years, it's just increased to where we are today, which is about 90 trucks. So, here and there, so 65 years that we've been in business. This last year we celebrated.
That is an impressive fleet and an impressive feat to celebrate that many years in the trucking industry, which has been known to be tumultuous at times. But, we're kind of joking off camera. Trucking was not your first fort, if you will. You were actually in education. Tell us a little bit about that, Sherry.
So while in high school, I mowed the lawns, and it's a family business. Everybody pitches in, and it was my summer job. Dad paid me a whole $1.70 an hour. That was minimum wage back in the day, late 70s. I'd mow the lawn and wash trucks, and the career path for washing trucks was wash trucks, and then you could become a grease monkey, which you would grease the fifth wheels and do all the greasing of the truck. And then the next job opportunity after that was a tire man. And then from tire man, you went to a mechanic. That's what happened in our shop. I didn't see myself being a grease monkey or a tire man or a mechanic. That I didn't feel that was the career path that I wanted to take. I wanted to take education. I was in band in high school. I loved being in band and embraced everything music. And so I went off to the Ohio State University and got a degree in music education and taught.
That is wonderful. And if you're wondering out there in Trucking Tributes land, she was a percussionist. You got that, Dave Nemo. We want to thank the folks on Radio Nemo for having us on the show this morning, too, of course. And Dave being quite a percussionist himself, I'm sure that you guys have had many chats along that regard. So, Sherry, coming into the business, I mean, you didn't really choose to, life sort of chose that path for you, so to speak. Can you tell us about that evolution and how it is that you came into Garner Trucking officially?
Yeah, it was one of those. I love teaching. Uh, but it was gruel. It's a hard job. I have a much deep appreciation for teachers. I think they'll have many jewels in their crown. Just as doing the job and working with students, which was the best part of it. But I felt that I wanted the time commitment for being a band director. You didn't get your summers off. That was not band directing, especially high school band directing. And so I took a step back. I wanted to just teach elementary and junior high. Those opportunities weren't a lot in our community. I met the love of my life, who was very connected. Had a really good job here in our hometown, and so I felt that I really wasn't going to go back to Columbus anymore. I embraced being married and having a family, and so the family business, I came back, and it was supposed to be temporary. And my old principal kept calling me, Sherry, there's a band director job. There's a band director job, and I'm like, I kind of like working with my dad. I like being in the family business. I was able to provide some efficiencies I found some reporting that I could, do some cost savings for my dad. And he gave me that project, and he said, hey, you figured that out. How about taking on this? And so I felt that I could contribute, and here I am, 36 years later.
Wow, you've been at the helm for that long. That is just remarkable. And I can only imagine when you began, even though you were brought up in the industry, familiar with trucking, and that it had to have been very intimidating, I would think. Can you think back to those beginning days in the industry where you're starting to literally take charge of the trucking company and what that felt like and the processes that you went through?
Yeah, it was definitely different. I mean, I looked at my mother. I mean, she was a working in the industry when it was really, really rare. She was a spouse, but for many of the small businesses, they were working right alongside. I say today, it was Vern Garner's company. No, it was Vern and Jean. Vern and Jean, and even my dad. I don't have my dad any longer. I do have my 85-year-old mother, a feisty 85-year-old, good Irish woman. She worked right along with him. And when they say, who was the founder of Garner? No, we had founders, and that was Vern and Jean Garner. My parents were very involved in the industry, as many know, on ATA, TCA, OTA, Ohio Trucking Association. And my mom would go along with my dad to many of those meetings. And, you would walk into a room and there wasn't many that carried a purse and wore lipstick. But you just had to know your stuff. And I enjoyed that. And I found my path through the ranks in those associations as well. But many of my best advocates were men. I'd be sitting alongside someone in a committee meeting, and I'll go, I just don't think that's just right. And they poke an elbow to me and they say, speak up. You've got a good idea. Speak up, say it. So I have found that I enjoyed being amongst those peers, challenging, but I enjoyed it.
Yeah, and women, I can say, being a woman, that women can bring a unique perspective to a company, especially one that is more heavily male dominated, to bring up some of the things. And I'm sure that you've been an incredible advocate for women coming into the industry, and the fact that we're seeing more and more professional drivers and CEOs and so forth who are women in the industry. And I'm sure that you've provided great, great direction for them in that regard to things that are different. What do you think maybe is probably one of your maybe single most contributions in that regard, a perspective that you may have brought to either Garner Trucking or the industry as a whole as a woman that might be unique?
Mm-hmm. I think one of those things, maybe as a female, or trying to, these outlets, many outlets embracing and asking that question, they may be planting a seed to young women that maybe this industry is for me. And I don't know anything going into it. I look at my HR department, my marketing, my operations, my accounting. They don't know anything about the industry, and we've taught them. And we've given them a path to have a good income, to have good training experiences, and I teach at our local university. And when I talk about supply chain and I talk about trucking industry, and if you're going in accounting or marketing, take your pinpoint anywhere, outside of the United States, inside of the United States, put a pinpoint. Where do you want to be? Trucking is there, logistics is there, supply chain is there. You can do it. So it's the door that will open, it's the gateway to open a lifelong career and happiness.
I'm just so impressed by you, Sherry, with Garner Transportation Group, and they are out of Ohio. And Sherry has been at the helm for many years now and leading the transportation industry as an industry leader for sure. And really, really impressed with her evolution into the company and the things that she's been doing. You are listening to Trucking Tributes. It's heard on RadioNemo. Thanks to the folks there as well. I'm your host, Susan Patton, and sitting quietly behind is Dawn Queenie. Dawn, I bet you've already got a couple of questions for Sherry.
Well, I do. And I want to say, Sherry, thanks for being with us. And thank you for everything that you do for the industry, as well as our mission. Actually, I'm a proponent of women in trucking in the sense that actually my wife runs our small trucking company today. I stepped back a few years ago so my son could spread his wings, if you will, and do what he wanted to do. And so my wife helps keep him in check and runs our business day to day. And when Susan asked you about your contribution, my wife's contribution came to mind. And I bet you also have that. And that is a sense of compassion for the trials and tribulations of the truck driver and all of your employees, from the grease monkeys you mentioned all the way on, and not having the hard line that some men will have. And as Susan said, she's a woman, she can relate. I'm a man, I can relate. And sometimes the man's point of view is it's my way or the highway. And I believe that, I know that my wife, and I would believe that you too offer that extra sense of compassion and take a look at things that maybe might retain a driver or retain an accountant or retain a good grease monkey, to use your term, that helps your company flourish. And I bet I'm correct on that.
Yeah. People drive this business. We wouldn't have a business if it weren't for our people. So it is important to take care of them. They are the number one proponents. They are the most dedicated. Sometimes you're right. You've got to take care of their families. It's a hard job, especially for our truck driving community, our fleet of drivers, whether it's male or female. It's that the home, somebody has to keep the home fires going.
Yeah.
But I think it's a relationship business, and you have to have compassion for what struggles. It's hard. No, it doesn't have to be this hard. So let's try to enjoy what each other and do what we can be.
Couldn't agree more.
Absolutely. And that's what it's all about, especially on Trucking Tributes, is our professional drivers. And we're here really to talk about Wreaths Across America and our professional drivers. Sherry, thank you for all of that background on your evolution into the leadership role that you have at Garner Trucking. But tell us a little bit more about Garner Trucking. How do you operate? Where do you operate? And then let's talk about how you first learned about Wreaths Across America.
Right. We are located in Northwest Ohio, Findlay, Ohio, about 100 miles south of Detroit, Michigan, about 50 miles south of Toledo. So up in that crook of Northwest Ohio, we service mostly the upper Midwest. We're a truckload carrier. We'd like to stay east of the Mississippi, but there are a few of our customers that will stretch our legs. We have some drivers that like to stretch our legs. Even going up to Maine really isn't in our footprint. But I'll tell Karen Woosterberry, it's so funny because, we have tracking on our trucks, and you'll see a cluster of trucks pretty much around 350-mile radius of Northwest Ohio, which gets us, kind of mid-state New York, Pennsylvania. And during Race Across America time, you'll see our trucks, and you see these two trucks up here in Maine coming down the East Coast, down by New York City and to DC, which is very much out of our footprint. So we kind of get a chuckle out of that. So, but Upper Midwest retail distribution, just trying to stay in that lane.
So while you're in that lane and you're up north, it's almost like tracking Santa on NORAD. I would
It
think
is.
trucks out there. But how did you get in touch with Wreaths Across America?
So we members of Truckload Carriers Association for several years, and watched several of my peers from Ohio and then across the country participating in Wreaths Across America. And I just felt compelled, especially the veteran component. I have several drivers that are veterans. I knew that they would embrace this, and so that we started just doing the Maine to Arlington Cemetery. We did that for 2 years, and for several years, I wanted to bring it back to our community here in Northwest Ohio and our cemeteries, and that's a great story in itself. But really, Truckload Carriers Association wanted to give back to this effort, wanted to be part of my peers. It doesn't happen without trucking. And so to be part of that was important to me.
It absolutely does not. Thank you very much. And it's almost an understatement, Sherry, that Wreaths Across America's mission to remember our fallen, honor those who serve, and teach younger generations the value of freedom absolutely does not happen without the trucking industry. And we always, always, always are in a position of needing trucks, big trucks, small trucks, any trucks that we can get, that we can fill. As our Director of Transportation, Courtney George, is always reminding us, she can't fill a tanker, she can't fill a flatbed, but we've got so many relationships. If you've got the tractor, we may have the trailer, and so on and so forth. So you should never, ever let a concern like that be an obstacle, because the transportation division at Wreaths Across America is absolutely exceptional. And they make, as you said, it's a relationships business, right? As is the Wreaths mission. So they make it possible. If you want to haul and become a member of our honor fleet for Wreaths Across America, we are going to try to find a way to make it happen. Now, you had the Arlington trip, but then you talked about wanting to expand and bringing the mission to your neighborhood. And you've been extremely successful in doing that. And for several years now. You told me about a milestone when we were emailing back and forth. So let's talk about that a little.
Yeah, last year we celebrated 10 years bringing wreaths back to Northwest Ohio, to our hometown cemetery here in Maple Grove. It started with that cemetery, approximately 20. They don't keep great records at some of our cemeteries with our veterans. But it started out with my son and his Eagle Scout project. And the very first, so he went out in the fall prior to ordering wreaths and walked the cemetery, and with a clicker counted as many of the veterans he could from headstones, from either there's some stands that stand beside our headstones that are veterans that depict what branch of the military they served. And he went through and clicked, and it came around to about 2,800 veterans in our cemetery, which was a daunting task to take on. And so he raised the money. He went through all the process of what an Eagle Scout has to do, and we raised enough to put 600 wreaths down that very first year. And he organized all the volunteers. He did all the marketing, and it was a small effort. Today, now there are approximately 3,200 over that course of 10 years. We're up to about 3,000 to 3,200 veterans that are buried in our cemetery, and so we have enough to cover that every year with those efforts. Now, he's gone on to leave the community, but if you're an Eagle Scout, you always want to take on a project that will stay if you leave the community, and it's still here 10 years later. Now 11 years. This year we celebrate 11 years.
Such a great example of teach, too, bringing it back to the younger generation to let them know the value of saying their names and making sure that these people are remembered and honored. And then he can take it on to another community and another community. And so grows the mission of Wreaths Across America. It truly is and has been for the last several years a grassroots mission that people get involved. They fall in love with the mission to remember, honor, and teach. They get that personal experience by going out and participating in a wreath laying ceremony, and they are able to then volunteer and step forward. And anyone can volunteer to become a location coordinator for Wreaths Across America. You need to step up. You need to say, hey, I will do it. You need to contact your local cemetery and get permission, of course, because we are guests at our participating locations. And it does not need to be a national cemetery. It can be a local community cemetery, as Sherry has described. It can be a memorial or a monument. And we've had all of those locations. So in 2025, Sherry, can you imagine? Hard for me to even say the words. We are at over 5,300 participating locations, and that's in addition to Arlington National Cemetery. So the need for trucks absolutely continues. I'm Susan Patton, your host for Trucking Tributes. You are listening to Sherry Garner Brumbaugh. She is the president, CEO, and owner of Garner Transportation Group out of Ohio. They have done the annual escort. Can you believe that's like less than, well, it's about 3 weeks away. Dawn, Queenie, I just got palpitations. Take over here.
I've been on that. Track.
What was your experience, Sherry?
It was great. It was wonderful. It was back 2014. It was the second year that we had participated in Arlington. We hadn't brought wreaths back to Ohio yet. If I could add too, so that one in our community, that one cemetery has now grown to 7 cemeteries in our community. So we're bringing a full truckload of wreaths just back to Northwest, just Hancock County, really, our county. We collaborate with our Veteran Service Center here. They do all of our marketing for us, all of our support in that regard, and kind of bring us together as a community. And we've helped, those of us that have done it year after year, we've helped a new cemetery come on. We brought in 2 new cemeteries this year. So just super excited about, to your point, that the outreach of that it can be. And on the day of laying, it's unbelievable, the people that come in from young to old that can understand and relate to giving thanks and what the meaning of being a veteran, that the freedoms that our veterans fought for.
And Sherry, so many have told us, especially in the trucking industry, but abroad as well, outside of the trucking industry, that you may know of Wreaths Across America, you may have heard of Wreaths Across America, but until you participate in Wreaths Across America, you don't really grasp the depth of the meaning behind the mission to remember, honor, and teach, and how much it means to those families. I am also joined, Sherry and I are joined by Dawn Queenie. Dawn Queenie, no stranger at all to the trucking industry, in fact, or to Wreaths Across America. And Dawn will be taking over the job of Trucking Tributes, which excites me to no end. And I'm very excited about that because I will be stepping away in retirement in December after the wreath escort. And so Dawn is going to be doing the shows moving forward. Dawn, I know that you got another question.
Well, I want to say you may be excited, but I'm petrified. So we'll start with that. And keep in mind, I'm not the only ones. Let's make sure that, your role is requiring a couple of people to cover what you did for Trucking Tribute. So keep that in mind. And we're gonna be very we're going to miss you, and I'm going to be leaning on you for some advice from time to time. But Sherry, I know that escort to Arlington is quite the moving experience. And by the way, anytime I can interject the word moving, I do so because my family and I own a almost 37-year-old moving and storage business. So I interject the word moving anytime I can. There, I just did it again. But anyway, Sherry, the other side of the coin, when I was director of transportation, was trying to get the experience for the driver, the actual person behind the wheel, picking the wreaths up, transporting them, and or delivering them. And we wanted to be sure that we never missed the opportunity, because in some cases we knew that the driver that actually was there picking the wreaths up may not be the one making the delivery, or who knows what. There's various different ways that various companies will handle that. And you did mention that you use your veteran drivers whenever you can. I was curious to know if anybody has ever come back to you and talked about the experience loading, whether it was a terrible fiasco or whether it was a beautiful thing, and how you were treated, because it's important to us to make sure that that first mile is important, because we could really lose a carrier, we could lose a driver's enthusiasm if that's not a good experience. Can you speak to that at all?
Yeah, it's a whole lot better than it was 10 years ago. And I think too, the investment that has gone into, the preparing, staging the loads, getting the drivers in and out, that has improved tenfold. Any driver, and here's the true test. And of course, the museum, how they take care of the drivers, it pales in the comparison to my driver lounge. I mean, it just, I can't even, and I have a nice driver's lounge, but and the drivers that have gone on this, they're like, we have a nice driver's lounge, but man, those Reach Across America people, they know how to do it, So, but if it was a fiasco, if it was such a terrible experience, I wouldn't have drivers ask to go back. So on occasion, we always try to send our driver of the year up to do the main back to Finley.
That's one of the ways you do it. Yeah.
Or a veteran, or especially we try to get a veteran to do the main to Arlington National Cemetery to experience that, and then the driver, reception dinner that they do the night before is just, over the top, and they just come, our drivers, unfortunately, our driving workforce aren't, they aren't treated the best out on the road. They really aren't. They, back in the 50s and 60s, they were the knights of the road, right? And during COVID, they were deemed essential, and boy, that just lifted their spirit. Now we're right back to, it's not a glam job. So anytime that we can make the job easier for them, and you certainly have made it much better up there.
Well, that's good to hear, because we have invested, in infrastructure and in time, and we have a host of volunteers now that handhold the drivers as they come in and make sure that they have what they need and what have you. And I will tell you, when I was director of transportation, I'm sure you've got a couple of recruiters in your office there, and I had gotten a call my last year. I did it for 4 years. My last year, things had been moving along, and I bet I had about a call a month from a recruiter that some of them might have been a little perturbed, saying to me, "What in the world is this Reach Across America?" And I'm like, "Uh-oh, what's the matter, buddy? What happened? What's wrong?" And he would say, "Well, I just had the third driver this month walk out of my office and say that if he couldn't haul for Reach Across America this year, he wasn't signing his sign-up papers. He wasn't going to come over." And I'm like, "Oh, then we must be doing something right." So, so when guys and gals that are actually, taking the time to haul the wreaths and doing the work and protecting that load are wanting to do it, that was our goal. So it must be working for you, and it's working for others. So that's good news.
That's marvelous to hear. And we do work off that feedback to the best of our ability. We try to improve every year and make things comfortable. And the one thing that gives Don Queenie and myself and the rest of the team at Wreaths Across America absolute goosebumps is when we hear professional drivers say they treated us like kings and queens. And by golly, now we know we're absolutely doing something right. And, to us, they are kings and queens, because the mission would never move forward. And it keeps moving forward. That's our slogan for this year. Keep moving forward. And it does, because of the transportation industry. Don Queenie, the one thing that you're going to be the most terrified about doing trucking tributes is the fact that the half hour goes just like that. Yeah. And so we are at the end of our time with Sherry Garner Brumbaugh with Garner Transportation out of Ohio. Sherry, just our deepest, deepest gratitude and thanks for you and your carrier company and your employees for supporting the mission to remember, honor, and teach with not only the annual Wreath Escort to Arlington, but bringing the mission back to your community in Ohio. That is extra special. Thank you so much for joining us today on Trucking Tributes.
Thank you for including me, and I look forward. This is the highlight. I can, after National Lane Wreath Day, I always feel now I can have Christmas with my family.
Right. You can settle in and settle down as it is for a little while. Again,
I pray for good weather.
Yes, please. All the way up and down the east.
All the way up and down.
And over toward Ohio as well. Pray for good weather. That's the mantra. Thank you again.
Thank you so much.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org. Back to Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack, Lindsay Lawler.
Give me a minute, y'all. I'm coming.
And you, because if you're listening, you're in the gang. Take it away, founding member Phone Master Dre.
That I can do, and you are in the gang, because this is Road Gang Radio yet again from good old Fastport Studios with your host, Jimmy Mack.
Thank you, Phone Master. Of course, as always, on this particular day, we take care of maintenance, both of what is under the hood and what is under your chest. A little bit of maintenance matters, and now highway to health. Let me tell you about Joe Primo. Oof. He is an international speaker, an author, and a commentator. He has served on numerous boards. He's a graduate of the Yale Divinity School, and he's the author of What Do We Tell the Children? Talking to Kids About Death and Dying, a former hospice chaplain and the former CEO of Good Grief, a children's bereavement organization serving New Jersey and Metro NYC. His TED Talk, by the way, if you haven't seen it, well, maybe you should probably check that out. Grief is Good provides a new model for living with loss. Joe has appeared on CNN, the New York Times, NPR, the Chicago Tribune, The Hill, Fox, and elsewhere. In other words, he's the CEO of Grateful Living, a global community at the forefront of gratitude and joy. They've been at that gig since 1969, the moment I actually entered this world, and he's a leading voice on building resilience in the face of adversity. And this time of year, I couldn't think of a better person to welcome to our show other than by telling you guys to go to grateful.org. Joe Primo joins us this morning. Welcome, and I'm grateful that you are here.
Joe Primo!
Hey, Jimmy. Good to meet you. So glad to be with y'all.
I am incredibly pleased to have you here because gratitude is not joy. Gratitude is not deliriously happy. Gratitude is a place of reflection followed by realization. Can you kind of talk about its health benefits, what it can do for us, not just in regards to our daily presence, but how we treat ourselves in that present?
Yeah. It's a great question, and I think people don't realize that there are enormous health benefits to living gratefully. I think, Jimmy, there are two points here to make, and I'll unpack them for you for a little bit. So the first is that gratitude changes the neural pathways in our brains, which is pretty amazing because it changes how we see and respond to the world around us, and of course that matters because our thoughts affect our health. And then the second piece is that these positive changes to our neural pathways lead to tons of health benefits because the mind-body-spirit connection associated with our vagus nerve which I think your listeners will appreciate because the vagus nerve is the superhighway from the base of your brain all the way to your gut, and it includes like tons of on and off ramps to all of your vital organs. And the neural pathway piece of this, the real neuroscience, is quite fascinating. There's this neuroscientist, Dr. Josh Brown. He performed MFRIs on a whole bunch of people who were motivated by gratitude and not guilt and obligation when completing a task. You know, it's the holiday season. Perhaps some of our motivations are guilt and obligation right now, but how might things be different if we're motivated by gratitude? Well, Dr. Brown saw in the MFRI that there was greater neural sensitivity in the medial prefrontal cortex of the brain. And while I don't know exactly where that is in your noggin, it's kind of in the front, I think. But more importantly, it's where our learning and decision making occur. So gratitude changes how we see and respond to the world. There's another doctor too, out of University of Oregon. Her name is Christina Carnes. She also used the MRIs with slightly different findings, right? So she saw that the changes to our neural pathways in the brain increase our enjoyment of giving to others. So when we practice being grateful in our lives, we actually become more charitable to others. Another way of saying that is when we practice gratitude, that makes us good, kind people and not jerks. And then on the vagus nerve benefit of this, you know, like the health benefits of it, again, this is the super highway from the bottom of our brain all the way to our gut. And it reinforces this idea that I think as humans we've known for a long time, that there's real mind, body, and spirit connection. And if we practice being grateful, we're going to see tons of health benefits. And in real tangible ways, I'll just list off a few. The first is going to decrease stress. It's going to improve mental health. It's going to decrease blood pressure. And as a result, it's going to improve cardiovascular health. And lastly, it's going to decrease depression. Of course, how we experience these benefits depends on how we choose to show up to our lives and navigate both the good stuff and the ugly. And I really appreciated, Jimmy, how you said this isn't about toxic positivity, and that's right. Life is too hard for us to try to sugarcoat it. So gratitude is actually not an attitude. It is a practice. It is a muscle that we need to train. Silver lining life and trying to clean up all of the suffering that we experience, well, that's not going to get us very far because that's not real. And what we're talking about here in both the neuroscience and how do you practice it, ultimately it's a way of being. It's not something that you can just turn on and off when it's convenient. If we're serious about experiencing the benefits, both the health benefits, the spiritual benefits, and the mental health benefits, then living gratefully has to be the way that we walk through the world. I think you could say, Jimmy, that the science of gratitude says that gratitude is the asphalt on our superhighway to good health. Did you like that metaphor?
I very much so. I like the way that I like the way that rolls. It rolls very, very nicely. It takes us to all kinds of wonderful possibilities as well. I wanted to ask you a specific example because and I feel positive about what I'm going to tell you. I don't know if it falls under the category of gratitude, and I wanted to use my question as a way of opening up to kind of show us what is gratitude and what is not gratitude, because there's some things that aren't gratitude that are wonderful. And there's some things that are not gratitude, as you pointed out. Toxic positivity is not gratitude. Always looking on the bright side of life isn't always what people think it is. So my father is elderly. He's 83 years old. He has undergone kind of a great health transformation in the last couple of years, which has allowed him to get out more. Unlike the rest of my siblings, don't have children, which means my schedule, while incredibly busy, makes for a little more room to maneuver since I've been back in New Orleans setting up these studios over here. And it gives me a little more time with him. And when my siblings take him grocery shopping, it's not that they don't want him to enjoy himself. It's just that they have a schedule and a life and children to kind of get back to. I have a little more time to play with. So we go grocery shopping together, and he's just having the time of his life because he loves a grocery store. He knows everybody, shakes hands, likes seeing everybody. And at one point, he just stopped and he looked at me and he said, I'm so grateful for all my children. I'm grateful for you as well. But he said, I'm just really happy on this particular day that there is no sense of a clock, that I can just be here as long as I like, and really thankful for that. And Joe, I looked at him and I said, Dad, there is a ledger. If we're playing that game, and I know you don't, there's a ledger that is so filled, I could do this every day for the rest of my life, and I never square it. And we had this moment in the middle of this really busy Saturday grocery store where it's like, okay, we got to move on. Guy, things are happening here that nobody's comfortable with. But I'm kind of asking what he experienced in that moment of reflection, and then what I had in thinking when he said that to me, being vulnerable to me. Are those both examples of gratitude? Do they fall into that category? And if not that, can you kind of give us a really kind of hefty definition of gratitude in its essence?
I love it. Thank you for sharing that story, Jimmy. I think that is a beautiful example of what gratitude is, right? It wasn't just a thank you. Hey, son, thanks so much for taking me to the store and, not hustling me through it like your annoying brother does all the time and it constrains my diet. I think true gratitude is reflective. The research and the science also says that how we experience some of these benefits is when there is a reflective component to it. And it's when we go deeper. It's not just a shallow thank you. It's here's what this means to me. Here's why you matter. Here's why our relationship matters. And so that, to me, is a really exquisite example of moving beyond a cheap or superficial sort of, hey, thanks, like this is just polite, this is what we do. But it's saying, here's why this moment matters to me. So it is so much about being in the moment. And I think you alluded this to in a way, but gratitude in many ways has been cheapened by the self-care industrial complex, right? So I so appreciate any of your listeners who've led a tough, painful, or challenging, you could say like, hey, I'd like a refund type of life, right? And their response might be a bit dismissive or skeptical about the whole gratitude thing. That's really fair because of how gratitude has been talked about over the past 10 or so plus years since it's been commercialized. But there's this really great dude. He's also a researcher, Dr. Joel Wong. Had a conversation with him about a year ago, and he has an acronym that a lot of people really like when I share it. So I want to share it with your crowd. And it's CBAD, CBAD, and it stands for could have been a disaster. So for folks who might tilt a little pessimistic or have some sort of negativity bias when looking at the world, which honestly, turn on the news, why wouldn't you? I think CBAD is a great reminder that we can look back and remember past worries, experiences, anxieties, and fears about an event, like whatever it might have been, and then recall the ways and the people who helped get us on the other side. So, CBAD could have been a disaster, but you're still standing. So I really like to speak to our pessimists in the crowd because this is really important for them too. But you asked me to define gratitude, and I think that there's not necessarily a clear-cut definition, but there's a perspective that I think really matters, that the richness of gratitude is not actually a list of all the things that you're happy to receive in life. Of course, all those things matter, but life, again, is filled with so much hardship and suffering. But if we want to be transformed by gratitude, if we want to form these new neural pathways that I was talking about, and if we want to show up differently to life as a result, well, we can't do that by staying exactly the way we were or the way we are. We have to evolve. And so I think it is a moment-to-moment experience, like you were naming with your dad in the grocery store. It's like really tuning in. It's really appreciating. And this what I like to think of as a true deep gratitude, it ultimately boils down to an awareness that we exist in an interdependent web of relationships, that we rely on one another, right? Your dad was saying that he relies on you, and you acknowledge that you had a laundry list of reliances on him too. And so I think that means that when we have this type of awareness, it changes how we show up for each other. It changes how we see each other and how we respond to and care for each other. And this is a practice that can exist in our every single day life as we're building this gratitude muscle. You just said you were at the grocery store. Right? What were you doing? You were getting food. Well, I guess, Jimmy, you and I have a thing in common. Neither of us are farmers. Like, we can't feed ourselves. We rely on other people, including those people who transport our food to us. So I think, like, mighty thank you to our listeners, right? Like, there's this whole interconnected web that every aspect of our lives is codependent. And that's going to remain true no matter how individualistic this society continues to become. Like, we're an ecosystem of dependence, and that is not a bad thing. That is a really beautiful, wonderful thing. We need each other, and we all matter. Like, that is a fact. And when we can express that to each other, like that beautiful example of you and your dad, that's where the magic happens. That's how we begin to show up to our days and to our lives a bit differently.
I wanted to ask this as a kind of a secondary thing. Often we will kind of be in a flow state, something really kind of, magical happens. People are working well, they're finding their purpose and all that kind of stuff. And we won't be aware of it. And at some point, we'll catch ourselves in a moment and realize that something is happening. Is it possible when it comes to gratitude to experience it unintentionally or unconsciously and then become aware of its reality and say to ourselves, this right here, that I have emotions? I'll give you a dumb example. You literally get caught in the rain. It's cold. It's just been a disaster. And you finally get inside of a house someplace and it's warm and somebody gives you a cup of soup and you're sitting there and you're just so thankful in that moment. It goes back to your could have been worse. Can you be in the middle of that and go, wait a minute, what I'm feeling right now is the emotional component of gratitude, and that I need to be aware of it in order to maximize what it can do in regards to helping me move forward through dark clouds, in this case, literally like rain. I don't ask that expecting you to say yes. I don't know. Can you be unconsciously grateful and then become conscious of experiencing it?
Oh, I think 100%. I think it's a great example, Jimmy. I think that's how we live a lot of our lives. It's when we are aware and we tune in, it's easier to recognize these codependencies that I'm talking about. It's easier to be like, oh, I have clean water, and that is such a gift. I got gas in the tank and money in the bank as we're going down the highway, right? Better yet, air in the tires, right? Yeah. So there are ways in which it's obvious and we can tune our attention in. But I think oftentimes if we're living into the moment and living into our lives, and we're just tuning into ourselves and the feelings that are coming up for us. And I don't mean this in a woo-woo way. I mean this in a real straightforward, be your authentic self. How are you feeling right now? How are you navigating this moment? What does it mean to have this bowl of soup in front of you and to have your bones warmed when you're cold and you're damp and you're cranky and slightly homicidal, but ooh, that little, I'm thinking like a white bean Tuscan soup just soothes the soul. Right?
My producer just broke into a big smile. White bean Tuscan soup.
He also must be Italian.
Fantastic.
Yes. And when we appreciate that moment, that increases our gratefulness. And I'm sorry, is that not what life is about? To have these experiences and these moments in which we can just say, damn, it's good to be here. It's good to be alive. And especially to arrive at that metaphorical soup after a hard, long day.
Did you remember that book? It was short and it was just full of, one paragraph per page. And it was like, the book of awesome. And one of them said that moment when you accidentally fall asleep on the couch and it's a little chilly and somebody who loves you just drapes a blanket over you. And and each paragraph ends with the words awesome. And there really is a sense, it's almost like these micro moments that nonetheless feel awesome in the literal definition of the word, where it's kind of like everything that is wonderful about being alive hits us in the singularity of that Tuscan soup or that blanket or that dad who turns to you and says that thing. I mean, that's kind of it, isn't it? Kind of.
That is the substance, right? And I mean, you, Jimmy, you shared my my bio earlier. I spent 20 years with the dying and grieving kids, right? Like I watched many hard goodbyes, unexpected goodbyes that never were able to happen because, death comes like a thief in the night, and quite literally, and people having to completely reorient to how they're going to move forward and live. And, folks, we have to remember our mortality. It is a great teacher and reminder to keep us grounded, to cherish what we love, to cherish the people. And ultimately, in a society that keeps us so distracted with technology and fear and so much nonsense, when we filter all that BS out and get down to the heart of it, what we see is that life is a gift. And if living gratefully for that gift is our orientation to life, we're not going to overcome all the challenges and hurdles that come at us, but we are going to be able to navigate them in a way that aligns with our values, that strengthens our relationships, that help make us healthier and more resilient. But we do have to live our life in sort of this paradoxical state where on one hand, we should live it like our last, and I think we should also live it like our first, because when we have that sort of mindset, that's when we don't miss those really precious moments. Again, like the one you shared with your dad, Jimmy, or the example of the soup or the blanket. Like that's, as somebody who has witnessed so much death, that is at the heart of what it means to be alive, those very precious moments.
We talked about the dark cloud, by the way, and it almost feels like on the dark cloud that gratitude actually exists on the other side of it. It doesn't exist in front of it. It doesn't exist by turning away from it. It actually exists, and sometimes actually inside the cloud itself, and the could have been worse kind of situation. But a lot of people who, when they're in that cloud, they're like, what the hell do I have to be grateful for? That even if this soup tastes great, you have no idea what is swirling around. You have no idea, Joe. You have no idea. And by the way, Joe's got a pretty good idea, having been where he's been. But tell us how we break through, I have nothing to be grateful for. How do we break through that? Because that's a spiral. That's a doom scroll right there.
Yeah. And, it's, I think some of us, there's a temperament piece to this, right? Some of us might tilt a little more pessimistic, or we may, and our culture so reinforces a negativity bias, right? I think if we look around what is going on in the world, in our country, so much of it's fueled by fear, but it's a negativity bias. And it's really important to name that and say, hey, wait a sec, is this how I want to live the life that I'm living? And how do I break that habit that I'm getting into when I'm just like getting swept up in that discourse, that narrative, that group think, no matter, where you are, in any sense, religiously, politically, whatever, and whatever's going on in your little community. I would think, I think, Jimmy, my challenge to folks like that would be like, hey, think bigger. Just you need your telescope on the situation is too hyper-focused. Like you're using a microscope where you should be using a telescope, rather. You're alive. That is an incredible gift. And I'd like to challenge people to ask themselves, what are you going to miss when it's over? And quite frankly, if you don't have an answer to that, then it's time for therapeutic intervention, right? Because there's too much beauty and fun and again, as an Italian, too much damn good food to not miss anything when you think about your life ending. And if you can't, there's more going on there. And you need a therapeutic companion to help you navigate other stuff going on. But for those folks not in that situation, go bigger. And again, of course, life is full of suffering and it's hard. But that's also why practicing gratefulness really matters in our day-to-day life, because it prepares us. Again, this idea of it being a muscle to train, it prepares us to navigate the hard stuff with an openness and an open heart, and to help us recognize, even though not everything is working all the time or working well, that maybe there are still a few things that are working in life during a grueling time. So I like, Jimmy, your cloud analogy. Like, sometimes we're just in the throes of it. And I think you're right. For many of us, and for myself, I tend to do better with a hindsight perspective on gratitude. Sometimes it's really hard for me not to misuse my imagination and fuel anxiety. So it's probably true for a lot of other people. But when you're in the moment, and again, this is what makes it a practice, right? You don't learn the piano by just downloading an app and just, tickling a few ivies and hope it's all going to work out and you're playing show tunes by the time your friends show up tonight. It takes a lot of work and a lot of time. And so we've got to practice gratefulness. And one way we break through that dark cloud is with this really simple practice that we teach here at Grateful Living. It's called Stop, Look, Go. And it's so simple that you might dismiss it, but it's actually incredibly transformative. So if you have a negative thought, if you're feeling anxious or fearful, or, not the negative stuff, the good stuff, like, oh, you almost hit a deer on the highway, but you didn't, you missed it, and you didn't take anybody else out as you were, like, dodging the thing. Or you see a beautiful vista, like some gorgeous mountain in the distance, or you're going through the prairies, like whatever that is, just stop. And of course, for your listeners, I don't mean literally, that would be bad. But pause into the moment and just acknowledge it, right? Again, just like your dad did in that grocery store, Jimmy. And then the next step is to look. So take a moment to absorb that moment. Use your senses. Like, they're rich ways for engaging your sight and smell and taste and touch and listening. So just tune into your body and just look around for the simple things. Again, I mentioned earlier, maybe it's clean water, or it's electricity, or it's gas in the tank and money in the bank, a decent friend, a kind helper, whatever it is, just name it. And so when we do this second step of looking after we've paused, what we're doing is we're becoming seekers. We're becoming seekers of what's good in our life, what's sustaining us. We're acknowledging this interconnected web that we are fully enmeshed in. And then the last step here is to go. So what we mean by that is, like, seize the moment, enjoy it if it's beautiful and wonderful, allow it to change your perspective and to shift your thoughts. Not like necessarily, oh, now you've got to be positive, but to just change your perspective. Like, yeah, this is really hard, but there's also this other thing here, because the beauty of life is it is never, ever black and white. It is seldom one thing or the other. So again, going back to my former work, when I was with dying patients, when I was with kids who have lost a parent or a sibling, there was a lot of grief, a lot of pain, but there was also a tremendous amount of joy. And that is the gift that life gives us, that it's never just one thing all the time. If we are looking and seeking what is good, we will identify, even if it's a short recognition, and we return to that state. We go, we seize that moment, we enjoy it, we catch our breath, and ultimately, what are we doing? We're forming a new neural pathway.
I hate to do this. I am so grateful for you. And if you guys head over to grateful.org, you will find a lot of the stuff that Joe has already talked about and much, much more. I can't thank you enough for making the time. And I actually, in this moment, am grateful that you actually could make time for us at this very busy time of the year. Joe Primo has joined us, and we are so thrilled to have had you here. Really quickly, one quick holiday plan, something really quick before Dre starts playing that music and runs me off the stage.
Hey.
I'm just going to be with my people. I'm going to eat a lot of food. And now that I mentioned that white bean Tuscan soup, that could happen. I think I planted a seed for myself. And Jimmy, such a joy to be with you. Thanks for your questions. Thanks for this time. And thanks to all those people who were bringing me all of my Amazon goods and my food and all that wonderful stuff down I-95. Grateful for each of you.
By the way, enjoy the Feast of the Seven Fishes if you get a chance, my friend, okay?
Amen.
Thank you. Joe Primo, you can find everything about him at grateful.org, but so much more than that as well, too. We are grateful for him this holiday season. We will be back. Look busy, because Lawler is coming.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Road Gang Radio. We've talked about making a living. Now let's get a life. It's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler with the best stories, the ultimate road trip, the concert of a lifetime, and a home when you're not at home.
Story of the show.
The wheels have come off, but we're still rolling.
Oh, yeah. By the way, it is the holiday season, which means people are on the road doing road-like things. But it also means that Lindsay Lawler, the ambassador herself from Nashville and the Franklin area, is not to be missed, even when she's out on the road. Good morning to you, Lindsay.
Good morning, good morning. Happy birthday to you.
Yeah.
Happy birthday to you.
Me.
Happy birthday, dear Jimmy Mac Attack. Happy birthday to you. Live from Forced Family Fun in the mountains. More on that in a moment, and how my dad was right on top of things in his typical fashion, Jim. But more on that after we talk about the birth of you, because without the birth of you, there would be no you and me. So happy birthday. I'm glad you're alive. Thank you for your service.
Thank you very much. It was a hard effort to get out, but now I'm here in the world and things are happening. Didn't say good, didn't say bad. I simply said things are happening. I like to think the world is a more eventful place because I'm in it. Full stop. That's it.
A hard effort to get out. I mean, not so much on you as KK had to it. Mainly KK, obviously. The push out was the real deal.
Yeah, that was the heavy lifting right there. That was the real deal.
How big were you?
How
big were you?
I
Do
was,
you know?
I was a tiny behind. I was blue heart baby. I was a blue heart baby.
Oh.
It was crazy. The first night was absolutely touch and go. My dad actually told me he prayed in the waiting room like there was no tomorrow. Touch and go. Came through the other side. Yes, ma'am. Came through the other side. Absolutely.
Okay. I got to tell you something, and this may sound strange. I'm very happy to hear that. Okay. Let me preface why. I'm happy to hear it was a touch and go tough birth, because I can say that now because we're on the other side. Because every time that happens to somebody, I think it means you're destined for greatness. It's like you fought the good fight in the beginning. You were supposed to be here. So now that we're on the other side of that, I can say I'm happy to hear that. Does that make sense?
It makes perfect sense. It feels like, I'm here for a reason. It's that moment you have when you realize I'm supposed to be here. I think I'm supposed to be here. That kind of great moment when you kind of look back at the events that, you rumble, bumble, and stumble through a life that is a mess and joyful and all the other stuff. But at some point, it does make you say, I think I'm supposed to be here. That's just a thought. That's just a thought. Lindsay, can we take a phone call really quickly? Because I think somebody just wants to drop in and say hey, and then you and I go back to chatting. We can prep you up for what's happening over there. Rebecca Brewster.
Well, quick phone call with the greatness that is Rebecca. That people want to get in. People want to get in on the action that is the birth of you. So let's do it.
Let's bring them on in. Rebecca, good morning to you.
Morning, Jimmy Mac. Good morning, Jimmy Mac. I just wanted to call in and say happy birthday. I don't have a voice like Lindsay, so I won't even attempt to sing happy birthday to you, but just wanted you to know your Attree friends were thinking of you, and we know you were meant to be here, and we know you were destined for great things, and this is evidence of it. So enjoy your day, and happy Thanksgiving to you and Lindsay and everybody there. So you all enjoy, and I'll cut out now, and thanks for letting me pop in.
Thank you, Rebecca, so much. And by the way, Lindsay, I'm going to make you very happy right now. Go ahead and do it. Emily just walked in. Emily just walked in. You schemer and you dreamer.
Jimmy, go get the door. Who is that? Normally it's really annoying when someone knocks on your birthday, or knocks while you're on the air, rather, but we decided to discount it today. I thought, what would make Jimmy happy on his birthday? He likes coffee. He likes sweets. And I know the perfect person to make those dreams come true this morning.
Oh, my God. Well, we're going to cue that perfect person up here in a second. Oh, my God. What a nice surprise. What a nice surprise. The nice surprise. Guess who is sitting across from me now with headsets on and a microphone? That is hot, Lindsay.
Hot, like the coffee that she brought and the cookie cake in hand. We wanted you to have some sweets for your sweet, and it doesn't help that she's pretty attractive to deliver it. So,
I got to tell you,
everything's working out.
If you're going to bring the sweet stuff, having a big beaming face doing it at the same time, that just makes you happy and is all full of beauty. That's the truth right there. Good morning, Emily.
Good morning. I don't know what to say after that.
Here, I'll tell you what to say real quick. How about a shout out to you're the best baker in all of New Orleans, and perhaps the whole country. So tell them, where are your goods from? Where can they find you, Emily?
At theschoolbakery.com. Thank you so much. That is very sweet of you to say.
Hey guys, really head over to theschoolbakery.com. If you're listening now, give it a look. It's one of the most joyful things that's ever been concocted. They literally bring the goodies to the school. People, parents, teachers, organizations will often send. It's cupcakes, right? I mean, it's cupcakes and cookies and cakes and all kinds of treats, right? That's what you guys do.
We do, and your box contains a cookie cake.
Oh my God. I'm so excited about the cookie cake that's coming. I'm so excited. I can't wait. Oh my God, Lindsay, it's beautiful. It is absolutely beautiful.
Oh, that's a cake.
I mean, that's a cake right there, man. We're going to get a picture, guys.
Here, for your birthday, for every birthday order, gets one of these fun mood color-changing pencils that says, Happy Birthday from the School Bakery. And it changes color when it's in your hand.
I'm gonna hold on to it like this and do this kind of thing going on and see what I can actually make happen.
Show the excitement.
By the way, Lindsay, I know that where are you right now, Lindsay? Because you got all kinds of great people spreading the word to you. Bruce Almighty, Trucker Bosun are telling you good morning. Everybody's kind of jumping in the chat. Where are you at right now?
Well, I'm somewhere in Sevierville. We literally we had some forced family fun with my parents and my sister and her whole family and my family. And listen, we went to Dollywood yesterday with my 81-year-old father. And Jim, you've met him. You know that there was nothing pleasant about it. One of the happiest places on earth. He manages to ruin. God bless him if he's listening right now. You know I'm kidding, and also not. But it's the kickoff for Thanksgiving. So it's been hard finding service. So I'm at the bottom of the mountain somewhere in Sevierville, Pigeon Forge area. It's raining. I fell running to get on air. I slipped and fell and probably broke my tailbone and shoulder. But I am here because it's the birthday and happy. And one more thing before we cut into that country and western music news, I want to tell you what's really cool about Emily Van Landing Hands, the schoolbakery.com, everything. But what they do, she speaks to like every child's needs. And having a child that's in first grade, we can't even bring treats to the school anymore because these days, obviously, kids have so many different allergies and different needs, and she caters to that. That's her whole thing, is that she will make sure there is something for every child in that room so that no child feels left out. I've seen Freya's birthday this week. I saw a little girl feel so left out because she had to bring her own. I don't even know what her mom sent with her. It looked like cat food because she couldn't eat the treats everyone else was having. So God bless you, Emily, for making sure no child feels unseen and also making sure Jimmy Mack feels seen on his birthday and helping me to pull that off. I love you. Thank you.
Oh, I love you too. Anytime, I'll be there.
No cupcake left behind. I mean, that's the absolute truth. By the way, I'm trying to convince Emily. She's actually already been convinced to actually bring a little sweets and treats for our Christmas Eve extravaganza, which means you should just come down here and enjoy it with us. Bring the family down for Christmas. Don't do that.
Christmas in New Orleans. Christmas in New Orleans is really a wonderful
It really
time.
is. It's kind of amazing, dude. I mean, I'm telling you. I'm telling you. I'm going to say this, and Emily's going to agree with me before we actually hit all that other kind of groovy music. Emily, how do you think Freya would react to walking through the Roosevelt Hotel at Christmas?
I think she'd probably cry of happiness.
And
all the little lights and the trees.
And do you know that my best man at my wedding, his wife plays Mrs. Claus every year at the Roosevelt Hotel?
Aww.
Freya would hate that, though. I don't know why we're bringing this up. She wouldn't like any of that.
Yeah, all right. Maybe 1 year.
Today is the ribbon cutting at the Ritz, I think at 11 for their holiday display.
That's cool. All kinds of
and
stuff
last
going
night
on.
was the Windsor Court,
I got to tell you, all kinds of great stuff. I'm just saying. Lindsay, as always, Lindsay manages to deliver the goods for the birthday and gets the best person in the world to do the delivery and the cooking as well. So, hey, Emily, how are you?
Hi, thank you. Happy birthday.
Thank you very much. By the way, stick around, listen to what Lindsay and I are going to do right here, and then we'll get you the hell out of here on the break, okay? Lindsay, are you ready to cue Mr. Phone Master Dre himself up for what happens next?
Cue it up, baby. Let's go.
Well, hey, y'all. Welcome to the Ho-Ho. What did you call me? Welcome to the Ho-Down, because it's time for country and western news with your Music City mistress, the honky-tonk queen herself, Lindsay Lawler.
There she is. Oh, yeah, there she is. That's what I'm talking about. Lindsay Lawler, deliverer of cookies and cakes and treats and pies, and friend Emily. Hey.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much, boys. It's so hard to be the one that just keeps it all together around here, but here I am.
Short and sweet.
And if you believe that, I got some oceanfront property for you in Arizona. Well, welcome back to your country and western news, because, boys, on this show we celebrate both kinds.
Both kinds.
On this show we celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
On this show we celebrate Chris Stapleton. I know you know what I mean.
Oh yeah.
Tim, did you get to see him perform on the CMAs?
I did. I got so deep into that. I got to see Steve Martin perform in the CMAs. Of course, I saw Chris Stapleton. Oh my God. I mean, the dude's the dude.
An effortless genius. So here's the deal, Jim. Here's a story that reminds us why Chris Stapleton. He's not just a great musician. He's one of those artists, Jim, that he still carries the weight of, like, where he came from, if you know what I mean. You know what I mean?
I do.
Carry that weight of where you came from. I know you know what I mean. So about a week ago, he showed up unannounced at this tiny venue back home in Kentucky to play a pop-up set honoring, how cool is this, honoring local coal miners. You don't hear about this very much anymore, that kind of thing. If I'm being honest, sometimes I forget that's still a thing, that people are still coal mining. But they are.
They are.
And there were no cameras. There was no production. He didn't put a press release out about it. He didn't say, look at me, look at me. He was just a guy with a guitar standing in the community who helped shape him. And he did it to raise money, Jim, for families affected by a recent mine closure. And honestly, it's that kind of thing that makes you stop and think, about how far someone can rise but still stay rooted. There's a real balance to that. You know what I mean?
It's almost impossible, but it can be done. I said almost, and Chris Stapleton is proof that all you have to do is focus on being the artist you are and look outside yourself rather than navel gaze, and you can get there. He's a great example of it. The dude's the truth. He's the truth. Let's just say it. Chris Stapleton is the truth.
Is.
Yeah.
He is. And it's that idea of going back to a place that, like, that built you, like, not because you owe them a show or anything, because that, you know, you carry them. Like, he's the reason people back in the coal mine in Kentucky think it sort of gives that hope of maybe I could be something more one day, or I can continue to be who I am and know that people will keep showing up for me as well. So there's a balance. There's a balance of it. And I have thoughts about artists who don't forget their hometowns and what it means to stay connected to your origin story. Jim, we love an origin story.
It's the only story worth telling. It's the only story worth telling.
It's why country music is at its best. Like, it's like community service with the song, with the side of music. So Jim set the scene. If Chris Stapleton shows up unannounced for coal miners who have just had one of their biggest, their bread and butter, their moneymaker shut down, Chris Staples showing up, what that does for a community.
Well, I mean, what it does for a community essentially is it reminds them that people are actually following what is going on there too, is the sense that people often feel when they are left alone and isolated and abandoned. They often feel that the larger world doesn't know about them. And it's kind of like, those moments where people show up and they see them. It's literally telling an entire community that you have friends, and you have friends who actually have clout. You have friends who actually have voice, and are basically telling you, we're going to give you voice. I mean, that's what it comes down to. Have you ever felt? I hate to say it. It's a ridiculous comparison. Remember the end of Up? That little boy standing on the stage by himself, getting his merit badge and all that, and then his dad isn't there. And of course, I'll stand with you. Is there anything more moving when you feel alone and somebody you never expected shows up? That's living in the high country, straight up.
Don't get me started on the movie Up. I cried just thinking about it.
We're wrecking Emily, by the way. Emily's wrecked.
I am already crying, by the way.
I know you are, Emily. That's why you're the sweetest person around. Well, here's another one. In the spirit of Thanksgiving, giving thanks, giving back. Another good old boy, Garth Brooks, showed up with a free Nashville concert last week for first responders. So in true Garth Brooks fashion, which is to say, of course, the man who wakes up in the morning and decides to bless us with his presence and bless his people, he announced a surprise free Nashville concert as part of this new initiative that is supporting first responders. So, of course, only Garth can say the words free show, and half of the city suddenly needs to sit down and
shut down
and breathe into a paper bag. Well, yeah, shut down and hyperventilate also at the same time. So it wasn't just a concert. It's Garth being Garth. He's tying it into this broader effort that's going to support firefighters, EMTs, and the people who run towards chaos while the rest of us back up slowly. Someone should call 911, that kind of thing. And it's not like Nashville 911, the most terrible show to ever come out of Nashville, and that's saying a lot. But I love this story because it's both like classic Garth and also very Nashville right now. The city is really built on people who carry a lot on their backs, the artists that acknowledge that. So very similar to Jim, I'm going to say, when you guys went through Katrina, Nashville had the same thing when they had the flood. Our flood was terrible, not nearly as terrible, of course, as Katrina. But
it was bad, dude. It was bad. I mean, here's the thing, Lindsay. Bad is bad. I mean, as bad as what we went through, what people in Nashville went through, dude, once the water goes above 3 feet and sits, it is a terrible scene. So we were there for those people, man. I believe that. Oh, absolutely. Thank you for the qualification, but it was bad. It was bad, my sister. So sorry, go on.
Well, it was, but it's, Jim, and you can speak on this, especially New Orleans being a music town, Nashville being a music town. Garth is doing this. He even put, as we've talked about before on this show, right there in downtown Nashville, where so many people, it's become such a train wreck of drunken bachelorette parties, and it can be a bad scene. It's dangerous. And Garth, on his own dime, has added next to his bar, Friends in Low Places, a spot for first responders for the men and women of the police force and fire and EMTs, for them to have sort of a landing spot when they're down there on Broadway. Because for a while what happened was they were having to sort of drive up and down Broadway or stand and walk along the sidewalks amidst the chaos of drunkenness, and people would mess with them. People would get drunk and poke the bear, so to speak, that is the people there to help them out. And so Garth said that's not okay. He built a spot that could be a place for them to land, sort of their own fire station, where they could have some coffee and some pastries or whatever. Maybe we need to get Emily down there sending them some food, where they can have a place to rest while they wait to take care of when emergencies happen, big or small. But that being said, both New Orleans and Nashville, both music towns, we see what we're really made of in times of tragedy, in times of chaos. You hate that it has to come to that, but New Orleans knows that, Nashville knows that, obviously New York knows it, so many other towns. When your town is sort of built on chaos and entertainment and taking care of all the tourists that come in and day out every year, we see what we're made of when it's that time to take care of ourselves for once, if that makes sense.
No, it makes perfect sense, and Emily will back me up here. The only reason why the French Quarter works on a regular basis is because the 8th District Police Station is 1 block over on Royal Street. It's got just enough quiet and just enough place to go to. Without that building, without that place that those men and women can go, a matter of fact, because of its location, probably saved, probably up to 20, 30, 40 lives during the thing that happened over New Year's, if they hadn't been located where they were located. And I think that's why it's so important what Garth Brooks is doing. And I can say this, by the way, anybody who's been involved in law enforcement, knowing that there's a clean, well-lighted place that you could go in the middle of chaos that you have to supervise makes a big difference. Of all the things that he's ever done, he's done some great things. If the city of Nashville isn't grateful over the next couple of years for the safety and security that location and that station will provide, well, there's no pleasing them. It's as simple as that. Simple as that. There you go.
Simple as that. Full stop. Well, speaking of simple as that, somebody who is not simple at all but manages to make us think she is with us, the queen herself, Jim. Dolly Parton has done it again. You're not shocked. Good Lord.
Basically you're going to tell me that at some point you're going to tell me Dolly is crossing a bridge with 3 babies in her arms and a whole group of orphans following behind her to safety while she teaches them to read and inoculates them all. But go on.
Yeah, while being almost 80 and also losing her husband this year. Throw that in the mix, okay?
Oh, my God.
So I'm going to tell you what Dolly has just done, another something great. But to preface, we went to Dollywood yesterday, and we picked the busiest week of the entire year to do that. We thought, oh, no, it'll be there on the Monday before Thanksgiving. I don't know how I got to be so dumb in my old age, Jim, but
you hung out with me too long. I've worn your brain out.
I guess so. I don't have any more room to think clearly, I guess. It was chaotic. We did go to a show. We forced my parents into a show at one point later in the day because they were cold and tired and had gone on no rides but just followed us around the whole time. So we sat down for Heidi Parton's Christmas extravaganza, which is not Dolly Parton but Heidi's niece, the daughter of her brother Randy. It was a silly show, but it was still fun and lovely. And my dad, of course, the whole time was giggling it up. But it was a nice moment at the very end. Dolly comes on this huge screen and does a duet, a virtual reality, so to speak, duet with her niece. So you kind of felt like Dolly was there. You feel like Dolly is there in all of Dolly World.
I feel like Dolly's everywhere.
Dolly's everywhere. I've got to have my Lindsay dumb moment here.
Lindsay's dumb moment of the day, number 1. Sorry.
Thank you very much. While going up a roller coaster, like the very beginning, I turned around and looked. There was this big sort of mountain that says Dollywood on it. And for the first time, Jim, I realized, oh, Dollywood is a spoof on Hollywood. I did not realize that. I was yesterday years old when I realized that.
I'm going to let that kind of sit there because, remember, I'm the same guy that wasn't until his 30s he realized that the numbers on the exit signs were actually the mile markers. But go ahead. It's fine.
I know. Bless us all. Well, on top of it, Dolly Parton has once again decided to out-kindness entire humanity. This past week, she dropped a new holiday track, because of course she did, and she announced a December push to support children's hospitals across the country. And what I love about this story, it's so Dolly, of course, joyful art tied to actual impact. So she doesn't separate the two. She gives you something to dance to and then turns around and funds a new wing in a children's hospital. This is legacy. This is what it means to have the power that Dolly does and still use it for good. There's so many people, Jim, right now who put out, as I'm saying this, you'll get what I mean by this. A lot of artists, first of all, if you're going to put out a Christmas single or in particular a Christmas album, you have to plan that a year in advance. That's not like in December you say, I'm going to cut some Christmas songs and put it out. There's a lot of planning that goes into putting out a Christmas album. And Jim, I don't know why artists think that I'm going to put out Christmas music and that's for them. It makes them feel good. Why would every artist not, especially the caliber that is Dolly Parton, not have something charitable attached to it? It is so easy to do. You put the music out, a portion of it goes to something good. Why not everybody is doing that, I can't understand. But Dolly's done it. You can go search her new Christmas single, and proceeds go to funding a new wing of a children's hospital. Come on, Jim.
Well, the issue I'm starting to have with Dolly is that it's become such a regular occurrence. It's kind of like, the thing is, I've always said something stops being news when it happens on a regular basis. Like nobody shows up on the news and goes, hey, you know that Emily actually brought cookies and little treats to kids all across New Orleans. It's not news. It's what she does. And it's becoming that way with Dolly, where it's like the news day becomes is Dolly didn't do anything for anybody. That would be news. It's getting so regular and so reoccurring that it's like staggering. Emily's got something to say.
Yeah.
You ready? Emily's got something to say.
Please.
I cannot believe you just said my name in the same sentence with Dolly Parton in correlation to doing good in the world.
Well, there you go. That's what we do here.
There you go.
Both kinds, all kinds. Country and Western music news with Lindsay Lawler. Go on.
That's what we do. Both kinds, all kinds. Well, this final story before we get to On This Day in Country and Western Music History. Jim, speaking of releasing new music and not doing good for people, Morgan Wallen, that guy.
Go on.
Well, he's teasing a new song about his son. Maybe this will be something good in here. We'll see. Morgan Wallen, he posted a clip of a brand new song this week. It is a vulnerable thing. The most vulnerable thing he's shared in a while. The track is about fatherhood, the messy kind. This kid changed my life and made me grow up, whether I was ready to or not. Blah blah blah, that kind of thing. It's a stripped down, raw. It's a little unfinished. Maybe that's why people are getting excited about it. This is a great conversation starter, however, because Jim, it does open up all the things you and I talk about with the evolution and growth of a person, and the gap between that public persona and the private person, and how kids have a way to pull the truth out of you whether you want to or not. So now I do feel like as much as we rip on Morgan Wallen, he is a dad now. There's a conversation here about men in country music tapping into an emotional honesty instead of just writing songs about trucks and revenge. So I am curious to see if this changes the chair throwing, cop hating, vulgar man that is Morgan Wallen. Maybe he will grow up through the release of a song about his kid, Jim.
Maybe this has been the strategy all along, that great PR machine where we make him into the worst person in the world, and then all of a sudden like, oh no, wait, great dad, redeemed. He needs to get out there, though, today and get some shots of him, because today is National Play with Dad Day. It falls on November 25th. It's the day that fathers are supposed to take their kids and their sons and their daughters and go have a fun day. I'm doing that. My dad's he got me a gift certificate to Barnes & Noble and some coffee. And he said, the only thing I ask is that you do it with me. So we got ourselves a play date. There you go. Dad and Jim.
There you go.
Don, Jim. There you go. Maybe Morgan Wallen comes through and turns out to be a good dad. Oh, sorry.
Well, that I think even Morgan Wallen having a kid is part of the PR mechanism.
It's all part of the PR mechanism. It's all part of the PR mechanism. Don't worry.
It may not even be his.
He's going to save a baby
Might
next
not
week.
even be
You watch. Saving a baby next week.
We'll see. Well, finally, on this day in country and Western music history, Jim, I thought this one was inappropriately appropriate for the day of your birth, the day that Jimmy Mack was born, on November 25th. Back in 2003 on November 25th, Jim, Glenn Campbell was arrested in Phoenix, Arizona with a blood alcohol level of .20 after his BMW struck a Toyota Camry. I don't normally like to do salacious, but something about this was funny to me. He was not drinking and driving, but he was charged with extreme drunk driving, hit and run, and assaulting a police officer. A police officer, however, reported that while in custody, Glenn Campbell kept them all entertained by performing his hit, Rhinestone Cowboy. And it just made the whole damn thing a little lighter, Jim. So happy birthday to you. Hope you're humming Rhinestone Cowboy on this day of your birth. That's your country and Western music news here on Road Gang Radio, because on this show we celebrate both kinds.
Both kinds.
On this show, we celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
On this show, we celebrate Jimmy Mac's birth.
You listen to me, lady. I'm a lineman for the county. You can't talk to me like that. I'm Jimmy Mac.
Like a
lineman for the county. We'll be right back with Wade Jennings.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in-shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Are you ready for a hearty Thanksgiving meal without the hassle of cooking? Step inside Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers, where we're serving up your holiday favorites. For just $16.99, you can choose an entree from smothered turkey, chicken parmesan, and country fried steak. Each entree includes your choice of beverage and dessert. So come in on Thanksgiving Day for a festive celebration that'll leave you stuffed and satisfied. Here's to a happy holiday season.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
We're going where you want to go so you can be where you need to be. It's Road Gang Radio with Lindsay, Lawler, and Jimmy Mack on RadioNemo.com.
He, by the way, is more than just a member of an iconic name. Country singer-songwriter Wade Jennings first emerged in 2012 as another naturally gifted singer from that tribe. He's got large boots to fill, but he's a recording artist and singer for Dirt Rock Empire. After a booming baritone voice as big as Texas, he has found himself with a few expectations to live up to. He has established his own musical legacy as one of the few remaining torch-bearing country traditionalists out there. Wade can instantly take his fans back to a time and a sound his grandfather Waylon and grandmother Jessie gave birth to in the 1970s, even with his own songs. He's got 3 studio recorded EP releases under his belt: 2020's Gypsy Soul, 2022 If It Wasn't for the Sinning, and 2023's Just Before the Dawn. By the way, Jekyll and Hyde is out as well. It came out in 2024. And guys, great songwriter. Harkens back to something earlier, something a little bit more primal, something got a little bit more edge to it. It's our absolute pleasure, Lindsay and I, to welcome Wade Jennings to the show. Good morning to you, sir. I don't have any complaints. I got Lindsay Lawler, who is my regular co-host and was actually on vacation and actually has jumped into the show because she never misses one. She's over right on the edge of Pigeon Forge. So say good morning, Lindsay.
Good morning. And Wade, I got to tell you, this is cool as a national songwriter myself, listening to your music and especially listening to it. I'm in the Smoky Mountains right now, so I listened to it on the drive up here. I'll be listening to the drive home. You just scream like most authentic country as possible, and I want to kick off and ask you, because the majority of our audience are over the road truck drivers. And you do, to me, something really cool in your music, and I don't know if this is conscious or not, but you're able to play to play to the people and be as much Waylon as you are Way. Like, you're able to, like, you hear notes of it, but you are not stepping into your grandfather's shoes saying, I'm just going to pick up where he left off. This is so authentically you, but just with like a little tip of the hat to Waylon. So how consciously are you kind of towing the line? Are you just putting out what comes out that is you?
That's it. That's all I'm doing is putting out me. That's it. I love what I do, man. I really do.
Well, so what would you say then on that tip, to knowing that we have a lot of truck drivers out there who also obviously love your grandpa, but I know they're going to love this record and this music of yours as well. How does your music in your mind speak to those men and women out on the road? Because like I said, your record got me down the road, took up, an hour and a half off my drive. It's driving music because it's for the hardworking American, and also what they do when they're not working, So how does your music speak to the truck driving community in your mind?
Well, I think it had a lot to do with me growing up with a family full of truck drivers. My mama's side of the family, both her brothers are truckers. My stepdaddy was a trucker, and I used to ride shotgun with him quite a bit. And I remember what kind of music we like to listen to going down the road. We always like to listen to different kinds of music, and that's why I put out all kinds of different kinds of music. Is because sometimes you want to get where you're going, and sometimes you just want to get lost in a good old sad song. So, I like to put out driving country, but I also like to keep my own love for music open, too, because I love them old sappy songs, I always have and I always will. But, I know what I like, and I know what I'm able to do, and I know that, in order for me as an artist to be the best artist I can be, I have to be 100% authentic. And for me to try to do anything other than what's in my heart and soul wouldn't be that. So that's what I try to do.
I wanted to kind of jump in here because I'm actually, it became, like I said, I knew a little of you, and then over the course of the time, knowing you were coming, I got a chance to dig in. You and I have a couple of things in common in regards to knowing what it's like to see darkness before actually dawn kind of comes around, and I just kept thinking about that song, Just Before the Dawn. And to kind of bring this up in your own kind of spiritual journey, your own kind of emotional journey back towards light, it's not something you're afraid of kind of digging into. You've used both where you were to write songs when you were there. And what I found the most interesting thing, while I found, of course, you moving out of that compelling, I was really kind of interested that you already had begun to see it while you were writing songs, even when you were there, that you had a sense of, I've got to change this. And it was actually percolating in songs before you actually arrived at that place. Can you talk a little bit about the idea of working through stuff while you're working it out on stage and while you're working out the songs and the lyrics, if that makes sense, Wayne?
Yeah, I mean, it's, the music business is, a lot of people look at it like it's just songs, but it's really a journey, It's like, where you want to be, you're not there yet. You got two choices. You can either sit down or stand up, and what I wanted to do with my life was, and I didn't realize I wanted to do this with my life, I wanted to find a purpose of some kind, because for the longest time, I was just spinning my wheels and just, I got into the music business for the wrong reasons. I wanted to party, and I wanted to be able to, and that's just the end of it. But, the Lord showed me a way during the midst of it, and I'm thankful for that every day. He woke me up. He sent people that surrounded me, that loved me and cared for me. And, they sat me down and told me, you can't keep doing this to yourself. We're not going to watch you kill yourself no more. And, it happened to be a woman that I realized really quick that I couldn't live without. And my manager, who's like a mother to me, And, I said, okay. I went to rehab. And the funny thing about that is, I walked in this rehab and they gave me two choices. They said, you can either take a spiritual path or you can take a regular rehab path. And, I grew up always wrestling with God. My mama had a Bible open in our house on a shelf my entire life. And I'm sitting here staring at a Bible open on a shelf in my house because of that. And, whenever I was young, I was reading it for the right reasons. And then I got a little older. And I started reading it, trying to prove it wrong, because, at that point I'd already started doing drugs and drinking, smoking cigarettes, skipping school and all that crazy stuff. And I just kept reading it and trying to prove it wrong. And, and if you can't prove it as wrong as high as I was getting, you can't do it. You know what I mean? Because you just can't. And I realized throughout the years that, that journey was laid out for me. It was laid out in a way that I needed to figure this out on my own. Because that's what I believe God wants for us. He don't want to just say, here's the answers. He wants us to seek him out. He wants us to seek out the answers on our own. And that's what I was given the ability to do. And while I was doing that, I was writing songs based on where I was at in my journey. You know what I mean? Gypsy Soul was where I was at before I found any kind of light in my life. And that's a song about just running around being an idiot, you know? But just before the dawn, it was more of a, I just now figured something out, not it out, but something out, you know what I mean? And I started heading in the right direction. After that, we put out Sleeves. We put out, we put out a whole album, Jekyll and Hyde. And I wanted to, kind of start that album out in the darkness and run it clean into the light. And that's what I did. I started it out in the darkness, and the last song on the album is Hallelujah, which is a song that brought all my kids home and really tightened the knot in my family quite a bit, because we were able to sing that song on stage together. And it's given us a reason, to be around. And, it was a good icebreaker in the relationships between me and my children. And, this new album we got coming out is where I'm at today. I'm more of a happy father and husband and a man of faith. And, I still like to have a good time, and laugh and joke around and put out songs that are kind of rocking, but I also like to dive deep into the things that's meant the most to me in my life and the experiences I've had. So that's where that's how I do my songwriting, is I surround myself with like-minded people, and we accomplish a goal that I've set for myself, and what kind of music I'm really trying to put out to the world today. And that's where I'm at,
Lindsay?
I think that, Way, I just think it's so great. Thankful for you being open about your battle with addiction and faith and family and how all those things and music have carried you through. And I hate to speak for my co-host here, but as a guy as well he is sober 30 years and certainly has good family and friends who have carried him through, or he's seen who are the good ones who are still there on the other side of it. I think these conversations are really important, and I'm always curious to people as writing songs myself in Nashville for so many years. I'm over my partying days as well, and but it's certainly changed my songwriting, not necessarily for good or bad, but it's more so not even the content so much as the presence I have, and I'm able to be sitting writing a song, or by the way, even remember the songs I've written. So there's that. So I'm curious to you how sobriety how it informs your songwriting now, and what you're able to tap into that you weren't able to tap into prior.
Well, I think before I was more of a surface songwriter. You know what I mean? I would come up with words, I'd lay them down, and it'd be about, partying or running around or just doing something. Like, there was some deep songs there, don't get me wrong, but it was more surface. And it was like, I poured my heart out on a page, the words rhymed, that's the end. It's good,
Yeah.
But now that I'm sober and I'm trying to revisit these moments and write new songs about these things, I find that, going in and fine-tuning your feelings and your thoughts and searching them again for yourself, because when you're on drugs and you're drinking all the time, you're on those drugs and drinking to numb yourself from the pain you felt from the experiences you're writing about. When you get sober, the first thing you got to do is face your fears and take that pain in and experience it. Because if you don't, you're still just running from the pain, and you're leaving yourself open to go right back into the same addictions you had. Best thing you can do is face your fears, sober as a judge, and figure out exactly how you feel about the situation, and sit down and write and work it out. Where it would take you maybe 30 minutes to write a song, maybe it'll take you 30 days to write a song, because you're going that deep with it. It's like, it's what do you want to be? What do you want to be remembered as? What do you want to be known for? And do you want what you're known for to be a surface level writer, or somebody who's just, this is the way I felt at that moment, here, get it away from me kind of writer? Or this is something I've lived with for some time, and I've really thought it out. I've put in the work to realize exactly how I feel about it. And this is what I've come up with as far as my art that I'm giving to you to, consume now, And it's like, that's the way how I feel about those certain things. But when you're sitting down and write with other people, it may take a couple hours to write a good song. because you got somebody else to bounce it off of. You don't have to take your time and sit there and soak it in. You're having a conversation while you're writing instead of having this long thought out process when you're writing by yourself. You know what I mean? So there's a few different ways we've gone about it. You know what I mean? There's a few different ways on how to write a song, in my opinion, you know. And I feel like as long as it's authentic, true, and it comes from your heart, and it comes from, you know, maybe a brainstorm of hearts, you know, then it's really good, usually, you know.
Way, I wanted to also tell you, because I think I can speak to this a little bit as well. I always feel like that when you're in the throes of whatever is troubling you, when you're trying to hold off and trying to avoid truth, anything good you write it simply bubbles up to the surface. Meaning it's something that's so down there and so awful that it has to make its way up to the surface. Once you get to a place where you actually have faced your demons, you can then dive deep to go get that stuff. And that's the difference. You made that point about writing on the surface. Every once in a blue moon, something makes its way up there because it just can't be held down. But what happens is when you get clean, and I mean this with everything, I don't just mean from drugs or booze or anything else. When you get honest with yourself, you're able to go down into that darkness and pull stuff back up to the surface in a way that you couldn't before. Is that the same kind of thing you're really getting at here?
That's exactly what I'm getting at, yeah. I mean, yeah, of course you're going to find stuff on the surface, and of course you're going to have some gifts from God that just write themselves right off the bat. But I'm talking about me personally and my writing experience. The thing about it is I was hurting for a lot of years, you know, and I was trying really hard to cover that hurt up, you know what I mean? So when I was writing a song, I would spend a lot of time with it because it hurt that much, you know what I mean? So the best thing to do is to get over that hurt, is what I'm trying to say, and use that as a tool in your writing process. You know what I mean? Instead of not wanting to write about something because it hurts too much to think about it, you know, swim in it a little bit, you know? You know what I mean? I'm not saying that you can't write a song. You can't write on a song from the surface because, of course, you're going to have gifts from God. There are songs that just write themselves, you know what I mean, right off the bat. But what I wanted to do was not be afraid of myself anymore. I wanted to be able to face anything in my life and do it sober. You know, I mean, that's kind of what kept me sober. I've been sober now going on 6 years.
Congratulations.
And it's because, you know, I went into the depths. I went into the bars where people were drinking and drugging. And I was in there and I was playing music. And I was able to drink water and leave, you know, and I put myself in situations that tempt me on purpose so that I can beat that situation. You know what I mean? And,
wow.
You know, that's been my process, you know.
That shift, I appreciate that. Jim is great about that. He doesn't, he says his biggest compliment is when people he's been friends with for several years all of a sudden realize he's been in the bar without a drink in his hand. And you're not being the quote unquote downer. I think that's what shifts the narrative and helps people realize they can be whatever they are, because it's the kind of peer pressure behind the drink. And you think, I know at least in Nashville, it feels like, oh, I got to drink. It's the one industry where they sort of encourage you to drink on the job, and that becomes a really tricky thing. So by changing that one step at a time, one person at a time, I think that's a beautiful thing. So congratulations to you, and thank you for being present through it and going through it. And I just want to say real quick, I host another show called We Should Write.
Get him on.
About the healing
Get him
power
on.
of writing. And I would love for you to come on and dive deep about the healing power of writing with me sometime if you would be able. I'm asking you on the air, so you can't say no, by the way.
Well, then I just won't say nothing. No, he's playing. No, I'd love to. I really would.
That would be awesome. I'd love it. Well, okay, I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you, since it's obviously Thanksgiving week. I'd love to know from you what's the Thanksgiving. I love Thanksgiving. It's my favorite holiday because it just means like sitting around a fire with music and food and family, and it's sweatpants, and it's chill amidst the chaos. It's chill. But I would love to know from you, what was Thanksgiving for you like growing up? Was your grandpa around? Was family around? Were friends? What was Thanksgiving like then? And also, how do you guys celebrate it now in the beautiful, healthy place that you are in life now?
Well, Thanksgiving's on my dad's side, we're always really cool, man. We had them in my grandfather's house. We'd all get together and have a huge meal and play games and stuff like that. It was always like also with Easter, we do like this egg hunt kind of thing at Easter. It's like there was always some kind of an activity to go along with the holidays growing up. But on my mom's side, we wake up in the morning and it was just like a house full of different smells. It was like, what are all these yums? So we get up and we look through the kitchen of what's going on. And my mom was cooking, really kind of molded me into what I like today as far as food. And I got married up here in Pennsylvania, and I moved from the south to the north. And my wife cooked Thanksgiving dinner, and I was like, "Where's the cornbread stuffing?" Because I was like, "Where's that? How come nobody's got no cornbread stuffing up here?" So we got together and realized that they don't do cornbread stuffing up north. So we looked up all the recipes we could find for cornbread stuffing. We tried a few of them, and they just wasn't right. And then we found one that just came out perfect. You know, I mean, it was like, yep, that's my mama's stuffing right there. So we've used Thanksgiving to really kind of unite our marriage in a way. It's like, not just Thanksgiving, but cooking in general, but it was Thanksgiving that started it. You know, I mean, we took everything she learned from her father, the things that I've learned from my mother, and the things that she's learned from our families, you know what I mean, and kind of made it our own. And now our entire family is always at our house for Thanksgiving. So we're starting baking today, all the like pumpkin rolls and cookies and stuff like that. And then tomorrow morning we'll get up and we'll start cooking the stuffing and the turkey and the cranberry relish, and I got all kinds of different people in my family bringing different sides, and we just use it to get together and, you know, kind of, you know, spark our lives as far as cooking, because cooking really saved everything that we've got as a family, because that's what we do together. We cook. And, you know, Thanksgiving gives us the perfect time to be able to do that.
Way, I want to ask you to say it again one more time. Did you say, "What's all this yum"? Is that how you put it?
Yeah, what's all this yum? Yeah.
I got to tell you, man, I don't know anything about songwriting, guys, but if somebody doesn't write a song that's entitled "What's All This Yum," I feel like something's been lost in the world, dude. Because in one sentence, you just captured what it's like to wake up in my mom's house right before my mom does the Halloween party way, and I swear to God, you wake up and you would think that somebody unleashed a fall fiesta of smells in the house, and you just come racing down the stairs looking for pumpkin pie and you know. And beef brisket and all kinds of other stuff. I know what's all this yum, Lindsay. Who, God Almighty, do I know what's all this yum? Good. All right, let me ask you something.
You also know don't.
Go ahead,
Jim. You also know don't yuck my yum.
Don't yuck
that's
my
really
yum.
A great one around.
Yeah, don't yuck my yum.
Yeah, that's what my wife says. Don't yuck my yum. That's my wife says that.
I wanted to ask you, by the way, in regards to, because you got so many possibilities. One of the things about walking into the light is that you're able to see everything that is possible. Is there anything that you are looking to do as an artist, as a creator, where you'd like? I'd like to take a shot at doing that, and it doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't have to just be music. Is there anything you want to take a crack at in the future in all the imaginative stuff that you're cooking up along with food with your family?
You know, I just want to put out music to change the direction of things. You know what I mean? I want people to love each other. That's it. You know what I mean? I just want people to love each other and realize that other people love them, you know? But I also want to put out music that just makes people laugh too, you know? And that's what I'm probably going to do on this next album. I'm just going to make it a completely 100% fun album. You know them albums that like Toby Keith used to put out that was just like a bunch of funny songs?
Yeah.
Like that. Like, because I feel like people need to have a good time and laugh right now. You know, everybody's just a little bit too serious. While I also believe everybody needs to come to Jesus meeting, I also believe everybody needs to laugh a little more. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So
it can't be too serious all the time. You know what I mean?
We have to be someplace between heaven and mirth. I think people forget that a lot of the time, you know? It's just like that.
I feel like you're right, man.
Yeah. That laughter is often a good route to the kingdom of heaven. I can't believe that the good JC didn't walk the earth. I mean, I'm sure that he actually was able to make the people around him from time to time laugh. And there are a couple of his stories that probably made people laugh in that sort of knowing way as well, too. I'm sorry, Lindsay. I know you got some stuff. Go ahead and fire away at Way.
No, you're right. I'm with you on the balance of it all. I've actually been personally inspired just listening to you myself, Way, because I get in my head about like, okay, if this is how I am in the world now, then I have to write like that. But it's like I still have memories of you can still write about the fun times.
You mean being an idiot?
As fun as I ever was. I'm still as fun as I ever was. Yeah. So it's fun. But I think it's just great when you get to a place and. I mean, Way, I was just baptized a few weeks ago, and that has given me, it energetically cleared. Thank you. Thanks, friend. It just cleared a lot of space. I mean, I've always been a believer, but I just needed personally that sort of energetic reset to just clear some space and have my own kind of proclamation of what's next. So I'm as well as our listeners, I know everybody's very inspired hearing this from you, and thank you, Jesus, that with all you've done and all you've seen and who your family is and where you come from, that you are as good of a man as you are today. And I know that's by the grace of God, as you say. So, but speaking of being out on the road, you're touring. You've got the album that came out last year with new music coming again. Let's talk a quick few lightning round road things, because we want to know what your go-to snacks and road drinks are, because our truckers are always looking for inspiration of what to eat and drink on the road. So how do you keep yourself sustained on the road, my friend?
Well, I like to find a good steakhouse whenever I can. You know what I mean? So I eat a lot of meat. You know what I mean? If it ain't a steakhouse, I like wraps over burgers because, you know, the less carbs, the better. I like to eat healthy, but I don't like to just go right into the rice cakes. You know what I mean? I like to eat. I like to eat a balance between healthy and tasty. You know what I mean? If it tastes good, it's good. And as long as it's something healthy and tastes good, and you can have some ice cream every once in a while, you know. But me, I like to eat what I can burn off, and I like flavor, you know what I mean, and sustenance. I like to know that in my opinion, the more fruit you eat and the fresher you eat, the more energy you have. You know what I mean? I don't like food that bogs me down because I'm always busy. So I eat wraps more than I eat like burgers and with bread. You know what I mean? I stay away from sugar as much as possible. I drink a lot of water, and you know, like beef jerky. I eat a lot of beef jerky. I try to stay away from processed food as much as possible, but even though that's not really possible, because usually when you get off stage, you got like Waffle House and Taco Bell. Pick one. So yeah, that's one thing I'd like to do is be able to start a chain restaurant that's got good food, that serves really good food, that's open late enough at night that musicians can eat. You know what I mean? Because we get kind of thrown under the bus when it comes to getting food, dinner at night on work nights, because as soon as we get done, kitchen's closed. Usually about 30 minutes before we get done, the kitchen's closed. I never understood that. But we need to open up something to where musicians can eat. And that's all there is to it.
Listen, Way, I got to tell you real quick. Just if you're in the market to actually open it, might I suggest that it's called Show Me the Way, W-H-E-Y. You can use that. I won't even take a percentage.
All right. Sounds good.
Way.
Yeah. A friend of mine says I should call it the Way Station.
That's pretty good, too. That's pretty good, too.
There you go.
Listen, we're going to run out of time here really quickly, so we wanted both of us to take a moment to wish you the happiest of Thanksgivings, to congratulate you on your journey, not just to artistic success, but to life success. And if there's anything else you want to leave our listeners with before you shuffle off this radio coil, please do so now, my friend.
Well, I just want to tell you, have a happy Thanksgiving and a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, and enjoy your time with your families. Love one another. Be sure to show a little praise to God, because He's the reason we're here doing this. And just try to help somebody this holiday season. You see somebody that's down and out a little bit, lift them up, feed them something. Have some good times, man. And enjoy your family, because we don't get to see them as much as we should. And when we do see them, we should spend our time loving each other and not fighting too much.
Wade Jennings, by the way, can be found at WadeJennings.com, on the Instagram at Wade Jennings, at Facebook at W.A. Jennings, of course, Wade Jennings on the X, formerly known as Twitter, and on the Tube of You at Wade Jennings. Thank you, Wade. Best of days. Go ahead, Lindsay. Tell him goodbye.
Oh, happy Thanksgiving, Way. I will be stalking you to be on We Should Write. You have made our day and our audience as well, so best to you, my friend. We're thankful for you.
Thank you so much. I'm thankful for y'all, too. God bless you.
Thank you, sir.
You too, buddy.
Lindsay, you going to take your leave of us? You're going to hang around?
I'm gonna let you take this next author because I'm about to be in and out of the foothills. But I got to tell you, Jimmy, speaking of things I'm thankful for, I'm so thankful you were born. Thank you for being on this earth. We are rumbling and bumbling and stumbling through the world, but we do it a little better because you're in it.
What a nice thing to say. What lovely eyes you have.
Is that a fat joke?
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcasts. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath,
means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple
act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
It's a trucking, transportation, and lifestyle show like none other.
Man, you call this a life?
Road Gang Radio is back for another half hour of the best transpo show in the known universe.
We come in peace. Well, actually, we're falling to pieces.
Let's see if we can achieve liftoff, Phone Master Dre.
That we can. We don't have Lindsay to help with the liftoff, but we got Jimmy Mack and me as well. Good to be here.
Good to be here as well. Big thanks to Lindsay, by the way, for sending Emily Landingham over with that wonderful chocolate chip cookie cake that they sent me for my birthday. Big thanks to many of you all as well for honoring my request in lieu of presents or any sort of anything else to make sure that you actually donated a wreath or two to the Wreaths Across America cause. I've got that link up on my Facebook page for those of you who follow me there. Thank you so much.
Well, Chowder gave me a little shout out and said that he got 5 wreaths.
He got 5 wreaths, by the way. He bought 5 wreaths, by the way. And a big thanks to Steve, once again, coming up with a big donation just to the overall cause. Don't forget, all that money actually goes to promoting us on all of our platforms. We do not put that money in our pockets. Big thanks to Steve and everybody out there from Trucker Boastin' and Dave Nemo and everybody else who has jumped in the chat to wish us a happy birthday. My wife did this on purpose, by the way. This particular scheduling coup, Kathy Reich's Evil Bones, what we're talking about today. Kathy's been on the show before. You can find her at kathyreichs.com. You can find her on the X, formerly Twitter, at the same place and on the gram of Insta. If you go into Facebook, it's the name with the word books at the end of it. Evil Bones, a Temperance Brennan novel. Kathy, I've been reading these things for a long time, and I've always, as a writer myself, I always kind of go back, and I'm always in this game that I play, where I say to myself, can they in fact keep me going even though I know these people? Because hanging out with people I like for so many hundred pages is always a great exercise. But can she scare the hell out of me? Can she make me squirm? Can she actually have me crawling up the walls? You did it again. Straight up, you did it again. You did it again. Tempe is just, and by the way, Tempe and my wife have something very big in common. Not that I'm in favor of hurting animals, but good God Almighty, I told Claire, I'm like, I'm not sure you want to read this one because, ooh, this is something else. Hey, Kathy, good morning. Welcome back.
Good morning. Thank you for inviting me back.
Let's kind of talk about this 24th installment. I mean, with with Temperance Brennan at the center of it all. Talk about the idea of why not only do we not get tired of reading them, you don't get tired of writing them.
Well, that's the challenge. I have to keep it fresh. I have to do something new in each book. I have to keep the characters evolving and the relationships between the characters evolving, and then I have to bring in new characters in each of the books. So, yeah, that's a challenge. I know what you're saying because I have some favorite authors that I'm well into their series, 5, 6, 7, 8 books, and some of them do keep me engaged and some don't.
Yeah, and it's kind of an interesting thing is when I have these people that I kind of gravitate towards, there's some people where I can, some people, they miss the mark sometimes. Other people, the mystery doesn't really hook me, but I'm like, I don't mind spending time with this group of people again. Love them to death. Love the banner. Love the interpersonal relationships. This one, by the way, this particular book, really, I mean, you go gruesome here. I mean, look, you're dealing with forensics, so it often goes really gruesome here. But this is something that really offends the sensibilities. There's something about this in regards to, you do something else in this book, and please tell me if I got this right. You withhold enough crucial stuff. You've done it on other occasions, but you withhold enough stuff. I don't mean evidence. I mean you don't tell the reader exactly what they're looking at, which leaves a lot of room for the imagination to go incredibly gruesome. And it just had me squirming from the get-go. Is that fair?
Well, I think I think that's fair. And I think that can be more effective. It's like a cutaway in a horror movie, rather than showing it, you lead the main character right up to it and then cut away. That can be more scary, or the person in their mind can create something much more graphic than you would ever want to put down on the page.
And the thing that's so neat about this book it's of course murder mystery. There's the whodunit thing and all that there, but we're actually also watching something from a forensic standpoint. We're watching somebody graduate. We're watching somebody who is deliberately going through the exercise of warming up, because everybody talks about the idea that one of the key signals of anybody who's going to become a serial killer or a murderer is that they're inclined to torture animals. Is a good place to kind of get their chops in. And I mean that both ways. And in some ways, we're actually kind of playing our way through the idea of, we are literally the clues. The crime is being kind of spelled out so that the animals themselves become a ticking clock in the book. And that what they're discovering here is that we're being led to know. I'm trying not to give away a lot here. This is always the tough part about interviewing you, Kathy. But the idea is you use almost the actions of the killer to say, it's coming, it's coming. You know what's going to happen next. You're all smart people. You know where I'm ultimately headed. Because the moment people start killing animals that we can personify, that we can become personified, the next step is always inevitable. Did you kind of intend to do that from the beginning, or were you in the midst of fleshing this out and go, oh wait, got it?
No, that was the intention from the beginning, to have not your typical serial killer. But one of the things people feel fairly strongly about are animals and cruelty to animals and the mistreatment of animals. So I decided to address that issue. Each book addresses they're not preachy, but each one has kind of a social theme running through it. And this one has to do with the treatment of animals. So that was in my mind from the beginning as I outlined. I don't do a whole lot of outlining, but as I formulated the story in my mind.
And that formulation really does play in here, because that's the thing about, and it's also the thing too, it isn't preachy, is the fact that it doesn't need to be preachy. Anybody who can, I mean, like my wife and I have a pet chicken. I mean, we have a chicken named the Dorosaurus that we call Dora for short. And as you know, we actually just put a chicken down who was 13 years old. But that's the funny thing. My wife actually asked the veterinarian, point blank asked him, was there anything else we could have done? And he giggled and he went, the chicken is 13 years old. It's a miracle. He said, that's a miracle chicken. He said, you've done all you can do. What a remarkable life you've given them. So for me, with the other chicken who's in the house, in a diaper, living the best life, playing on a piano. Absolutely. But for all of that stuff, and when you actually, the deeper your empathy is, the more you care about animals, that extends to people. And the less you care about animals, that extends to people as well, too. And that's one of the things. It's the detachment. It's the inability to feel for anything. And so you are basically, the killer is profiling themselves. I mean, it's an ingenious sort of thing where, we're not watching them graduate from sloppier methods into cleaner methods. We're watching them become. And that's part of what's at play here, too. And I was kind of wondering with Tempe, in regards to when you look back on the first couple of books, what has changed? What has she become in regards to your development of her over these many years?
Well, I think she's become a little stronger. I think her sense of humor has evolved, certainly. And she's still passionate about her work. But I think she's allowed herself over the course of 24 books to, reach out and engage in relationships that maybe in the earliest books she wasn't able to do.
I was kind of curious too. This is a technical question because it's 24 books. I wasn't always, and I didn't look it up, but I wanted to go back and check some of the books. How much time has passed in those 24 books in regards to the overall chronology? I know it's a crazy question, but it's a question though.
Well, no, that's a question every author of a continuing character series has to address. Do you hold your character, at a certain age? Do you write in real time and age your character in real time? I've done kind of a compromise between those. The first book I started was in 1990. Let's see. It came out in 97, I think. So, it's a lot of time that's passed. And yet, the cat hasn't aged a day. The cat must be 55 years old by now. But the other characters, and her daughter has certainly aged appreciably. I think she was 13 or something in the first book, and now she's in her 30s or something like that?
Yeah, that's about right.
Yeah, and Tempe, you don't have to be that specific about. We know she's north of 40, but I don't really go into how far north she is.
She actually puts her hand over her mouth. She says, I'm exactly years old when she actually tells people.
Yeah, that's the one.
That's it.
Yeah.
Because, that's the great challenge here. And we have a lot of people who are interested in, who follow a lot of, recurring novelists, people who follow the same character. And it's one of the most important things because you have an obligation both to the continuity, but at the same time, not to stasis. You can't hold the character in place. Although in the case of like Agatha Christie, she does hold Poirot in place. She does hold Mrs. Marple in place. There are ways of doing that, but that's more about the absolute kind of plotting. Whereas you are talking about a human being who cares deeply about certain issues that you're having to write down for Temperance as well. You're having to write her as an emotional life as opposed to simply just an observer of the world around her. And that's kind of the game because then you've got to figure out the continuity around that, right?
Yeah, and what is the world around her? What's going on? What was going on back in 1994 when I wrote the first book is not the same as what's going on in 2024. So, yes, and that has an impact. I don't go into a lot of, the political situation or anything like that, but she does, you have to put her in a context that's realistic for the year in which she's operating.
Well, the other thing is, too, is the fact that you always do keep up with the latest kind of advances in forensic science as well. That seems to me something that almost in it's a great conceit to have, to have her do what she does, but at the same time, she needs to be hip on what she does. I mean, it's like, so, anybody who does the things that these kind of people do for a living, it basically has made a commitment to continuing education and to upgrading and to constantly being in touch with the new technologies. So Kathy Reichs has to kind of do that too as well, right?
Yeah, and while I'm largely retired from, actively practicing forensic anthropology, I spent, 3 decades in a medical legal lab, which had both the coroner, medical examiner aspect and then the crime lab aspect. So I was very fortunate. I could just, if I had a question about fire and arson or about DNA or about toxicology or whatever, I could just walk across the hall and ask my colleague. Today, I can still just pick up the phone and ask a colleague. I am a member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, and that's all of us. We have all the different sections of chemistry and DNA and biology and fire and arson and criminalistics, etc. So I go every year to the meeting, the annual meeting, and
that's really cool.
I get lots of ideas talking to colleagues in other areas and also attending their presentations and saying, whoa, that's pretty cool. Maybe I should use, how do you hide cocaine in a puppy or something, I'm never short of ideas.
Yeah, and like I said, that's the thing too, though. But it's also, this is the thing that a lot of people who, like I said, there are a number of law enforcement people and lawyers who often wrestle with this. By the way, Kathy does not have a problem with this. It's always just enough for you to make sense of what's happening, while at the same time, not so much that I feel like that. It isn't like Herman Melville talking about whaling. What you basically are able to kind of achieve here is, I'm going to give you enough information so you got it good, without it sounding dumbed down, but at the same time not ending up in some kind of rabbit hole of like, wait, am I at a lecture series or am I in a whodunit investigative? And that's the other kind of great balance. That's become kind of second nature for you, though, where you kind of know how much to give the reader to help them understand what it is that's being achieved, and also make sure that they understand that the believable thing is actually real, while at the same time not getting them caught in a forensic loop. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, that's the challenge. You have to keep it brief, the science. You have to keep it jargon-free. We can't just rely on all this special terminology we use amongst ourselves as experts. And you have to keep it entertaining. It's kind of the same set of skills used to address a jury. You want to keep their attention. You don't want them to go to sleep or to just tune out when you're talking about complicated things. So I think there's a skill to that that's similar in writing for, a general audience wanting a good murder mystery, as you put it.
I'm gonna kind of do what I call the whiplash conversation here, because I want to make sure that everybody understands that a lot of the same characters that they've come to love in this series do make appearances here. A lot of the people they've come to kind of expect make appearances here. That's, like I said, always the balance: a new, fresh story with maybe some new, fresh information, but at the same time giving. I talked earlier about keeping me gripped in the story. But we do get a chance to visit with some people that we've come to care about a great deal. That's the other temptation, it seems to me, that I don't know if you have to fight it, but you just kind of have to look at it from a 30,000-foot view and make sure you're giving people enough of the people they love, while at the same time not just making it a class reunion, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I do that, my character tends to move between two geographic areas. She works in Montreal, in Quebec, which is a French language background. And then she works in Charlotte, North Carolina. So on each end, you've got the core cast of characters with whom she works. And in this one, Skinny Slidell is, the cop she works with in Charlotte.
One of the greatest characters ever created. Just going to straight up say it. Great, terrific, and, just great.
I really enjoy writing dialogue for Skinny, because he is a character, as you put it, and can be difficult at times, but he's a good cop, and she recognizes that. So it gives you that opportunity for them to play off of each other.
And by the way, this is something else too in regards to this is another careful balancing thing. Once again, still trying to play a careful balancing game here of not giving away all the details in this wonderful book. But there are moments where, of course, people playing off of each other and giving people that old familiar, even in the new one, in Evil Bones, the Temperance Brennan novel, even about that, you have to kind of make sure that even in the most kind of we're spending time with the people we love, you've still got to keep advancing the plot. Are you one of those people that actually believes that if we're not always advancing the plot, we're actually slowing things down?
Oh, absolutely. In this genre, I write thrillers. I write murder mysteries that have a certain element of threat to the main character. They're thrillers. So yeah, you have to keep it moving along. You have to keep it building to a climactic point, and then you can ease it back down and, bring out the ending.
And the other thing is that, like I said, this really begins with a series of really grotesque animal mutilations that continue to escalate throughout the course of the book. But what I was kind of curious about from your own forensic standpoint, and on this area, I don't know your background. How much information that you had to kind of draw from in regards to the animals themselves, in regards to that sort of study. And then I want to talk about your love for animals, because it's really clearly, it's on the page. I mean, it's very, very clear how much you care about them. But can you kind of talk about, was there any kind of in-depth kind of study of that? Because it's the most in-depth you've kind of talked about this in all of these books.
Yeah, I did do some quite a bit of research into animal behavior, how different species of animals act, how they respond to threat, that kind of thing. And I talk about that a bit in the story. And also how she reacts to it. I can remember some animal cases that I would have in the lab. I remember one time getting a burlap sack with bones in it. And when I sorted out, it had been in a lake. Someone had dredged it up out of a lake. And when I sorted through it, it was, I forget how many, 4 or 5 kittens. And obviously their cat had a litter they didn't want to deal with. They put them in a sack and threw them in the lake. And I think they had put rocks in this sack. And that just gutted me. That was the cruelest, coldest, most callous thing I could imagine. And, that may have started the idea of let's do a book on animal cruelty. We've done serial killers and we've done arsonists and we've done, I don't know, I can't even remember what all 23 books are about. But yeah, let's use animals as a theme.
Let me ask you something from a position of somebody who's done a lot of writing on profiling and who in many ways through your forensic work actually does that kind of recreating something. What causes somebody to do that, in your own opinion? The idea that it's like, they're just like, I don't know what to do with these kittens, so I'll put them in a box and give them away. I don't know what to do with these kittens, so I'll go down to the shelter. What possesses somebody to do that? I mean, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say, and you're describing two, to me, very different people. The person that makes the effort and takes the kittens to the shelter versus the person who puts them in a burlap sack and throws them in the lake. I mean, to me, that's such a different personality structure or mindset or whatever. And I can't imagine how anyone could do that to a helpless little animal when it's just as easy to just take them to the shelter. Why drown them in the lake?
And and I think about that because I think about the fact that everybody who does that doesn't become a serial killer. Let's make that really clear. There are plenty of people who have done terrible things to animals who never cross that line into the next step. But I'm just like I said, that's the profile that is the most fascinating to me. Is not the person who becomes the serial killer. That's the stuff of headlines and of great books like this. It's the question is, how close are people who are doing that to the next step? In your own kind of opinion, how close are they? The people who beat horses, the people who fill up sacks with rocks and the most adorable things you possibly can imagine. How much further is the next push for them? And that's what I think in many ways is kind of fascinating about this and disturbing, because there are a lot of people out there. Any animal cruelty shelter, any animal shelter period is a testament sometimes. The number of animals that have to be rescued is a testament to how many people are they one push away? I mean, how do we get there?
Well, that's a good question. It's a psychological question. It's, that's why I went into forensic anthropology. I like hard science. I like something I can photograph and measure and weigh. And, I don't like, and Tempe says that more the TV Tempe than the book Tempe is always saying this, that she doesn't like psychology and she doesn't like the softer sciences. So that's a question I can't answer. I'm not sure anybody can answer that.
That's okay. I mean, I'm asking it because it isn't. I didn't want to get your opinion so I could go, okay, let me tell you what I think. I literally, that is one that perplexes me completely. And it's just interesting because, as you know, one of the things too, because as you're constructing a killer, you know, one of the things about a mystery killer, even if they're on the page before we get to the end of the book and we just don't know who they are, that's kind of the thing, is that when they are on the page and they are a presence and we just don't know they're the murderer, they have to present one way. If they're not on the page and they've been lurking in the shadows. But the other thing about your books is that you are constructing a true profile of the human being, not through the presence of the human being, but in fact through the presence of their acts. And it becomes a really interesting thing that you are literally telling people, this is what this person looks like in regards to their internal through the external model of murder. And that to me is, do you check that against that? Like saying, okay, does this match up with who the eventual killer is?
Yeah, well, that was the challenge in writing this book, is to show by the acts of the person who we don't know who's doing it, show what kind of a personality makeup they have. Yeah,
and I guess that's the thing that fascinates me, is that, you know, do you check in the sense that it's like, it's one of the worst things when a killer is revealed and it doesn't make any sense, and you're just kind of like, okay, well, great, of course I didn't know because I didn't know. And that becomes the game that you have to play, how much to give, how much not to give, throughout all these books. And the idea is that, have you ever, in going back in the rewriting process before it comes out, been like, I need to go back and remove this gives away the game too much, or I need to go back and add this because I'm cheating the reader?
Both. I do both. Yeah. Because it's not fair to throw something at the reader that you haven't kind of pre-shadowed, I think. And it's not fair to throw in red herrings if you don't tie them off and make it clear that they're red herrings. And, you know, that's legit. That's legit to do that, I think.
Evil Bones, the Temperance Brennan novel, is the book we're talking about. Kathy Reichs, who's appeared on this show numerous times, many of you guys, I'm grateful for the fact that you guys have picked them up and started reading them, although many of you are already fans and just thrilled to have her on the show. I have to ask, what are you doing for Thanksgiving? I mean, by the way, you're a birthday present to me. I don't know if you know that. My wife actually scheduled you on my birthday because I like your book so much.
Oh, well, happy birthday.
Thank you very much.
I hope you're having a good one.
I am.
I won't ask which one it is. What am I doing Thanksgiving? I am speaking to you from, I have a home right on the beach in on one of the barrier islands outside of Charleston, South Carolina. So I am down here. I'm looking out at the Atlantic Ocean as I speak to you. And two of my three kids and four of my grandkids are down here, and we're going to have a crowd. So we're doing Thanksgiving at the beach.
By the way, help me out. I can't remember the title. There was one where you were actually talking about Storm on the Water. The whole thing opened up with that incredible scene on the boat and the storm on the water, and I kept saying, this is somebody who actually knows what a storm on the water actually looks like, because it was like, basically, I'm like, anybody that's been in a massive storm on the water, this is actually too real. As a New Orleanian, I can tell you, Kathy, I was like, oh my God, I'm a little too close to home. Which one is that again?
I can't tell you which book that was. I think she's out in a small boat with Ryan on the St. Lawrence River or something. And I think that was based on an experience that I had where we were caught out a little bit longer than we should have been when a storm was coming in, but I can't remember which book that was. It's like 4 or 5 books back at least, right?
Yeah, I remember I finished that first part, had to put the book down. My dad was like, what's your problem? I said, I just had too many memories of being on Lake Pontchartrain when a storm front rolled in. The name of the book is Evil Bones, a Temperance Brennan novel. Its author is Kathy Reichs, who graciously joins us again on the eve of Thanksgiving. KathyReichs.com. You can find her on X under that, on the gram of Insta at that, and then on Facebook, it's Kathy Reichs Books. Happy Thanksgiving to you, and thanks for making time again.
Well, happy Thanksgiving to you, and thank you for having me.
You got it. Guys, we're going to be back on the other side of this break. You can find, as I said before, everything at KathyReichs.com. Loved having her on. Great, right, Trey?
She was amazing.
As always. I mean, a bag full of rocks. Good God almighty. Dude, if you are a lover of animals and can't handle stuff and you're squeamish, this isn't for you. If you like a good mystery and something to get angry about and something to be thrilled by, this is exactly what you want to get. Evil Bones. And that title is very, very relevant to what the whole thing is all about. It's the only hint I'll give you. It's the only spoiler alert, but Spoiler alert's the title. What you got?
Hey, no evil bones here. Give us a call, 615-292-6366. It'll give you enough time to talk to Jimmy on his birthday.
That's 4 digits to spell Nemo. We'll be back after this. Go to truckdown.com. They've been doing it since 97. 50 states, 8 provinces. Check them out.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
Castrol keeps the heavy-duty market moving, delivering power, protection, and performance mile after mile. Find Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 now at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. These premium oils are built for endurance and trusted by professionals who depend on their rigs every day. You know Castrol from pioneering excellence in automotive and racing. Now discover the same world-class technology designed for heavy-duty applications. Castrol and TA Truck Service keeps you rolling. Stop by your nearest TA Truck Service Center today.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
If someone tells you they need to get a life, tell them to join us here at Road Gang Radio with Lindsay, Lawler, and Jimmy Mack. Let's seize the day with Phone Master Dre.
Oh, we're seizing that day all day, every day with Jimmy Mack on his birthday. Hey, buddy.
All days, all kinds, both
Every
kinds, birthday. Thank you, Phone Master Dre, for what has been a really great day. In case you guys missed it, Lindsay sent Emily Van Landingham down here with a cookie cake. It looks absolutely delicious. I am going to indulge myself. I'm glad you didn't bring donuts this morning. I'm glad you, because everything would get murdered today.
That's kind of the reason why I didn't.
We got 5 phone calls we're going to get to here in the next half hour. That means there is still enough space to kind of move and groove your way into the conversation. Just enough time, by the way. Guys, don't forget that immediately after this show, our good friends Ashley and Scott are going to be here with Trucking with OOIDA. OOIDA has celebrated a lot of wins on the regulatory side of things. Proposed speed limiter mandate. Bye-bye. An honest-to-goodness exploration of hours of service flexibility. Check it. Forcing action on non-domiciled CDLs and English language enforcement. Happening. But make no mistake, there's a lot more work to do. One person who understands that is Colin Long. OOIDA's Director of Government Affairs is not one to rest on his laurels, and he's got his sights set on bigger wins in 2026 as Ashley and Scott give us another edition of Trucking with OOIDA immediately following this show. but they didn't remember my birthday. I don't know why that wasn't part of that description. Don't care. I'm not that guy.
You don't know yet. It might be in there.
Who knows? Maybe it's lurking
Yeah.
around. I doubt it.
Yeah, me too.
And by the way, I'm not so narcissistic to believe it should be in there either. I am just thrilled that a lot of folks are calling, getting into the conversation. Steve, by the way, out there in your incredibly generous gift you gave us again today, and Marshall as well too. Thank you all so much. It is so generous. Joe, Trucker Bosun, all of you guys out there who continue to do that stuff for us. That's the best birthday present you can give us. The continued survival and flourishing of Road Gang Radio, We Should Write, Nemo Nation, and of course Night Beat are all part of the equation here for me. Go to RadioNemo.com, find out all about us. There's all kinds of great content over there, including a news site that is growing every minute by the minute. You can also do me a birthday solid and buy a couple of Reeves. From the page that I posted, you guys are killing me on this. You've purchased so many Reeves and you don't do it through our page. ReedsAcrossAmerica.org/Radio Nemo. Just do that. Trust me. Line them up, rack them up, stack them up, bring them in. Who do I got first?
Well, listen, I'm going to jump him in right now because Yakutty from Lafayette is calling Cousin Bo.
Bo McKay. What's going on, brother?
What's cacking, bro?
Happy birthday, cuz. How are you?
I am fine, sir. How's Cajun country treating you? Where you at? Where you calling me from?
Cousin.
I'm calling you from my desk in my den, Live Oak Drive, a house that you've probably been to before you graduated high school, and I'm on my desktop too. This is where I do my work. I'm a pipe broker, so and I'm watching a little bit of news on the TV. And I talked to your dad the other night, and he reminded me to tune into your show, your radio show. He said we talked real quick. We call each other about once a month, and we joke around about stuff. I don't know if I should say this stuff on the air.
You can.
Keep it clean.
You can talk.
Just don't say the F word.
You just can't say the F word. By the F word, I mean my last name. Go on.
And so he was reminded. He had to go. He was doing something for his group. So I said, I need to call into the show. And so I had been following it. And then I saw it was your birthday, and then I saw that the show was going there. And so I figured I'd call in. And I do have, I was going through some messages on my old Facebook account. I have a new one that I got about 3 years ago. And there was a message, I think it's from John, that you were looking for photos of West End Boulevard. And I sent you them on your messenger. So when you have time, check your messages box. And I have photos from McKay Thanksgiving, probably 1979. Your mom's in those photos, Kiki and Grandpa, Aunt Mikey, Bups.
Oh, God, that's going back, dude. I had an Aunt Bups that literally smoked cigarettes and drank coffee, and there were 3 oil supplies in the world in the United States. The Alaska, the Gulf of Mexico, and Aunt Bups' coffee.
Amen.
Good God Almighty, I ain't thought about her in forever, man. I ain't thought about Bertha in forever, man. That's a great callback right there. I will check that out. Hey, my friend, do me a favor, though. I notice you like stuff and don't friend me. Why don't you make a friend request? Make the friend request.
I thought I did.
No, you didn't. It keeps on just coming up and it's saying, Bo McKay likes this, not a friend. I'm like, what's going on, dude?
Not trying to call you out on
what's
air.
happening here, man? Come on, make that friend request.
Cajun invasion on its way.
The Cajun invasion. I like that. Bo, how is that? How's the family?
Everybody's doing good. Megan's in Houma with her husband and 2 kids. They moved there, I think, about a year and a half ago. Kevin is his name, and he went into business with his brother, Decals. T-Kev is actually in Fairhope, Alabama with his family, with the in-laws, enjoying Thanksgiving over there. Randy lives around the corner from me with her husband and 3 boys. And Louis lives in Baton Rouge with his wife and precious daughter, Elsie, the newborn. She's about 9 months old.
Wow.
Everybody saw each other this past weekend, except for T-Kev. T-Kev's son, Michael, had a basketball tournament in Hondale. and then they made their way to Fairhelp. So
You got to do that. That's how you got to roll, man. That's how you got to roll. You got to take care of those kids first. By the way, if you guys think this ain't Louisiana, we're talking about T-Kevs and Megans and all kinds of stuff. But I don't know if you know this, by the way, Bo. The last name of my producer is Thibodeau. That'll tell you everything you need to know. Andre wants to tell you something.
Man, I was about to say, I couldn't tell where you were from because when you said you're in Lafayette, and I'm like, oh, but your accent doesn't show. But, man, listen to you more, every other word, especially when you said dad. I was like, oh, dude, there it is.
Well, and the thing is, too, is there's a mixed accent we all have because it's like with them, with the people who live over in Lafayette, a lot of them have a base in New Orleans, but so their dad actually has the accent that we have, but then they get that accent from their dad, but they also got the pickup over in Cajun country, and it happens a lot. You get people like the Tillier and all those folks end up getting this very, and if you notice, we're blending as we talk, Bo. Bo, I have to let you go only because I got other people on the line, but we wanted to get you in first. I can't tell you how much I appreciate the birthday wishes. Please give everybody I like a hug, and everybody I don't a hello, okay?
I will.
All right, my friend. I love you, Bo. Thank you, brother.
Love you, too. Have a good one.
Have a good day, Bo.
Cousin Bo from Cajun country. Always. That's what he's going to be called from now on if he calls the show. Cousin Bo from Cajun country.
And I'm okay with that because every time he was talking towards the end, it just reminded me of my brother and my cousin and my niece. Because my niece, when she would just say, "Daddy, I don't want to do that."
And cousin, there's a lot of cousin that goes into that. Who do I got next?
Speaking of cousin, what's up, Mark? Good morning. You got something to say?
Hey, Mark.
Hi,
Good
Mark.
Morning, Jimmy.
Thank
Morning, Trey. Happy birthday there, Jimmy.
Thank you, sir. How are you doing? How's the leg?
Range of motion's up to 117 in the right leg.
Nice.
So it's coming along very nicely. It's just got to work on the strength to be able to, climb those 16-inch steps getting in and out of the truck now. So got about another 9 weeks before I go back to work.
So is 117 like what you can push your leg to push the throttle to go up to 117, or what's that number mean?
That's a well question.
That's bending the knee when you're laying down.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I just had to do that for people that didn't understand because I totally did.
He totally got it.
Yeah,
he totally got it. He knew that the numbers of the exit ramps were, of course, the mile markers. He understood that.
Yeah, I'm a physical therapist.
He's on top of that. He's got that going on. Mark, so we're looking at 9 weeks. We're looking at 9 weeks of getting back in the action?
Yep, but mid-January.
Okay. That's going to be a great day.
The wife is more than ready for me to go back to work because I keep bothering her all day long. And
no way.
She wants her alone time again when she's having her coffees in the morning,
I understand. It's like, that's enough. It's like, you need to get back to work. Why? Because you're rooting for me? No, because I need you out the house.
Get on a hover around and go around the neighborhood or something, Mark. Damn it.
Exactly. So, but I will shuffle off the radio coil here and get to these other callers, and I'll catch you guys all later. Have a great one, everybody.
Thank you, Mark, so much. That means a lot. I know that time is precious to you, and I know that your recovery is important. I can't tell you how much I thank you for making time to give us a call. Trey, who do I got next?
Well, we got 3 more, and we got plenty of time to get y'all in. So 615-292-NEMO.
615-292-6366. Hey ho, Dre said what it spells. What do we got?
Oh, Trucker Bosun, hello.
Trucker Bosun in the house.
Hello. Happy birthday, Jimmy Mack.
Thank you very much, sir. It feels good. It's a nice birthday to have. You and I stomped the same terra firma. You and I both 1 year older than Vince Vaughn, which is a good thing. He's looking pretty good. So are you and I. We might make it to the next checkpoint. Who knows?
Looking good for 66.
Say, welcome to the Speed Limit Plus One Club. So.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you very much. By the way, Wade Jennings is a cool dude. I was ready for a good interview. I wasn't ready for that, man. That was outstanding. Mm-hmm. That felt like an episode of We Should Write. That's why she asked him. But that was amazing, wasn't it?
I can't wait to hear him on her show.
I know. That's what all I kept thinking.
That's going to be awesome.
I was so glad she asked because I was about ready to get to the end of the interview and be like, if you don't ask him to do this, I'm going to ask him to do this. And I'm so glad she did because he had plenty more in the tank by the time we got through with that kind of stuff. I got to tell you, the best part about turning this age is the fact that I am now 31 plus years in the rearview mirror, all the nonsense when I was still a complete idiot out there. And it always feels like, I can safely say that I am 31 years old, and that's a much better anniversary to celebrate than 1 mile above the speed limit club. You know what I'm saying? That's it.
Oh yeah,
that's it.
And what I just put in the chat room, that was the day before yesterday.
Which thing? Which thing?
Signs
the
of the
very
times.
last thing I put on there.
My
Signs
grand-
of the times.
My grandson is being a grouch, and I ask, "Where's your Christmas spirit?" Without missing a beat, he says, "Amazon hasn't delivered it yet."
Oh, I saw that, dude. I was going to end the show with that, man. That's exactly it. I mean, that's the best thing ever. Guys, I'm going to share this with you all again. His grandson is being a grouch. And Trucker Bosun asked his grandson, "Where's your Christmas spirit?" And he responds, "Amazon hasn't delivered it yet." And I'm sure it was in that spirit, if not that exact tone of voice.
Yeah.
Come on. It was pretty close.
That's pretty darn good, man. That's pretty darn good. Outstanding. Hey, really quickly, what are your plans for Thanksgiving? When do you get home to Penny Lane?
I'll be there in about 30 minutes, and I'll be off till Friday morning, and we're all going over to the in-laws, my son's in-laws, for Thanksgiving, so we're going to have everybody over at their house. So.
Nice.
That's a nice Thanksgiving. By the way, I'm so glad you're actually being home in 30 minutes. I'm glad we could spend those final moments with you, dude. We'll get you as far as we can. We'll get you to the next checkpoint. After that, you're in that. My favorite moment of any journey, I won't tell you, is not the final moment when you pull up, which is great. My favorite moment is when you see the first recognizable sign. Like if I'm coming from the east, nothing makes me happier when I get to New Orleans than arriving at the Canal Boulevard exit. There's a night you get off at the Canal Boulevard exit, come to that stoplight, and it's like the best feeling. You're like, I'm home. That last 5 minutes, you know what I'm talking about? When you're almost
for
there.
me, it's when I see that big coffee pot in the sky.
Hey man, don't be a sap. Get with the sap. By the way, Dave Nemo wants to know how old your grandson?
He's 4.
There you go, Dave Nemo. He's 4 years old. So now you got to know. Trucker Bosun, let me get to these last folks. I'm going to run out of time here. Love you, and there ain't nothing you can do about it.
All right. Yeah. Happy birthday and happy Thanksgiving, you guys.
Thank you so much. Lindsay's listening. She says, hello, everybody. The signal just once they left that location to get back out there, signal went all to hell. That's why she took her leave, guys. She'd have been happy to stick around and stay on. Who do we got next on the phone?
Oh, we got 2 more. And like I said, we got plenty of time to get in there. But Bruce Almighty, the way the cookie crumbles.
The crumbling cookie that is Bruce Almighty. What's happening, man?
Smite me, Almighty Smiter.
Smite me, Almighty Smiter.
You could do better than that, but we'll come back to that later.
Thanks.
Hey, man.
I do like the way the cookie crumbles, too.
Yeah.
And that's the way, I like it.
I like it. That's the way I like it. What's going on, Bruce?
Well, happy birthday, Jimmy Matt.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Appreciate you all the time.
Yeah, we appreciate you and y'all.
Thank you, man.
You and y'all.
Thank you, man. Hey, by the way, I make you laugh. Paranormal Pie Man this morning, Bruce, it was so funny because when all this kind of drama started that has been directed at me, which I won because I got the heat off of Dave, who didn't deserve it, put some heat on me. He literally wrote when I posted, he said, I'm in the middle of something. He was like delighted. I made it. I'm actually, because by the way, you guys are in the middle of all of this because you guys are literally the road gang. And so it's like this really great thing. I'm sorry. Go ahead. What's Thanksgiving looking like? How happy are you today? How close are you to being done? What's next?
Go on.
And don't forget there's pictures. Anyway.
Yeah, there are actually.
Well, you know, today's actually my Monday, so but I'll be home. I'll get a load by the house, so I'll get to spend Thanksgiving there and then go out the next day. It's kind of like in the middle of the week for me. So.
But you are getting some family time, right?
Yes.
That makes me happy to hear that at least. But yeah, it's just
that's nice.
It's weird because Dre and I are going to experience something we've never experienced in like the last 4 years. We're actually going to have a Thanksgiving off.
Mm-hmm.
We've got this big curated morning coming. I mean, we put together, it's a series of different interviews from the last couple of weeks, but we've actually got even little bumpers inside that are really funny. I'll be jumping in on the chat, but it's a really weird thing, man, to actually have that happen because I've, never done this. I mean, I've been on the job for, what is it, 8, 9 years now? I'm closing in on a decade. I always get blurred about that. Dude, I've never had a Thanksgiving off, ever, since I started this job.
Y'all deserve it. Y'all definitely do deserve it.
Oh, thank you.
You're right. I mean, thanks.
Thank you, Bruce. Well, Dre deserves. I'm not sure I deserve it. I've got it coming is a better way of putting it with me. Bruce, I got to get to my last phone call, brother, but happy thanks, happy spanks, and happy friends.
All right, y'all too. Have a good one.
Oh, good God Almighty. It's Bruce Almighty. I got one more to go, and I know who it is. That cigar-chomping man with the cigar-chomping plan and a little whiskey and steak, right?
Platypus.
Platypus. What's going on?
That was my nickname in high school.
Yeah, it was. I was there.
What?
I want to start off by saying happy birthday, then I want to go into a bone I have to pick with both you and Lindsay. I know she's not
Bring
here.
it on.
There we go. Okay.
I would appreciate it if you would stop mentioning up with people all the time. I grew up or went to high school in Tucson, and their headquarters was in town. I'd see their trucks and stuff. And, of course, we were drug into high school assemblies where we had to listen to the Up With People concert with all the really well-groomed people wearing their dickies, you know, the fake turtlenecks and all that. And every time you mention that, the stupid song plays in my head. Up with people, up with people. Jeez.
All right.
When I hear you mention that, I start thinking of the song. And here's a little factoid that you may or may not know. They were the first halftime act, and I think the second halftime act for the Super Bowl. A lot of people don't know that, but Google it and you'll see.
You know, it's true. And by the way, it's a great flipping reminder that things, whatever you think about what's happened ever there, that things weren't always better. Can I tell you right now, dude, the reason I bring it up, and as a favor to you, I will stop it because I know exactly what you're talking about. Don't ever forget this. Part of me is simply exercising that from my system. I hate Up With People. I don't know how you feel about them, but I don't like them. So I make the kind of joke about them, but I will stop it. You got it. Moratorium on Up With People. Fair enough?
Okay, fair enough. Now, Lindsay, for 2 years, even back when you were on the other platform, I tried to get her to make the 30 or 45-mile ride over to check out the Tennessean. And now they are joining forces with her hero, Dolly Parton. And Dolly Parton is going to start opening up some restaurants or existing restaurants and stuff to show Southern hospitality and Southern cooking. And they are the flagship destination, the Tennessean is, for this new venture she's starting out on. And yet, Lindsay has never taken the ride over. You stopped there, but she's never taken the ride over to check it out. I'm friends with the here and stuff and all that. I've told her several times, you know, I'm sure if you go in there and talk to them, you probably could come down there and play one night, just you and your guitar or something, maybe sell a few CDs and stuff. But no, she's never taken the short little around-the-block trip to the Tennessee. So now maybe she will, now that they're hooking up with Dolly Parton. So that's my two bubbles.
I have to tell you, when I went to the Tennessean, it was actually part of my trip. When I was going up to see her after, you know, the idea when I was going to Ohio, I said, I'm going to do this. And it was actually, it was late. So a lot of stuff that they would normally have was closed, but they were the people behind the counter, the warmth of people in the wee hours of when they were open. I'm cuckoo for cocoa. I'd been to it before, but you know, I hadn't really kind of processed. I just kind of stop in places. It's a great place, dude. It's a great place. Really, really worth the time. I'll get Lindsay to go. She'll go. I'll get it done.
I thought a couple of times stopping in there and buying one of those whole smoked hams and sending it to you because I know you like it. You know, they have the whole in like a burlap sack smoked hams, really delicious. I bought one before for my family in Indiana, and everybody loved it. So I thought about didn't want to send it to you guys. I may do that at Christmas.
Oh, that would be awesome. By the way, I'm going to make you laugh. You ready? So you know what Nemo said on the chat? He said, I hate Up With People too, and it proves that it's a small world after all.
All All right. Happy birthday. Have a great day, you guys. I'll talk to you again.
Thank you so much, man. Always good to hear from Marshall. Guys, thank you so much for what has been a really wonderful day. We didn't get a chance to dig into a lot of news and information, but don't worry for a moment, because Trucking with a Wide is coming up, and they'll take care of a lot of that stuff for you. Keep in the loop. What you got, Phone Master?
Dude, I just found something out, and then I saw it this morning, and then I got a text from my nephew that is an alumni at LSU. He's like, hey, what are you doing on March 28th? Zach Bryan is doing a stadium tour, and he's doing LSU Stadium.
He's doing Tiger Stadium.
Yeah, he's doing Tiger Stadium March 28th. And I'm not going to lie to you, I don't know the last time I heard or saw or that they did a concert at LSU, because I'm about to say that's a massive.
Well, I mean, but he did do one in Ann Arbor, didn't he? I mean, he did one in Ann Arbor, which is the biggest of them all.
100%.
I mean, you got Ann Arbor. I mean, you realize, of course, that those places now are small cities. I only have one issue with a concert at Tiger Stadium. There's a lot to like about Tiger Stadium. The atmosphere is terrific. It is not a comfortable place. They've still got to do work on the seating there, man. It's like we took my dad there for the Army game, and it's like I was aggravated at Tiger Stadium to have seats in that good of a place and not comfortable.
Well, and then the flow in and out, for everything having to do with that, and then when it just comes to getting to the bathroom, it's
too steep. It's too steep, man.
And I have one more thought, but I got it back, because it's bad whenever you go to professional stadiums and they're twice the size, and you still, like, the flow is down. But with that, it's like, man, they just wanted to add more because that school's so massive, and then the fans are so massive, but it's just because they're eating all those hot dogs.
That boudin, dude.
That boudin for the boudin, baby. But listen, I'll let you carry on to something else, because I know you got some news for us.
No. I mean, come on. I mean, it's like a Trucking with a Wide is going to take care of a lot of the business. And, of course, Colin Long is going to be joining our friend Scott and Ashley about all the stuff that's going on, not just what they've accomplished over the course of the year. You probably heard that when you were listening to Louis Pew 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 and I talking yesterday on Nemo Nation. But there is a lot of stuff that's coming up. And by the way, it's a really good opportunity to figure out. Normally, a lot of people are doing year-end kind of stuff this week, which is, don't think it's strange. There's so much more to come, guys, because that government shutdown sets us up for some really interesting final weeks, because even though nothing will get across the finish line in the next few weeks, people are going to be rapidly scrambling to make sure that when January kicks in, they can really hit the ground running. The speed limiter mandate, it's gone. That ain't coming back. And they're trying to put the final stake in its heart by actually finally passing a law that's saying only Congress has the right to mandate that. That's the big thing, by the way. They don't so want to much stop it, because you can always, overturn a law, but they want it legal in regards to Congress. Congress needs to do its job, because if they pass a law that says FMCSA can't do it, it means you don't get that whiplash, that you don't have a new administration come in and go, we're going to revisit this one more time. So that's not going to happen. But there's a lot of stuff they got accomplished, but there's a lot of stuff that is looking really promising that ain't quite there yet. You might think it's there, but it ain't there yet until Congress passes the law to make that happen. The big thing I'm going to be keeping my eye on in this space is CDL reform. Is literally, how do we train people properly, and how do we accredit it? How do we make sure that the people who have those things have gone through. Let me make this really clear. I don't mean we make it impossible. I'm not talking about setting up a poll tax or even worse than that, the poll test. What I'm talking about here is making sure that we treat the men and women who drive trucks the same way we treat airline pilots.
Yes.
That we have expectations of them. Expectations you set for yourselves.
Yep.
That the stuff that you guys do, just because you do it, that becomes the norm for everybody. You guys should be the norm and not the exception. The people who listen to this show, and I am comfortable saying that. Sometimes you get an audience so massive that it includes everybody. But the people who listen to this show who are drivers are the kind of people that the audience that we want to cultivate. The little guy, the guy who runs his own shop, the guy who puts in 20 years for the good carriers, the people who actually take care of their clients and take care of their employees. You guys set a standard, but it should be the standard, not an exception. And I want to make sure that whatever happens in the CDL training space, that you guys say that guy, Marshall, that guy, Trucker Bosun, that gal, Candy Bass, those people become the standard where you say you got to drive as well as them. or you have to aspire to drive as well as them, and you have to know your stuff as if you were talking to Kevin Lindsay and he was your consigliere in regards to how you maintain maintenance. It's got to be the standard.
Yep.
We talk about this, you're heroes. It's like, okay, well, are we? Because you sure don't treat us like a hero, unless, of course, it's like a hero from a John Ford movie who walks off into the sunset and nobody notices it. The problem with that is that's great for the end of the movie. It's not good for an industry when the people you count on walk off into the sunset, never to be seen again.
Yeah.
Who replaces them? Good God
It's
Almighty.
man, show appreciation not only when we are y'all. Well, they're needed because I'm about to say COVID, man. Y'all were showing some love, but where is it now?
Well, the other thing is too is we got to get to the point where it isn't like, oh my God, what's the great line? It's like everybody needs their sons of beeswax, but they always want to put them inside of a case and break the glass in times of emergency. Let's not break the glass. Let's have this be the standard and not the exception. Hey, man, you know what this has been, right?
What?
Road Gang Radio.
No glass broken here, baby.
It is executive produced by myself and Lindsay Lawler. It is technically produced and supervised by Andre Thibodeau. RadioNemo.com is the place to be. We are available on every single major podcast platform. This show will show up in short order after that. Big thanks to Touchdown Turtle, Taris, Emily, and, of course, Rebecca Brewster for that drop-in.
Woo! Have a good day. Happy birthday, Jimmy. Thank you, Greg.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath,
means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple
act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
Here's to a mild autumn and clear roads across the U.S. from the Allen Lund Company.
So, Colin, you are here all week for the OIDA board members. I imagine that this is a productive week for you, but also maybe a little bit stressful in a way or two?
It's all of the above, yeah. And to an extent, we also got the opportunity to brag a little about the work we've been doing in Washington, which is nice. That's not always the case.
You don't always get that, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But there's been a flurry of activity over the last several months, and a lot of it has aligned nicely with OIDA objectives when it comes to policy. So we've had a lot to talk about as far as successes, which isn't, like I said, which isn't necessarily the case, but the board has been very receptive to that. I mean, we keep them updated throughout all the plot twists that we experience in Washington, but I think having everyone in the same room and talking about what we've accomplished over the last few months and opportunities that are still on the horizon has been a breath of fresh air from previous times when we'd have to say, well, we're fighting against a speed limiter mandate, and we're really concerned that it's going to become a final rule here in the near future. And now we can say, as kind of an afterthought, we buried the speed limiter mandate, and now we've moved on to bigger fish that we have to fry.
Yeah. You mentioned the successes, kind of, things lining up. That is not by mistake by any means. And we had been talking with board members about all the action that we've seen and all the progress we've seen in recent months. And there has been so much, and it's been a breath of fresh air in a lot of ways, in that some of these issues that the association has been talking about and pushing for a number of years are getting fixed or being addressed at the very least. And that is, again, in no small part, the association has been actively trying to get these things in place.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think we just needed an opportunity to work more closely with the folks who oversee our industry. And we've got an FMCSA leader in place now who has experience in trucking. So we don't have to spend the initial months to years educating and raising awareness within the agency about who we are and what our priorities are and what truckers mean to not only the supply chain, but the vast American economy. So it's nice to have someone who hit the ground running, and we can get down to brass tacks. And I think that's what we've been doing a lot over the last several months. Even before Administrator Bars was in place, we were preparing for some big policy shifts because we knew this administration was really embracing truckers as the experts in trucking policy, which is that breath of fresh air. Because for far too long, we had, frankly, inexperienced people leading the organization who didn't appreciate the role truckers play in promoting safe highways.
Yeah, that's a great
point. I think a lot of times they actually had the opposite approach, where they thought our members and truckers at large were trying to skirt rules, and safety was an afterthought, when in actuality, if you sat down and talked to truckers and actually listened to them, you'd find out safety is their top priority. I mean, they make their living on a road, and they spend most of their time every day on the road, and they want to get home safe just like everybody else, if not more, because not only does their well-being depend on it, their career depends on it. So to have an administration in place who really appreciates the role of truckers and their expertise in highway safety has really opened a lot of doors, and I think we've run through those, and we're going to continue to run through those.
Yeah, let's talk about the doors that have been opened and the doors that you're running through right now. There have been quite a few, and I'm sure you've heard from board members this week, and you mentioned it there, that they are, pleased with the direction that things are going here. What are some of the doors, to keep going with that analogy, what are some of the doors that they are happy to see us kind of running through here? What have you heard this week?
I would say they haven't said this specifically, but I think the fact we're not even talking about it is an indication that it has been a success, and that's regulation and technology. And for the last several years, we've been so busy fighting against mandates, technology mandates specifically, that were billed as these silver bullet solutions to safety. And I think the fact we're not talking about mandates right now is a positive development, because it allows us to focus on other areas that we think will improve safety on the roads and make the career more professional for the drivers who are currently behind the wheel and those who are the next generation of drivers. And I think those are the doors that they are focusing on now. We've talked a lot about English language proficiency and non-domiciled CDLs, and those are great developments that we fully support. But we want to take the next few steps in promoting the career and promoting safety, and that includes things like training. There's been a big focus on training this week. Board members have always been focused on training. We've always said we need to be the ones out there talking about mandatory behind the wheel training, about cracking down on training schools that have bad records and are doing poor jobs of training the next generation of drivers. And I think the board has now, they kind of have their tails up, and they know that there's an administration in place who prioritizes training as well. And they want to see us succeed in a lot of these things that we've been struggling to break through on over the years, because so much of Washington has been focused on technology and mandates.
Yeah. I think we talked to you, time is a flat circle. I'm not quite sure how long ago it was. It was a few weeks ago maybe, but we talked to you about some of the momentum that we've been seeing here with, English language proficiency and the non-dom issue as well. And then it kind of dovetails into the driver training issue, because that is ultimately what we are talking about. That seems like that is the next big issue that you're going to be hammering really hard.
Yep.
What is that going to look like, I suppose, is the question.
Mandatory behind the wheel training in the entry-level driver training standards is our goal. And that should not be news to anyone. That was our goal 10 years ago when the negotiated rulemaking took place, and they omitted mandatory behind the wheel hours, despite the fact I think 24 out of 26 members of the panel had agreed that there should be a minimum requirement. So unfortunately, here we are 10 years later just trying to remedy the problems from a decade ago.
Yeah.
But we've never had a better opportunity to do so. I mean, getting 30 mandatory hours behind the wheel into ELDT has been a priority of ours since 2015. Now we have the greatest opportunity to get it done. And thankfully, I think what we're discovering on Capitol Hill is there's a bipartisan appetite for it too, which wasn't necessarily always the case. I think Republicans, in their desire or in their interest that has been generated by ELP and non-dom to improve standards and training, have looked at mandatory behind the wheel hours through like new glasses, I guess you could say. And there's actually interest amongst Republicans to get this done, which before had been a little bit of a heartburn for us because the big carriers would come in and say, "Oh, the cost, and it's going to slow
driver
things down."
shortage.
Exactly.
I'm using the air quotes.
Exactly. And now that we have an administration who says the driver shortage myth is in fact a myth, it has broken down a lot of barriers for us, specifically with Republicans in Congress. And I think that's been a game changer for us, and certainly a welcome development.
Has that been that's interesting you say that, and I hadn't necessarily thought about it in that way, but is that not just a domino or the first domino to fall, but a massive domino to fall?
Yes.
You're seeing kind of a change in people understanding. I've been getting the word for so long and thinking that there was a driver shortage, and now that I realize that there isn't one, that changes everything for them as well and the way they perceive everything?
Absolutely. And, it is a domino, but it's kind of like if you've seen the extreme dominoes, it's not one line of dominoes.
Yeah.
That's the first domino that starts like 5 or 6 chains of dominoes going, because it touches ELP, it touches non-dom, it touches teenage drivers being given the green light to drive across the country with minimal training. It touches on training, it touches on
automation,
compensation, all of these issues. All of these bad policies that we don't necessarily like have been built on this foundation of the driver shortage. So when that foundation starts to crumble, we see opportunities to kind of reverse the script on a lot of these things. 18, 19, 20-year-old drivers, we've never supported them entering the long-haul industry. And now we're up on Capitol Hill telling folks, that's just the source du jour of cheap labor for large carriers. And large carriers are kind of doubling down on the shortage narrative because they see the jig is up. No one's buying that BS anymore.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean they're giving up the bad policies that are still built upon it. Teen drivers is one of them. So we're coming out and we're offering alternatives to opening the country up to 18-year-olds driving from Maine to New Mexico to Washington to Florida, and saying, why don't we give them an air mile radius that they can operate in interstate commerce, so they can cross borders from Kansas City, Missouri to Kansas City, Kansas, on roads they're familiar with.
Right.
Get a good sense of what the occupation entails through their early formative years, where they probably have more oversight from trainers and their motor carriers. And then when they reach the age to become a long-haul carrier, they're better prepared for it, and they're more prepared for the actual profession of driving rather than just the operation of the vehicle, both things. So as the dominoes fall, we see opportunities on a number of different fronts where, frankly, with the Drive Safe Act, which is the one that allows 18, 19, 20-year-olds, I think we looked at this highway bill process that's happening right now and thought, we're going to have to play some really serious defense on this. And now with the driver shortage myth crumbling, I think we can go on the offense, and that includes providing alternatives that satisfy a lot of the folks who supported that Drive Safe Act because they wanted that cross-border trucking for their younger drivers. We're not opposed to that. We just think there's a more safe way of doing it that gets them home every night and has them driving on the roads they're familiar with, rather than entering Colorado when they learn to drive in Florida.
Yeah. if you follow, let's follow the line of dominoes. What'd you call it? Extreme dominoes? Is that what it's called?
There's probably a better term for it.
Yeah, I've seen the YouTube videos. It's pretty cool,
Yeah.
but it must take them forever. I'm sure AI is probably going to do it here in no
And
time.
it's taken us forever to reverse this narrative too.
Yes,
let's be
hey,
clear.
there you go. I like that. But let's follow one of those lines, I guess,
Sure.
lines of dominoes down, because all the things you're talking about, and this was a through line with the board members that we spoke with this
Mhm.
week too, and the concerns that they have here in the studio, they expressed them to us. And it was this idea that if you are to fix some of these things, in the first line of dominoes, you talk about ELP, you talk about non-dom, you talk about driver training. That's the big
Mhm.
one.
Yep.
If you set up a system in which the people who are entering the industry are trained properly and are treated well and, treated as a profession for years, if not decades down the line, that is going to have a ripple effect. I'm mixing my metaphors now. But that's going to have a ripple effect on everything in the industry. And it's
Absolutely.
going to affect safety in a positive way. It's going to affect, livelihoods and rates and whatever line of dominoes you want to follow. But that's the thing that I think is the big picture here. And I know you're
Mhm.
always thinking about the big picture. And that's got to be something that you're probably selling, I would imagine, to lawmakers when you talk to them.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I think what we're selling is this notion that you can enhance the professionalism in trucking and also see safety benefits to it. And OWIDE has always been saying that, like if you elevate everyone in trucking and treat it like a highly skilled profession, you'll start seeing the value on the safety side as well. We can kill multiple birds with one stone. Here we go with more analogies, but you can achieve a lot of objectives with simple, straightforward policy. Training's one of them. I mean, training's the most obvious one, but compensation is another one. We've been pushing for overtime pay for employee drivers. We might have the best opportunity for that now too. All of these things enhance the professionalism in trucking, which means people are investing in the truckers for a change. That's not really happening right now. Everyone's rushing to the bottom as far as cheap labor is concerned. They just want to keep that steady churn of drivers going, and they don't want to invest in drivers. So having folks actually, I don't want to use the term forced, but strongly encouraged to invest in drivers will not only bring back the professionalism in trucking and make it more appealing for the next generation of drivers, but it will improve safety because they will remain behind the wheel and become safe and experienced drivers, the ones that we all want them to become.
When I hear you talking, and this is a bit of a preaching to the choir situation, but when I hear you talking, if I imagine that I am a lawmaker or a lawmaker's staff,
Mhm.
and you're presenting this case to me in Washington, D.C. in my office, I hear you speak, and I would think, that makes absolute perfect sense. Like what you're talking about here, I get it, right? But yet we've had for so long resistance to a lot of the things that you're talking about.
Significant.
Is it as simple as something you mentioned earlier about the deep pockets of certain organizations and the financial, considerations that come with that? Has that been a big driving factor in a lot of these conversations? I'm kind of beating around the bush here.
Kind
but-
of.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to get myself into trouble.
Yeah,
Getting too
I'm not trying to get you in
political.
trouble
No,
either. Yeah.
but I think people need to hear it. And I think if you're a supporter of the Democrats, when we go in and we talk about professionalism and training, they frankly have always been there with us. I mean, the labor influence in the Democratic Party is not breaking news. Everyone knows they've always been there.
Sure.
What I think is new is that the Trump administration has brought kind of a new brand of populism to the Republican Party. And frankly, many of their constituents, whether you be a member of the House or a member of the Senate, are truck drivers. So when you're talking about populism, one of the most common jobs back home is truck driving. And if you're trying to appeal to the masses and trying to boost up the folks who are really out there grinding to make a living, you can find a lot of common ground with what OWIDE has been pushing. And I think that's really been a changing dynamic that we appreciate, is the fact that, Democrats have always been there. Republicans are less susceptible to the arguments of
Sure.
large carriers when we're out there saying, don't be fooled. This is a policy designed to bring in the cheapest labor possible and turnover be damned, and frankly, safety be damned too, because we know that the cheap labor policies that have permeated Washington for too long have not changed any dynamics as far as road safety is concerned, because fatalities keep going up, crashes keep going up. What we've been doing hasn't been working. So OOIDA coming in and saying, here's a different way to skin this cat, I think has opened a lot of eyes. But we can't take Democrats, frankly, we can't let down our guard over there. We have to keep them on board. And I think when we talk about things like ELP and non-dom, they get a little resistant, although we've heard a lot of them say, we get it. I mean, it's a safety issue. We get it.
Sure.
But for us, it's keeping everyone informed that there is a big picture at play here, and it is elevating the career of trucking by investing in truckers, by paying them for the time they work, by treating them like the experts of highway safety and professionals.
Letting them use the restroom.
I mean,
increasing
simple
truck
things.
parking so that they're not parked on the side of roadways.
Exactly. If we do that, you'll start to see changes in the industry that will benefit road users because safety will improve.
You mentioned the board members and having these conversations, and again, we've seen so much action over the past several months here, few months, whatever it's been. Are they, by and large, are they encouraged by where we think we might be headed?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The answer is yes. They very much
across
are
the board.
encouraged. Yes.
Across the board. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there's still going to be pitfalls because large carriers are still very influential in Washington, D.C., and they still have their priorities, which don't necessarily align with ours. And they're going to be even more forceful in those priorities because, frankly, they've had a lot of losses lately.
Mm-hmm.
What's coming out of the administration isn't the playbook of large carriers. It's the playbook of organizations like OOIDA. So I think they're going to redouble their efforts on a lot of these policies that we object to. But yeah, I think there's still room to work together. I don't think we should overlook the fact that there are initiatives like parking, like restrooms, where we can work together to elevate the profession, and it benefits everyone. So I do want to throw that out there because I think a lot of people are under the impression that organizations like ATA are struggling. And while they may be, as far as policy is concerned, they're still a major player in Washington, D.C., and we still have to find opportunities to work with them because it helps us get things done. Let's be honest. When you can go into a lawmaker's office and say, well, everyone in the industry is working together on something.
And there are issues like that.
Yeah, parking, restroom access. There's a number of issues. Freight fraud is another issue. We can get a lot of stuff done. But by and large, we will have differing opinions when it comes to their desire for cheap labor and our desire for enhancing professionalism and improving safety.
Yeah. You can't please all the people all the time, obviously. And the board members, we've got a variety of opinions and perspectives on the board, which is what you want in a board of directors, is people coming with different. Yeah, exactly. This issue, it sounds by and large, everybody is pretty happy with the way things are going and this push for driver training that the association is going to continue to make and hopefully see some progress on here very shortly. What are some of the other issues? And I know that they bend your ear when you're here, but what are some of the other issues that you're hearing about here that are priorities maybe for them, priorities that you may already have, but maybe turning a focus to? Are you hearing about anything that you're thinking, oh, this is something also that we need to maybe look into and think about?
I mean, broker transparency is always a big topic.
And we're not seeing the progress that we would like to see on that issue.
We are not. That doesn't mean we won't. But right now, we're getting a little nervous about the trajectory of the broker transparency rulemaking that's pending at FMCSA.
Why nervous? Because the can's been kicked down the road too many times, or?
Yeah, there's a little bit of that. Yeah. And I mean, to be honest, they're focusing on other issues and we happen to love those issues. You know, we've warned them basically, like, truckers are very appreciative of the moves you've made. They're awesome, but they're not forgetting the need for broker transparency. It might be a little quiet, a little dormant right now because folks are talking about much bigger, higher profile issues like ELP and non-dom CDLs, but there's still that bubbling under the surface of broker transparency, and that's not going anywhere. So once these kind of these issues that are at the forefront right now, once they kind of get settled and things move forward with them and there's less focus on them, the focus is going to shift right back to broker transparency. I firmly believe that. I think a lot of folks around our board table will agree that as well with that as well. So we can't relent on FMCSA just because they're doing a good job elsewhere doesn't mean they can continue to kick the can down on broker transparency, which might get me in trouble too. But
Yeah, sure. Well, we don't want to get you in trouble here, Colin.
Yeah.
But with broker transparency too, because it's been, I think, for some of the reasons that you just mentioned there, it's been a little while, and I think some of the focus has gone off of broker transparency because we've seen so much action on these other issues, and which has been positive. But with broker transparency, refresh everybody's memories out there about what the association is asking for here. And that's another part of it. The association is not asking for the moon with broker transparency. These are basic, basic things that are being asked for.
We're asking for one word, and that's compliance. Just comply with the
Yeah.
existing regulations. And I think a lot of folks out there listening will know exactly what I'm talking about. But you have a right to records of transactions with brokers. It's federal law that you have a right to view those documents. And I think a lot of brokers have skirted those requirements or made it mission impossible
So difficult to
gather
do
them.
it. Yeah.
That they're kind of meaningless, and we want to change that. And there's a number of reasons we want to change it. I think first and foremost is, if our members were non-compliant, the hammer would come down on them. So why do brokers get the ability to basically unilaterally write themselves out of compliance with an existing federal regulation? It would never happen to us. So it's a fairness issue. But, we also talk about the fact that claims are a big matter for our members when using a broker, and they have no defense mechanism in place, or I should say no strong defense mechanism in place when they can't get these records available to defend themselves against bogus claims, which we know are happening. So those are kind of the two biggest pieces to this. But it's a frustration in Washington that more folks haven't grasped this issue for just the fairness of it. Just the fact that no one should be able to skirt compliance with existing regulations. And I think that goes back to what we were talking about earlier when we talk about the professionalism in the industry. FMCSA has made it very clear that if you're non-compliant with existing regulations, they're going to come down on you. And I think this is an example of kind of blatant non-compliance that we want to see the agency take steps to remedy as well. And that's just providing access to records that you're guaranteed to have access to by federal law.
Yeah. And I'm trying to think of it. I try to think of some of these issues or a lot of these issues or all these issues from the other perspective, putting the shoe on the other foot type of thing. And you have conversations
No
with...
need.
Well, no, I'm trying to think of it from the perspective of regulators from FMCSA and the USDOT, because again, there's only so much you can do it at any one time, which I think we understand. The frustration is that this can... I'm going to continue with this one. The can got placed down on the road years. I mean, was this during the Biden administration? I think
It started during the first Trump administration.
Okay, thank you for correcting me there. Yeah, so it has been, we've gone through 2 administrations now, and the can is still on the road, still keeps getting kicked down the road. And the fact that we've had 2 administrations looking at this issue tells you that it is a bipartisan by nature kind of thing and a common sense kind of thing. Yep. And yet it just keeps getting kicked down the road. I'm trying to think from their perspective. Is it just, do you think the fact that they have so much other stuff going on that it's
could
hard
be.
to, yeah.
I think you have to remember, and we have to remind ourselves constantly that FMCSA is not necessarily in the economics game. They're in the safety game.
Yeah.
And if there's no direct connection to safety, it makes it a little bit more difficult for them to get things done. Plus, it also lowers those objectives on the priority list. And we're seeing them focus really deeply on improving safety in ways that they can.
Right.
Because they clearly have the authorization to do it. They clearly have the justification to do it. If we're being honest, broker transparency doesn't fit nicely into that box like things like ELP and non-dom CDLs do. But, they launched that rulemaking during the first Trump administration. They revived it in the second. We want to see some sort of outcome from it.
Well, in the case that you make too, I would imagine this is a safety issue because, again, it all comes back to the fact that there are too many people entering the industry who, again, are not trained properly
Mhm.
and are treated poorly.
Mhm.
And broker transparency is one of these issues in which they are not being treated fairly or
Sure.
properly or being taken advantage of. So I guess that leap is maybe a little bit harder to make.
I
as
mean,
yeah.
when you look at things more holistically, it's just another example of an industry that has been allowed to chew up and spit people out, and they do it in a number of ways. They deny them overtime pay. They're fighting us. They're fighting against us on Capitol Hill. Not the brokers, but folks in the industry. Broker transparency. I mean, lease to own schemes. The industry has been allowed for far too long to just bring in cheap labor, use them for as long as they can, and discard them. And because they know there will be someone there to fill the seat. And I
Right.
think that's what we're trying to reverse in Washington, and we're doing it in a number of ways. And frankly, our board is right there behind us, supporting all of our efforts.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Are you ready for a hearty Thanksgiving meal without the hassle of cooking? Step inside Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers, where we're serving up your holiday favorites. For just $16.99, you can choose an entree from smothered turkey, chicken parmesan, and country fried steak. Each entree includes your choice of beverage and dessert. So come in on Thanksgiving Day for a festive celebration that'll leave you stuffed and satisfied. Here's to a happy holiday season.
These are some issues that are being addressed right now. One big issue, and I think it was Matthew Bradley, one of the board members, who brought it up in our conversation, because I had asked them, or maybe it was Ashley had asked them, what's the one issue that people aren't talking about maybe as much that you're concerned about? And I think it was Matthew Bradley who essentially said the autonomous technology, the autonomous truck aspect of this is coming maybe faster than we might think. And I do feel like we've seen a bit, a couple steps back in recent years because we've seen some failures out on the roads. But at the same time, in Texas, there are autonomous trucks going right now between cities, I'm sure. Has that come up at all among members? Yeah.
I mean, frankly, I'll connect it back to the driver shortage and cheap labor.
Yeah.
I mean, you have folks out there who are so determined to cut their labor costs that they're promoting driverless trucks.
Yep.
And safety be damned. I mean, we know these autonomous vehicles aren't held to the same safety standards as our members when they get behind the wheel, which we think is BS. They're not being transparent in their safety results when they are operating these. There's a number of reasons we have a lot of safety concerns, and it goes back to this narrative where in this quest for the cheapest labor possible, in this case, eliminating labor entirely, safety is always the cost. The rush to autonomous vehicles is being done in a manner simply because it will lower costs, not because it's providing the type of safety benefits that folks are promoting out there. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't think anyone believes that the autonomous vehicles on the trucks today and future driverless trucks are going to be more safe than a well-trained, well-rested,
Yeah.
professionally operating driver.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe people will argue with me on that. I'm kind of slow to pick up on technology myself.
Sure, yeah.
But in the meantime, I mean, these things are being deployed on our roads and tested on our roads with little oversight and little transparency and accountability. And we know why. It's not to improve safety. It's to eliminate the driver, because that's the biggest cost for a lot of these large carriers.
Yeah, you mentioned something there about the well-rested driver, which makes me think of hours of service, and we've got the pilot programs that are coming here.
Yeah, Fast
that
and
is
Furious.
something that and that's something that the association is obviously welcoming. Another thing the association has been pushing for however many years, I'm not sure, but again, the idea of giving flexibility to a professional truck driver who knows,
treating them like professionals,
exactly,
rather than treating them like a community that will fit nicely into predetermined holes, I guess you could say.
or like children in a way.
Whatever you want to,
Yeah,
whatever you want to do, they're all accurate.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
hours of service is a frustration for our members because Leo, Leo was talking about it today. One of our board members, actually, it was yesterday. He was saying, I can sleep 5 hours and feel ready to go. I've never been able to sleep 10 hours. So why would I waste those 5 hours after I slept
just
not
sitting around.
being on the road when
Yeah.
I'm at my most alert? And I think that is something that has been missed in Washington for far too long, because people weren't treating drivers like professionals and weren't treating them like individuals who knew how to operate a vehicle as safely as possible based on their own personal conditions.
Yeah.
I mean, if Leo can sleep 5 hours and hit the road after that, I believe him, because he's been driving for 60 years and has a pretty good record.
Yeah.
He probably knows what's safe for him better than some bureaucrat in Washington who wants to make a one-size-fits-all approach.
Right.
So we're not asking for the removal of hours of service entirely. That's naive. No one actually believes that's going to happen.
Yeah.
But continuing to introduce flexibility into the process. We did that during the Trump administration, the first Trump administration. Trump administration is back. They are eager to go further with providing flexibility. I mean, they wouldn't set up these pilot programs without the goal of providing greater flexibility, let's be honest.
Yeah.
But one of the challenges we're going to face, and this goes out to all our listeners, is they're going to need people to participate in these pilot programs to generate the type of data they need to justify providing more flexibility. And if small truckers specifically don't want to participate in a government pilot program, it's going to be a lot more difficult for us to provide the type of flexibility you're looking for.
What do we have a timeline on all this? Because I know they are still looking for drivers, I believe.
Yeah, the Trump administration, they view, we've got 3 years to do this because no one knows what the future entails politically.
Sure.
We want to get this up and running relatively soon. Forgive me, I can't think of the timelines off the top of my head, but it's quick.
It's quick, yeah. That's my point, yeah.
And they are basing the new pilot programs on previous ones because they don't have to reinvent the wheel then. So
right.
They've got things in place. They're moving quickly. It all comes down to participation.
Yeah.
And I know drivers out there are saying, I'm sure someone listening will participate, but it's not going to be me. But no, it needs to be the people listening, because they need to create a baseline, and then they need to test the types of flexibility they're looking to introduce, whether it be split sleeper or that 3-hour pause. And
Right.
the only way to do it is to have men and women who make their living on the wheel participating in the program. And if you want it to benefit small business truckers, you got to have small business truckers in the program as well.
And I get the hesitancy. I get when, somebody hearing it might think I don't want to have to go through all that. But if you're looking at it in the greater context, in the greater picture, you're not just benefiting you down the line, you're benefiting
absolutely
other people in the same.
And one of my greatest frustrations is I don't want to be tracked by anyone.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, then give me your Apple iPhone.
I got bad news for you. It's already happening. Yeah, for sure.
We're so comfortable when it suits our needs, but this does suit your needs. We're trying to prove to federal regulators that you can provide more transparency and at a bare minimum maintain the same level of safety. But we ultimately think improve safety because our members tell us that. Leo wants to drive when he's most alert, not when he's sitting and waiting at a clock for 5 more hours to pass.
Yeah.
And then he gets on the road. So we have to demonstrate to them it can be done, and the only way to do it is participation in these pilot programs.
Any weird weird issues, weird
Tons.
topics come up? So there have been some in throughout the board meetings and the conversations with board members.
The board meeting.
Oh, I thought, which way were you going?
I was thinking about Washington in general.
Oh, well, that's a weird topic. Period.
The board meeting. No, I mean these are the men and women who have volunteered to be the ones to convey all of these thoughts and ideas and challenges and opportunities to us. So I don't think anything they bring at us is that weird, because there's some sort of root there that is focused on improving trucking, and we have to take everything seriously. But I mean, that said, they're good board members. They don't really bring us crazy schemes.
And weird may not have been the right word. Maybe I should have gone with some more nuanced way to ask this. Things that maybe you haven't been thinking as much about, or something you think, oh, maybe that's something I haven't thought about, or I'm kind of fishing here, but the conversations, and everybody's different. They've all got different perspectives.
This board meeting is a bit different, and there's two reasons for it. One is that we were supposed to have a highway bill by now. We obviously don't. It's going to come next year. But in previous board meetings, our focus was on generating our priorities for surface transportation reauthorization, determining what our goals would be in the next highway bill. So we've had our marching orders for a long time.
Gotcha.
That's half of the equation. The other half is that the U.S. Department of Transportation has been so aggressive in addressing a number of issues that we've always held as priorities, that we've got a lot of updating and, quite frankly, bragging to do to our board.
Which is a good feeling.
Yeah.
You don't always get to come in here and brag.
Correct. It has felt pretty good. But we're not really at a stage right now where we're developing the next set of priorities, because we still have our marching orders until that highway bill comes out next year.
Yeah.
And we're spending a lot of time on the regulatory front talking about all the good actions that have already happened.
Sure.
And frankly, the next steps, like broker transparency, that have been the next steps for 5 years. So there's not much new coming out of the board meeting. And frankly, that's fine. We've got a full plate of things.
Right. Yeah, I was just going to say. Well, let's talk about the highway bill a little bit. And we've talked about this before, but it's going to be next year. And we've talked about some of these issues that
it's hopefully going to be next year.
Okay, that's important. Hopefully, we're not even sure.
Hopefully,
maybe, probably.
Not to badger Congress too much.
Yeah,
but they have a hard time passing legislation of narrow scope. So highway bill.
Let me write this down. Hang on. First I'm hearing of this.
A highway bill that includes billions of dollars in investment is going to be a tall order. I mean, I'm not saying they can't get it done. We still have faith that they will get it done, because Chairman Graves of the House T&I committee is very determined to do so. So we still have faith, but they can run up to changing dynamics that we don't even see on the horizon yet that could delay implementation or delay passage of the bill.
Well, let's be optimistic, or pretend we're optimistic at least for a moment, and say that it is gonna come next year. There are a number of bills that the association has not just been advocating for, but have really driven,
championed.
Yeah, that's the word. Thank you. Over the years, and we talked about a few of them: truck parking, restroom access, ELD certification is another one. These are, and correct me if I'm wrong, but these are issues that you're hoping are going to be folded into that bill, because we've seen bills dedicated to them that have gained some traction over the years, but are not close to where they need to be in terms of passing. What are you hoping some of these issues, and talk about those, that you're hoping are folded in there?
Parking first and foremost.
Yeah. And do you feel pretty confident that we are confident, maybe it's not the right word again, but do you feel
the challenge with parking is it's money, and no one wants to spend money, especially on new programs, which frankly truck parking would be. But therein lies the problem. Truck parking has to compete with all of these other highway safety priorities when federal dollars are doled out.
It always gets pushed to the side.
Exactly. So if you don't set aside money specifically for truck parking, we're going to be in the same situation we're in today. In fact, probably worse. The status quo will get worse.
Yeah.
And that's an argument we're trying to get through to lawmakers. It has landed in the House. There's no doubt about it. The House bill will most likely.
Yeah.
I almost said will. And then
Will
when I add
most likely, yeah, for the caveat
will most
on there.
likely include
Yeah.
truck parking. The
Yeah.
Senate is a little bit more challenging because they are really holding the line against new funding programs. So we have a little bit of work left to do in the Senate, but I think we'll get there on parking ultimately.
Yeah.
I think enough people know it's the top safety concern for truckers.
Yeah. They do know that now in those conversations that you have.
They damn well better know that.
Yeah, you have made it very clear, I'm sure.
Yes.
Restroom access is another one. That one doesn't cost any money. That is is that something that we could see in the highway bill?
Nothing simple, but yes, that should be.
Well, the bill itself is simple. There's no extra
easy.
money for it, right? Yeah.
Correct. And that should make it easier. The problem with restroom access is we really don't know where the impacted community, meaning shippers and receivers, are going to fall in this. I mean, they've generally played nice, but we're still suspicious. You never know. I mean, no one likes mandates and regulations, even when they're just providing basic human decency for the people who your business depend on, and those are the truckers who are picking up and delivering freight. But we have confidence in that, especially because in the House it's a bipartisan bill.
Sure.
And when you can get Democrats and Republicans working on the same issue, it greatly elevates your chances of getting something done in the end.
At Truck Stop, we built a better load board for carriers like you. Sign up today and access over 600,000 loads on the most trusted online load board. Learn why the best in the business rely on Truck Stop to make more money and start driving your profit today.
Penske is the trusted source for quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, call our sales staff, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck for your business. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
House Products provides your diesel with total performance and protection. Use Diesel Defender for a full system cleaning. Start treatment early with Diesel Treat to prevent gelling all season. And protect yourself from winter emergencies with Diesel Lifeline. Stay moving with House.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them, but let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me now for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Truckers, your engine works as hard as you do. Don't let torsional vibrations sideline your rig. Vibratech TVD viscous dampers protect your crankshaft, cut downtime, and keep you earning mile after mile. Over 75 years of trusted protection made in the USA. Find a dealer at vibratechtvd.com.
Since you started, what you've loved about trucking is the freedom. Heading out on your favorite route, a good driving song, and thinking about truck insurance. Well, maybe not that last one. That's why we're here. At OOIDA, we have a full range of truck insurance products, expert advice, and great customer service, helping you get the right coverage for your operation. Go to OOIDA.com, because your job is to drive. Our job is to help with everything else.
The ELD certification issue, which I don't think has been talked about probably enough, and again, because there have been so many other priorities. I believe, and please again correct me if I'm wrong here, but I believe this is something also that you're trying to hopefully maybe get into the highway bill.
Yeah,
is that
absolutely.
right?
Yep.
And what's that going to look like, I suppose?
Well,
The effort, yeah.
This is another one where we need to go back in time and fix an error that was made. I mean, the ELD mandate itself is an error, but having providers allowed to self-certify devices
hasn't gone great.
From a process standpoint, that was one of the biggest errors of the rules. So now we've seen what that has led to, where devices are being decertified all the time. I mean, I get those emails from FMCSA all the time. I'm like, here we go again.
Yeah.
It must be dizzying for people trying to comply with the mandate.
Yeah.
A mandate they don't even frankly want to comply.
Yeah, exactly.
But
yeah.
So we need to go back and fix an error of the past, and that's have the agency, whether it be done by themselves or they work with a third party, to certify devices before they are ever up for sale. I think that's an easy pitch to make. It makes a lot of sense. I've heard Derek Bars, the administrator of FMCSA, say self-certification is a foregone conclusion that it's going to be problematic. And we say, you are absolutely right. Let's apply that to ELDs.
We agree.
Yes. So
Yeah.
that's a big one for us. It's kind of a small, specific issue, but with a big impact for our members. And it's one where we're happy to say we've got coalition partners on this. It's not just OOIDA. I mean, we've championed this. We've taken the lead. But CVSA, who represents law enforcement, has come out and said, hey, that would be good for us too. We're sick of these non-compliant devices being out there on the market because it makes our lives a lot more difficult to enforce the requirements as well. So we're working hand in hand with CVSA to try and get that done in the highway bill, which greatly enhances our ability to do so.
Yeah, for sure. I just wanted to mention too, because every time we talk about ELDs, I hear comments or see comments about people saying, why can't we just do away with the ELD mandate?
It's not going to happen.
It is not going to happen. And there's a reason for that. It's because it's already gone through Congress and, right? It's not going away, unfortunately, for a lot of folks out there.
I know. And I know I'm raining on parades out there. We tried.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we failed.
Yeah.
But once something is passed into law by Congress, it's really hard to go back and reverse it.
Yeah.
I mean, we can make very strong arguments that it has done nothing to improve safety, which is frankly what the entire mandate hinged on.
Yep.
I mean, that was the argument for its passage. It's going to improve safety. It clearly has not, but we can't go back and reverse it, unfortunately. I think it's just something we need to adapt to. And frankly, I think it's appropriate for OOIDA to find ways to improve the mess we're in already. And one of those is the certification of the devices, which should be a major improvement if we're able to get it done.
Yeah, that's again a common sense move. A lot of these things that we're talking about, or most of them, if not all of them, seem to be common sense types of things, either that have been done that need to be undone, or things that haven't been done that have been ignored for too long that need to be done. So that's what, again, the association will continue to do. All in all, Colin, we have talked a number of times over the years. I don't know how many it is, but it's been a lot. I sense from you.
Uh-oh.
No. This is a good thing. I sense from you that you are in a more optimistic place than maybe
100%.
You have ever been. I shouldn't say ever, but at least in the 5 years or so that I've been here talking to you, it does feel like you are in a good place.
Yeah, and I'll say if you worked in DC, you would know I am not the optimist in the office.
I'm aware. Yeah.
Okay, all right. So you can pick that up
familiar.
From a few thousand miles away. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of the rain cloud
Yeah.
in the DC office, but you're right. I am very optimistic, and it's just because, hearing Secretary Duffy talk and saying there's no driver shortage. I mean, wow, we were floored by that.
Yeah.
And we were like, now we can really get to work on.
I remember you sent an email. I think we could hear you jump through the ceiling. Here 2,000 miles away or whatever.
Seriously.
It is.
And then Derek Bars at FMCSA has been awesome as well. I mean, I know a lot of folks were like, wait, he's law enforcement. Should we be suspicious?
Yeah.
No, you shouldn't, because he talks a lot like a driver.
Yeah.
He wants to focus on safety, and he talks about common sense approaches. And I think that's what a lot of our priorities are. They're just common sense because they come from the people who live behind the wheel, who are on the highways all the time and observe what's going on and know what needs to be done to improve safety. And I think they have demonstrated that truckers are not only being heard, but their needs are being addressed. And that is certainly new from FMCSA. For so long, they were focusing on mandates and technology as solutions to safety. Now the focus has shifted to the driver and what can we do to improve the driver's experience behind the wheel that will improve safety. And that opens a lot of doors for us.
And not to get hopes up too high out there, because we have seen such quick progress on a number of issues in recent months, which has been great. But I think it is also important to point out that progress, for the most part, typically comes slowly, and that some of these issues,
glacial.
You will continue, obviously, fighting these issues and pushing the pace on them. But the most important thing that people can do as they listen here, it is so easy. This has been my soapbox lately. It is so easy to get on social media and complain about this or that, or call out this person or that person, or point fingers and do whatever. I guess if that's your hobby and you get a kick out of it, okay. But don't just do that. Or instead of doing that, you got to get active and you got to reach out. And I know it sounds cliche and it sounds like, oh, what a drag to call my lawmaker's office and talk to this person about this or that. And we talk about it all the time, but it really does make a difference. Imagine if 100 people, 100 truck drivers, started making phone calls to a particular office about this one particular issue. Guess what? They are going to pay attention to it and take action. And I know that's a soapbox that you are also standing on as well.
Yeah, I mean, I have a little bit of you're absolutely right. I have a little bit of a different perspective, though. And what frustrates me about drivers, and I'm going to sound like a broken record now, too, is they clam up when they think about talking to a lawmaker for some reason.
Yeah.
I mean, they will talk my ear off, but when it comes to talking to their congressman or congresswoman, they get nervous and they get intimidated.
Sure. And I get that, too. Yeah.
I guess I do, too. Maybe I've been in D.C. too long where it's just commonplace to be like, hey, get this done.
Listen to me.
Yeah, but truckers do it so effortlessly when they talk to each other and when they talk to us here in D.C. and in Kansas City. I wish that would spill over to when they talk to their lawmakers, because they are the experts and they do know better than anyone what needs to be done to improve safety in trucking and to improve professionalism in trucking. So don't be hesitant. I mean, pick up the phone. You don't even have to talk if you send an email.
I was going to say, you could also do an email. Yeah.
And we make it really easy via fightingfortruckers.com to just get on, shoot an email in a number of clicks, and you've become your own best advocate. And you don't even have to interact with anyone if you don't want to. But I encourage you to interact, because it's great to hear it from the horse's mouth. And a lot of the success we've had on these issues that we've championed have been on the backs of OOIDA members who reached out to their congressman or their congresswoman or their senator and said, I need you to do something.
Yeah.
And here's how it's going to benefit not just me as your constituent, but all of your constituents who use the roads. And that's how we've had a lot of breakthroughs. It takes everybody in this world to move the ball forward. And if we're not having truckers participating in that process, it handicaps us in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, keep an eye out for those call to action emails. They come out when there's a particular issue, but that doesn't mean you can't do it at any point.
Whenever
if
you
you're
want.
on the road and you have a problem with truck parking or restroom access, or your ELD goes on the fritz because it's not certified anymore. I mean, the list goes on and on. Don't feel bad annoying them, because they work for us. They work for you.
It's their job.
It's their job to be annoyed by you, essentially.
Yes.
And it does make a difference. We wouldn't be doing this. We wouldn't be wasting our breath if it didn't make a difference and it didn't work. We've talked to lawmakers here who have said to us that it does have an impact on them when they get 2 or 3 phone calls or emails on one particular issue. It makes them pay attention to it. So that's a soapbox that we will continue to stand on until social media goes away, I guess. I don't know.
I'll take it a step further.
Yeah.
Having conversations with them one-on-one, which happen. You can talk to your congressman one-on-one. It
Don't be
does
afraid.
happen.
Yeah. They're human beings.
Exactly. And they will take meeting requests like that, especially when they're home in their districts. But talking to them and just offering yourself up as a resource is valuable as well, because we have a lot of congressional offices where we know that we can kind of triangulate their thinking, because they've reached out to one of our board members, and the board member lets us know, hey, I heard from this office.
Yeah.
And then we follow up and we say, hey, heard you might be interested in ELD certification. Let's talk about it. And like I said, it takes everybody on this team to be involved in the game for us to really get things done. And if we're not having that interaction on the personal level, it handicaps us. And you can become a great resource, a reliable resource for these members of Congress for the entirety of their career, which would be very helpful for us in Washington, D.C.
Absolutely.
So please do it.
Yeah, fightingfortruckers.com is the website. Optimistic Colin, it's been good talking to you for now. Let's keep it that. Let's keep it that way. Let's keep the momentum.
It's been a good distraction from the poor sports teams that I'm following right now.
Who are your teams?
I don't even want to say it. I don't want to start that conversation.
All right, that's fine. That's fine. Well, good luck to your teams. At least we have momentum elsewhere, I suppose. But Colin Long of the OOIDA Washington, D.C. office, we appreciate your time.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for listening. Today's episode of Trucking with OOIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people. That includes Jim Fetzer, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
You can listen to new episodes and extended interviews on your favorite podcast platform and on the OOIDA YouTube page. Please subscribe while you're there. If you've got thoughts, we'd love to hear them. Call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave a message, or send us an email to podcast@ooida.com, and we might include it on the show.
There was an era when truckers were out there, alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home.
As part of the Road Gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the Center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Reese Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat. Nemo's Night Beat.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.